Yo, what is up, everybody? Andrew Mahone here with Tricky Jim at Full Grip Games. We've got an extremely exciting day packed with Pokemon trading card game content. This lovely Sunday, August 29th, we are going to be holding the first ever $1,000 cash prize Gym Leader Challenge event. I'm extremely excited about today's event. Yesterday's event was incredible. We had a star-studded top 8 featuring Azul Garcia Griego, who took home the grand prize of $400, 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies, and a case of Dragon Shield Duels. Trainer Chip Richie coming in second place, and then JW Kriewall and Andrew Denkus rounding out the rest of top 4. Major congratulations to all of our amazing players who competed yesterday and to the judging staff who made for a flawless event. It was a ton of fun, and I am so thankful to have been a part of it. But I hope you guys are geared up and ready for another day of Pokemon TCG competition, because today we have another $1,000 on the line for top 8 finishers and another case of Dragon Shield Duels. So it is going to be a high stakes event for the new Gym Leader Challenge format. I am really excited to see what kind of strategies players have come up with and what types rise to the top throughout today's competition, and it should be an excellent event. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Round 1 is going to be getting started shortly, so we'll be right back with some Pokemon TCG content in just a moment. We have got Jake Mershon on the left versus Otto Balendran on the right, and it looks like both players are playing in Eucalyptus Dragon Shield Dual sleeves. Now, if anybody here is unfamiliar with the Gym Leader Challenge format, it is a custom Pokemon trading card game format where you can only play one type of Pokemon in your deck, and you can't play any 2 prizers. So no rule box Pokemon, no Pokemon V, no GX Pokemon, no EX Pokemon, or anything like that. And you can only play one of each card except Basic Energy in your deck. So we've got some very fun and creative lists. You can play cards all the way back to Black and White base set that was released like 10 years ago. So you can play any card printed in the last 10 years, so long as it only gives up 1 prize card. And again, it is a singleton format, so only 1 of each card in your deck, and you'd be surprised how consistent these decks can be. These decks are a ton of fun to play. I've been playing Gym Leader Challenge format all weekend with my friends, and it has been an absolute blast getting to dive into the format and see which decks come out on top. Now, I know that Jake has been actively working on this grass-type Gym Leader Challenge deck since the dawn of the format, almost 2 months ago. Has been tweaking it ever since, and Otto is playing my exact grass deck. Those are my cards. So I'm a little bit rooting for Otto here. Otto has my deck in his hands. I think I lent out 5 or 6 decks today. I lent out my grass deck, I lent out my water deck, I lent out my lightning deck, and I lent out my dark deck. So quite a few of my decks are on the tables, and I'm really hoping that one of my decks can make it into top 8. Since I can't play today, I have to live vicariously through my friends who I get to commentate over. All right. The coin flip has been decided, and it looks like they're discussing cuts, and yeah, okay, all right, cool. Let's just make sure, we get the handshake metagame squared away, unlike yesterday, where it was a lot of handshakes into fist bumps and things like that. Now, I said Jake has been playing this grass deck since the dawn of the format. This is going to be Otto's very first game of Gym Leader Challenge format ever. But Otto is a very experienced Pokemon trading card game player himself, multiple-time World Championship qualifier and regional top 8 finisher as well. So this man knows a thing or two about playing some Pokemon cards. So he's definitely capable of figuring things out on the fly. Really stoked to get into this first match, and the players are off. Looks like Otto is going to be opening Shining Genesect and going first, and he's got a fantastic turn 1 hand going first. This hand has got everything that he wants in it. It has got the Trico he's already got on the bench. He's got a Timer Ball so that he can go get a Grovyle from his deck next turn. He's got an ability, but it looks like he's just ditching the Timer Ball right away, saying, I don't feel like flipping no coins. We're just going to go get whoever from the deck, which is fascinating, but that's fine. He's just going to go find a basic Pokemon, and checking your prizes is incredibly important when it comes to playing Gym Leader Challenge format. So you have to check, what Pokemon lines do you have to work with in your deck, right? And the main players in this grass type Gym Leader Challenge deck are going to be Venusaur and Rillaboom. Many of you may know Rillaboom from the Mewtwo Mew decks that it had been featured in the last few years, now Dhelmise VMAX decks. But Rillaboom is an all-star in Gym Leader Challenge format, and we can see Otto going straight for the Grookey on the bench, saying, okay, I definitely want to start to get this Rillaboom out as soon as possible. Voltage Beat is a fantastic ability. It can accelerate 2 grass energy from the deck onto the board, and then with Venusaur, you can double your energy up. Now, I think that, Otto already has the Thwackey in his hand, so he's going to be able to get the turn 2 Thwackey guaranteed, which is very good for him. And he's got an N as well. Jake is going straight for Bulbasaur, has a Grookey in the active position, and will N Otto, which is totally fine because I think Otto had Thwackey N next turn anyway. Now, something that I love about this deck is the Grovyle Sunshine Grace ability. Grovyle really makes this deck pop off. Once you set up the Grovyle, you can use Sunshine Grace to search out all of the other Pokemon in your deck. So once that Grovyle's online, this deck really starts to shine. Get it? Because of the ability Sunshine Grace. Oh yeah, I've been doing this way too long. It's only round 1, guys. There's the Thwackey right back in Otto's hand, so he's going to have that for turn 2. The Bulbasaur on Jake's bench does have a Find a Friend ability, which he can use to go search out another grass Pokemon, but it looks like he's just going to go in with Nest Ball and can search a basic Pokemon out of his deck, put it straight onto the board, eyeing up that Trico, wants to make sure the Grovyle is in the deck. I believe this is his first full deck search of the game. So getting an idea of, what your prizes are, what you're working with. It looks like Jake might be taking notes as well, just making sure, like, okay, I know that this is prized, this is prized. It's going to be important for playing this match of Gym Leader Challenge. He's also got the Morlul in his hand, so if the Shiinotic is in the deck, he's got a potential turn to Grovyle and Shiinotic, which is going to be really good in the mirror match because he's going to be able to just start getting his board set up very explosively. So we'll see if that Morlul hits the bench. It does, and a pass. No energy drop, which is interesting, just saving that energy in his hand. And did he not play a town map? That's also kind of interesting. Maybe doesn't want to reveal his prize situation. Just holding the town map. Like, he knows maybe something is prized and doesn't want to reveal to Otto what his prize dismay might be. And here comes Otto's Grovyle Sunshine Grace. So he's going to have a guaranteed Rillaboom next turn. And Netball can search Otto a Grass Energy or a basic Grass Pokemon. And I believe now that he's got Rillaboom online, he's going to start looking for either Shiftry or the Venusaur. Those are both like excellent options. Whichever one he has access to. If he has the whole Venusaur line, or even if he has like rare candy Venusaur, you might just grab the Bulbasaur, slap that down, because then you can, draw into rare candy and use Sunshine Grace to go get the Venusaur and just pop your Venusaur out, next turn. But it looks like Otto is definitely going to be swinging for the fences here soon. Now, what's really interesting about this as well is that you don't want to put Forest of Giant Plants in for your opponent. Forest of Giant Plants is one of the best cards available to fighting decks. It is an incredible stadium that allows you to break all of the evolution rules and just evolve Pokemon as soon as you put them into play. And grass is the only type that is that has access to this kind of stadium. It's actually been banned in expanded format, but when you can only play one of them in your deck and your draw power is limited, like it is in Gym Leader Challenge, you really just have your one supporter, maybe a modest draw ability. It's really all you have access to in a game of Gym Leader Challenge. You're not going to be using, Shame and Deden AGX, Crobat V, or anything like that to get this like absurd, setup very, very early with a Forest of Giant Plants. We can see a typical Gym Leader Challenge game will take multiple turns for each player to set up the board before things start to really get kicking. Otto is going to grab the C-Dot out of his deck, which is a great option for evolving into Shiftry. Shiftry has an ability that allows it to discard a grass from hand and draw more cards. And then Otto's just going to pass. I do probably doubt that Jake is going to be able to get a turn 2 attack with this current board state, especially with the Grookey in the active position. But that level ball means that Grovyle is coming out. Grovyle can Sunshine Grace and go get Shiinotic, and Shiinotic can use its ability to go get another grass Pokemon. And you could see how fun this deck is with all of this chain reaction search going on. And it's just such a consistent deck, which is why a lot of players are drawn to the grass type in Gym Leader Challenge. Just take a look at the Shiftry that we're going to be seeing from Otto real quick. Shiftry has got the Leaf Draw ability from Flash Fire and the Deranged Dance attack. Deranged Dance does 20 damage times the amount of benched Pokemon. Most Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge format only have 130, 150 hit points. So an attack that can do 200 damage is very significant. It does look like Jake is maybe trying to buy some time using Boss's Orders to bring up the Grovyle. And Otto has got Floatstone on the top. That means that Otto is going to be going in and taking the first knockout of this game. Rillaboom online, that nice gold Rillaboom making an appearance. Rillaboom is an all-star in this format. Its Voltage Beat ability is absolutely insane. And once Rillaboom is established, then Voltage Beat is going to be pumping grass energy into play every single turn. So I'm curious to see where Otto decides to put his energy. I think you can put them both onto the Grovyle in the active, and then use Shining Genesect's ability to move one over. It does look like Otto is going to use that Sunshine Grace ability, go grab Ivysaur from Dark Explorers out of the deck. I think it's the most popular Ivysaur amongst grass players because it has 90 hit points, so you can search it out with Level Ball. Otto's got the Floatstone on that Grovyle. Shining Genesect making its way into the active spot. And let's see, Otto's got a grass energy as well, so he's going to at least be able to do 110 damage with this Shining Genesect. I do want to see Otto, kind of reach for another attacker maybe, or start, juicing up the board with some grass energy. It looks like those grass energy are potentially going on to Grovyle, and I think that makes sense. Not having any other attacker set up at this point. This grass list that Otto is playing is built to really just loop Shining Genesect and Zarude, and then at the end of the game go in with your Shiftry, your Rillaboom even, or your Sceptile. There's all these different guys that you can swing with. And the Hex Maniac. That is so wild. The Hex Maniac. Oh my gosh. Turn 3 Rillaboom with the Hex Maniac. Hex Maniac is going to stop Jake in his tracks. An incredible card in Gym Leader Challenge format. Jake is not going to be able to attack guaranteed this turn. He's got the Zarude in the active position. Even if Jake is able to hit a Rare Candy and Rare Candy Venusaur into play, Venusaur's ability Jungle Totem doubles up your grass energy in play, which is very good. And that might be what Jake is relying on, considering he has both Shiinotic and Grovyle out. I hope Jake is not using his abilities to search right now, right? No, hopefully not. It looks like he's playing Evo Soda because he's got no abilities this turn, so that would be bad. A party foul, if you will. So we'll see what Jake is going for. Looks like he's grabbing the Venusaur out of his deck, but it does not have access to any abilities. So he will not be able to attack or anything like that. Yeah, I'm wondering how he searched out that Venusaur. So, yeah, just make sure Jake didn't search out that Venusaur with an ability because he was hexed. Okay. Oh no, all right. It was not an ability. He was using Pack Call. Okay, got it. It was the Zarude attack. Yeah, I thought it was in the middle of his turn, but it was the end of the turn. So, good catch. Just using Pack Call on the Zarude. Otto is going to put enough energy on his Shining Genesect now that he is going to be able to take a one-hit KO on this Zarude, going up multiple prizes early in the game. There's still plenty of time for comeback potential for Jake, but Jake's prizes seem pretty tough at this point, and Otto's board is getting more and more established every turn. He's got the Dream over here, Shining Genesect in the active, swinging for the fences. Rillaboom and Venusaur set up both on his board. Rillaboom pumping 2 energy into play every turn, and then Venusaur doubling up their effectiveness. Otto's board is completely stacked right now. It is so stacked that he can decide to evolve into Sceptile because he no longer needs that Grovyle's Sunshine Grace ability. That is incredible. Wow, Otto's board is stacked, and he draws into the Force of Giant Plants but doesn't want to play it because at this point all of his Pokemon are evolved, and he pulls the Shiftry off the prizes. So Otto will be able to get a Shiftry online to start drawing even more cards, and Jake is looking like he is backed into a corner in this one. Otto is up 2 prizes to 0 right now, and turn 4, this is the dream. If you're playing the grass deck, this is exactly what you want to see. And keep in mind, this is Gym Leader Challenge format, so this deck currently has 1, 2, 3 Stage 2 Pokemon in play. 3 different Stage 2 Pokemon in play on the 4th turn of the game. And that's something that's so fun about Gym Leader Challenge format, is that decks have time to set up and execute a strategy that might be different than any kind of strategy you may have seen in a game of standard or expanded format so far. There are a whole bunch of different evolution Pokemon that see play, and a whole bunch of different strategies you get to execute. This is Otto's first game ever with this deck. I handed him the deck this morning, and this is his first time ever playing Gym Leader Challenge. That being said, Otto has been playing the game almost as long as I have, so he has played with almost all of these cards and has played with them while they were standard legal. So Otto knows the Pokemon trading card game through and through, and playing with various abilities and sequencing is not. This is not anything new for Otto. When you've been playing the Pokemon trading card game for this long, you can just pick up a deck and make it work. So that's what we see Otto doing right now. The grass deck is definitely a beginner-friendly Gym Leader Challenge deck as far as Gym Leader Challenge decks go because of the Sunshine Grace ability on Grovyle and the ability on Shiinotic to help set the deck up. And when your deck just sets itself up, you get the stage 2 Pokemon you want in play, then you're just swinging for the fences. To give you an idea of how much damage this grass deck is doing right now, Shining Genesect's Gaia Blaster attack does 50 damage plus 20 more damage times the number of grass energy attached to this Pokemon. There are effectively 8 grass energy on that Shining Genesect right now, because of the Venusaur's Jungle Totem ability, which makes all of those energy count as 2. So with 8 energy, that's 160 plus 50. That is 210 damage. So Jake is going to take a knockout with Heracross. Heracross has got a revenge style attack, does 30 damage plus 90 more damage if one of his Pokemon was knocked out during the previous turn. Otto promotes the Sceptile with a Float Stone, meaning that he can pivot to whoever he wants, but I think at this point attacking with the Sceptile is not a bad idea. It can do pretty much as much damage as he wants to do. Sceptile's Powerful Storm ability does 20 damage times the amount of grass energy in play. Let's think about this for a second. Otto's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 energy in play. And then that's 160 damage, but it's times 2 because of Jungle Totem. So this Sceptile is doing 320 damage this turn. 320 damage with Powerful Storm because of Jungle Totem and Rillaboom out at the same time. That is enough to knock out a Pokemon VMAX in. With Revitalizer, Otto has got the C-Dot back from his discard pile, and with Forest of Giant Plants, Otto can spring that Shiftry straight into play. And it looks like Otto did not read Sonia. Might not know what Sonia actually does. It looks like he was reaching for his deck, but maybe he has already supported this turn or something, which is super funny because Otto hasn't played with a lot of the newer cards, so he's definitely learning on the fly. Gonna retreat to Shining Genesect and do an obscene amount of damage. 210 damage with Gaia Blaster. And now Jake is just trying to scrounge together some semblance of a strategy. The Rillaboom was not in the deck, but I wonder why the town map was not played earlier in the game. With no town map being played from Jake, Jake is not going to be able to search out the Rillaboom that he needs. Maybe he was trying to keep it secret from Otto early on in the game, didn't want to reveal the fact that his Rillaboom was prized. That's the only thing that I can maybe think of, but I think at a certain point, your opponent is going to find out that your Rillaboom is prized, right? Because when you don't set up Rillaboom, they're going to be like, okay, I see that you have that Rillaboom prized, and and I'm going to take that into account. So Jake also finds a Revitalizer, meaning that he's going to be able to spring a Pokemon into play instantly as well. And if he, could find the Rillaboom, he might be in a position where he would be able to, well, there's Rillaboom. So what's prized? Is Thwacky not around? I see the Rillaboom in the hands, but, and I saw the Grookey early on. So here's Revitalizer, and it looks like we're getting Grookey and Heracross. The Heracross, again, has the Powerful Friends. Oh, it's not a revenge attack. It's Powerful Friends. It does 30 plus 90 if one of your if you have a stage 2 Pokemon in play. So that was my mistake. Still 120 damage, but it's not a revenge attack. It is Powerful Friends. There's nothing stronger than having Powerful Friends. Yeah, that is super exciting. So Heracross can get in there for 1 energy. However, Heracross is 10 damage shy of being able to knock out the Shining Genesect because it has 130 hit points. And the Heracross only does 120 damage, unfortunately. So just a little bit shy of where it needs to be in order to take that knockout. So Jake is going to have to scrounge around for a turn. And at this point in the game, is starting to get down to the wire. It's not a point in the game where you want to be passing. It looks like has to go for Shiinotic's sleep, but Otto wakes up, Shining Genesect, staying woke and not succumbing to the sleepy attack of Shiinotic. Jake is able to use that attack for just 1 energy because of Venusaur's Jungle Totem ability. Otto just going to go down to 2 prizes, says, okay, I've got an absolutely stacked board position, and I don't think that there's anything you could do about it. And at this point, Jake has got to say, like, okay, maybe I can deck Otto out, but Otto is not going to overextend his hand. He's not going to overextend his board. And with both Rillaboom and the Venusaur in play, it means that he is going to be able to attack with both Rillaboom and Venusaur for just 2 energy. So that is, that is a pretty feel bad for Jake, especially prizing his main guy, his Rillaboom, early on in the match, and Otto just setting up like an absolute champ. You wouldn't know that Otto has never touched this deck before because it is just springing to life in his hands. Now, cards that search out your prizes, I mean, your Gladians, your town maps, your cards like that, those are cards that are very valuable in Gym Leader Challenge format. So if you prize something, you want to go get it. But we're not seeing any of those cards being played by Jake. So Jake just kind of succumbing to his unfortunate prizes, and that is just deck building decisions. You can make the decision: do I want to fight and try to pick cards out of my prizes with cards like Gladian throughout the course of the game, or am I just going to try and craft a alternative game plan during the match to to kind of deal with whatever I may have prized? Colorless, one of the best draw cards in Gym Leader Challenge format, going to net Jake a huge hand of 10. And now Powerful Friends can take the knockout, and there is a grass Pokemon that looks like Sceptile in his hand. Probably not the exact one that he wants, considering that Rillaboom is just still not in play. So I'm wondering if Jake did not play a Rare Candy, which I think is greedy if he did not. Because Rare Candy is an incredibly... Oh, no, he's got a Rare Candy in here. So I'm confused because I see the Rillaboom and I see that there's Rare Candy in the list. Maybe prize the Rare Candy. Rare Candy is really good in the grass deck because you can use Shiinotic's and Grovile's abilities to go search the Pokemon that you need out of your deck, put it into your hand, and then Rare Candy that Pokemon into play instantly. We got people in the chat saying that the grass mirror feels like a Shadow Rider mirror, and it is kind of that way. Yes, it is. It is kind of that way. But there are a ton of viable decks in Gym Leader Challenge format, so we are definitely going to be seeing different decks other than grass decks all day. But it is fun to see these 2 grass decks duke it out. The Heracross, a really cool card from Jake that I haven't seen played by anybody in Gym Leader Challenge format yet. So you're always going to be seeing these kind of different, different cards get a time to shine in this format, which is really neat. Just to get to see Pokemon who have, not really gotten any love. Pokemon who kind of maybe were just outside of playability in standard format can really have the time of their lives in this Gym Leader Challenge format. We're seeing that with Shining Genesect and Venusaur. We're never able to, put together a tournament win in standard formats, but in Gym Leader Challenge, they are a very celebrated combination. And it looks like Otto going to put the nail in the coffin here versus Seeker for Hex Maniac, turning off all of Jake's abilities. Jake with 0 energy in play is going to have to fold it up. I don't think that there's too much that Jake can do to come back from this absolutely dominant board position that Otto is putting on display. Unfortunate draws for Jake in this game, but I'm hoping that Jake can brush this one off and potentially rebound in the upcoming games ahead. I appreciate Jake making the trip out here. He's a very active member of our Tricky Gym Discord and Twitch communities. And Jake's grass deck has been very influential in the early Gym Leader Challenge testing as well, with many players kind of hailing the grass deck as being one of the best decks in Gym Leader Challenge early on. And that is thanks in a large part to the testing that Jake has been putting into the grass deck. Now, Jake is going for the hope you don't have a switch strategy or hope you don't have enough energy strategy. Venusaur is a fatty. Okay, it's got a retreat cost of 4, only does 90 damage, so not going to be doing too much, but that jungle totem ability makes all grass energy in play count as 2 grass energy, and so long as Otto has not overextended, he's going to be able to accelerate 2 energy onto the Venusaur and simply retreat it. So Jake's going to retreat into the Sceptile, saying it's the the highest HP Pokemon in my deck. Otto just flashing that Guzma. Got Guzma for game, baby. Both a Gust and a Switch at the same time, and Otto is going to advance to 1-0. That's the first ever Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash prize event with the Rillaboom Venusaur deck. That is the first game of Gym Leader Challenge format that Otto has ever played, and the first time he has ever played that deck. So I am very excited to get Otto on stream and have him talk about his first ever experience playing Gym Leader Challenge. We will be right back. Yo, what is up? We got Athavan Balendran here.
Hey, what's up, Andrew?
Dude, that was a pretty, I'd say, smooth sailing. Your first ever time playing Gym Leader Challenge format. Your first ever time touching the grass deck. What was your experience like? How'd you feel with it?
Deck was very fun. Obviously, I set up all the stage 2s. And the format seems so great. I mean, I watched a lot of your videos, some of JW's videos, so it definitely looks like a very fun format, but blast to play it myself, honestly.
Yeah. Really, you just have so many triggers, so many different things you're doing, and gosh, and the turn 3 with the Hex Maniac, just like putting the shutting it down.
Yeah, there was a lot of like considerations. I mean, it's not obviously I had a very advanced board state comparatively, but I didn't know, just because I haven't played as much, and I feel like there's a lot of comeback. We saw in that one turn that he had like Revitalizer, he got Shift 3. I thought he was gonna get the Rillaboom, and then he was just gonna.
Because with Venusaur, Rillaboom is very scary.
Right.
Yes. Now Jake was never able to get the Rillaboom online. I don't know what happened.
So he prized his Thwacky.
Prized his Thwacky, but then he had Town Map in his hand, I think, and didn't play it early on. So that was confusing to me because he took one prize, and that one prize just could have been the Thwacky.
Could have been right.
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but.
Yeah,
I'm just happy it worked out. So.
For sure. So, what you been up to lately, man?
I know,
feel like you've been doing law school forever. So, like, tell us a little bit about the life of Athavan. What's going on?
I've been working, going to school. You know, I coach a team of students too, so that's teaching for several hours a week is really busy, and I just honestly haven't had as much time to play the Pokemon, but I'd love to get back and sling some critters again sometime soon.
That's sick, man. Well, it's really exciting to see you. Chat couldn't believe they were like, are you sure this is his first game of Gym Leader Challenge? Like, this man just knows how to play cards, okay?
Right.
Like, he's gonna pick up the deck and he's just be like, oh yeah.
There were some misplays though. I think putting the forest down was too greedy. I
was sick, bro. Just slap that Shift Tree into play. Who cares? Yeah, it was sick because then, at that point I get to be like, look, he's got 4 different stage 2s in play. Like, how dope is that? 4 different stage 2s, and that's just feels really fun to get to execute a strategy where you're kind of thinking about all the different moving pieces like that.
I think that's one part that was honestly very hard, is that I think if you've only played online recently and you haven't been playing in person yet, like, sequencing is just so hard if you've not done it a bunch. And I just didn't know. I was sitting there, I'm like, well, do I Rillaboom first before I do this? Or do I search with the Grovyle first before I do that? I wasn't really sure, so I was just kind of playing it by ear.
Winging it, yeah. Well, it was really exciting to get to see you play, Otto. You obviously did great, so gotta wish you luck. And there's a whole format out there. You played a grass mirror, but there's a whole bunch of stuff you're gonna see.
No fire, hopefully.
And you'll probably be picking up a lot of cards and reading them. So Imagine that. Well, good luck with the rest of the event, Otto, and thanks again for coming.
See you, everyone.
Dope. All right. Thank you for your patience. We are getting kicked off with round 2 of the Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 prize event hosted by Full Grip Games. We've got JW Kriewall, also known as Flex Daddy Righteous on Twitch and YouTube, against Beckett Pierce. Both these players have been playing the Pokemon trading card game for a long time. Beckett is playing a dark type deck and has a little bit of a concerning opening hand with Colorless as the only draw supporter. You don't want to see that. And then JW is playing a lightning type deck, so we could see some quick attacks from JW's deck. Zapdos is one of the most aggressive Pokemon in Gym Leader Challenge format, capable of doing 80 damage on the first turn of the game. And there are a lot of switch cards in this lightning type deck to allow JW to take those early knockouts. So the dark deck, extremely powerful when it sets up. It's got Guzzlord, which can take 2 prizes with its Guzzlord. Why am I forgetting your attack, Guzzlord? It's been a long weekend. Guzzlord with its Red Banquet. How could I forget? With its Red Banquet attack, can take bonus prizes. Beckett is looking for a nice draw off the top. Hopefully he opened a big dude like Guzzlord, because if it's a Pokemon with not a lot of hit points, the Pokemon could get KO'd, and you're not going to want to see that, especially our stream match. I would hate to see a turn 1 or turn 2 KO. Colorless, not the best draw supporter in this situation. Usually Colorless is a supporter you're going to want to lean on towards the end of the game. It allows you to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw as many cards as there are benched Pokemon in play. So it can draw you up to 10 cards. It could draw you up to 10 cards, at the end of the game when both players are fully set up. But early game, Colorless for 1, Colorless for 2, you really don't want to be doing that. Be ideal if Beckett could top deck like a Bridget or a Sonia or something like that, because Beckett does have a lot of evolutions in the hand, but no basics. And it looks like JW has got a Flaffy potentially and a Volkner. So JW's got the turn 1 knockout, which is very intimidating if you're Beckett. I know with Volkner in hand, that guarantees a Zapdos knockout with JW's deck. So JW's got to be feeling confident about that. It's one of the most powerful parts about playing the Lightning deck is that it's got the speed factor, most definitely. So unless Beckett opened the biggest attacker in his deck, which would be the Guzzlord, he might be in for a short game. We also have to see who's going first. Having that Colorless in hand just feels very bad. So Beckett waiting on a top deck, and unfortunate. I hate when you're at a tournament and you're sitting and you're waiting for the round to start and your hand is bad. So you're sitting there and you're really just kind of, stewing in it, wondering what your top deck is, and just thinking about how you're going to try and fight your way out of this suboptimal opening hand. And JW is 1-0. He's feeling good about the Lightning deck. We had tested this deck together leading up to the event, and I think he's pretty confident with it. So excited to see how it goes for him. I know Beckett was excited to play the Dark type deck today. It's got a lot of different possibilities, a lot of different attackers it can go with. Very high power level. And wow, JW's got the Amoga start. That is absurd. Who's going first? It's Beckett. Oh no. Oh no. Not like this. JW has to have prized his... No, has to have prized his Zapdos. And JW has just got to be excited. If Zapdos is in the deck, it's over. This Quick Ball will decide it. With no other bench Pokemon, JW is going to go straight for the Zapdos. There it is, Lightning, and this is game. Sad. Extremely sad. All right, so JW is going to win. I'm going to ask if they'll play a fun game for this stream because I'm not trying to be done this quick. JW Kriewall, Flex Daddy Righteous. How you doing, JW?
Doing really well. Hello, little flexers.
Yes, so yesterday finished top 4.
I did.
With your very own Galarian Moltres or Shifu.
That's right.
Galarian Articuno creation. Now we are playing Gym Leader Challenge format. How's the change of pace?
It's certainly different. There's a lot more to keep track of. You saw, I almost, in that last game that we played, I had to remember, oh yeah, Zoroark, how much damage does it do, right? Because I had the Quick Ball in hand, and I opted not to play it because I knew, okay, he can knock out my Zapdos. So, like, there's just a lot more moving pieces. And then I totally forgot about the Prism Energy being, like, one of the only ways if I don't use Counter to get my Raikou powered up. So I, made a few little errors. Luckily, it was just a... fun game. But
unlike the first game.
Which total dominance.
Yeah, not fun.
Well, fun for one of us.
Fun for one of us. That is one of the benefits of playing the Lightning deck is that it is the fastest deck in Gym Leader Challenge format.
Lightning and Dark, right? Because Dark also has Hoopa, but Lightning has the Zapdos. So I really feel like I was telling people that I was going to play Dark. And I said that on the cast.
Chad said you did a bait and switch.
No, it's not quite true because, well, the thing about Lightning is that there are a lot of parallels to Dark. Yeah. And the way that I was building Lightning, I didn't see that, right? But you have the Pokemon that takes 2 prizes.
Yep.
Guzzlord.
They're very similar.
You have Guzzlord and Raikou.
Right?
You got the Zapdos and the Hoopa, basically the same card.
Yep.
And then,
a lot of damage buffs.
A lot of damage buffs, right?
Both,
you got Electro Power,
Muscle Band, and Dark Claw.
Dark Claw, exactly. And then the only difference is that Dark does not have a draw engine, whereas Lightning does. So I was like, okay, I want to draw cards, and I feel like, for the most part, I can at least try to outplay opponents if I can at least see the cards that I need.
Exactly. So Lightning definitely has one of the most robust draw engines in Gym Leader Challenge format. We saw you just like being able to just waste your hands away.
Well, the sprint is so good. I feel like people are a little afraid of discarding, but then you got the trump card. You cycle
keep that wheel turning.
Exactly.
Totally fine. Now, are there any matchups that you are a little concerned about with the Lightning deck? Things you think might be a little tougher to beat?
No.
You think you got the best deck in the room?
I have the best deck in the room.
Oh, he's confident.
I had the best deck yesterday. I had the best deck today. Fighting could be kind of sus. Maybe Grass, if I had to give an answer.
I think Fighting and Grass are your 2 toughest matchups.
But I think
Water's one of the best decks.
Water's very, very dominant here today, so I feel good if I hit into that matchup. Anything can happen, obviously. But I beat a Water deck already today. So
did you?
Feeling good. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's I think the Water matchup's one of your better ones. Obviously, you're hitting it for weakness. Zapdos doesn't hit for weakness, but like
that's right.
You're a very fast deck. Water's like a turn 3, 4, once it's established, then it's huge. But
right.
It does take a few turns to get there.
There's a lot of ways you can really punish their setups. If they only get one Frostmoth into play, just knock that out, or the lone Squirtle or something. Like, there's a lot of things you can do with the Zapdos. They really hurt them early.
Exactly. And then Grass, I think, is probably one of the toughest matchups just because the guys are huge. So, like, when they lead, like, Zarude or Shining Genesis,
you're kind of
Zapdos
screwed.
is, like,
it's
taking
not the
that
best.
knockout.
Right.
Like, Zapdos is going to poke it for 80, and then those guys get powered up very quick and are just, like, slapping your Zapdos down.
That's another matchup where you really need to rely on the Zapdos Gust, right?
Yes.
Because if you can get, like, the Grookey, if you can knock that out, then you really cut, the snake off at the head, so.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Oh, Metal. If Metal's playing a tanky deck, I don't know that I've ever tested this matchup. Versus
Metal, I'm not too worried about it. I mean, because like Fighting as well, it seems like a lower tier archetype in this meta. And again, by lower tier, I don't mean necessarily bad because all the decks are playable except maybe Fairy. But Fighting, I wasn't too concerned about. I wasn't really that concerned about.
Fighting can be insane if they just go turn 2 Donphan, though.
Oh, for sure. There's a lot of really good things about every deck, every archetype. But in terms of what I think is the most consistent, like Water, Grass, Lightning, obviously.
Water,
Dark,
Grass, Lightning are my 3 picks. Those were the decks I handed out. I handed out those 3 decks to my friends today and was like, all right, you with water, please top 8. You with grass, please do me proud at top 8.
Absolutely.
You with lightning, you know.
Absolutely.
We had talked about the list quite a bit. We got Michael Zele's playing my lightning deck, which is the same. It's like 58.
There's a couple cards.
Yeah, JW always say it's 58 of the same.
Well,
cards.
I have the perfect list. Zele has like a close, close copy. So yeah, 58 of the same cards.
So my lightning list, you took. Changed 2 cards.
Yep.
Now you have the perfect list that you made.
That's right. That I made. That I created. I created the perfect list. Yes. For sure. Same with Virginia Regionals.
Yeah, same with Virginia Regionals. Right, that we had worked together on the deck.
Yes.
You changed 2 cards
the night before.
Perfect deck. You made it.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Well, results speak for themselves.
For sure, they do. And history remembers.
Winners, it absolutely does.
Winners,
unfortunately, I couldn't get there yesterday, but today.
Yeah, so no one's remembering yesterday.
True.
Yeah, all I remember is Zele.
For sure.
Beating Shadow Rider in the finals.
That was insane.
Yes, that was insane.
That was so
what
insane.
What a sack.
That should never happen.
And the thing is like, we talk about like, oh, that was a unfortunate game that we saw on stream. We're playing best of 1, like a Zapdos dunk or whatever. Game 2 was really good. We saw the thing is like, if at any point he gusts up your Raikou and knocks it out, you're having a bad time. And you could see that Raikou coming from a mile away.
Well, and that's the problem. Well, I prized kind of awkward because I just didn't have a backup attacker. Like I had Zapdos and Raikou, and that was pretty much it because I couldn't get into my Ampharos because I had my Flaffy prize, and then I couldn't get into the Luxray because I had the whole line prized.
Right.
So I didn't have, there's those 4 attackers. You're really relying on being able to use Raikou at least once a game and then using Zapdos like a ton early. So yeah, like you said, if he was able to gust it up, knock it out, I was going to be in a bad place.
It's funny how like the Gym Leader Challenge decks, when we first started building these decks, it was like 20 Pokemon, 22 Pokemon.
Yeah.
And then you kind of like, you get down to the cream of the crop pretty quick.
Well, I built Lightning first, and it was like with Magnezone and Raikou.
Yeah, me too.
And Electric. And
I
thought
the other Raikou seemed insane. The
Raikou seemed disgusting.
He was so big.
It was very large, and so you try to tank that thing. But then the problem with that is that now a lot of decks are able to hit the 200 numbers relatively easily.
Well, like by turn 4 or 5,
Yeah.
So like it's it's like he's not like he'll survive the early hits, but later on, if you're bringing him back later on, it's a lot to charge him up.
Right.
To just get 1 hit KO'd. Because getting that Magnezone online is kind of exhausting. Electric, Dynamotor once, but now you got Flaffy, and there's not even the Electric in this list.
There is no Electric in this list.
I think.
I mean, there's just so few energy. Really, the turns that you're going to use Flaffy are.
Did you put the 4th Lightning in?
I did not.
You did, and you're fine.
I'm fine.
Totally
it's a
fine.
little bit.
He came into my studio and he's like, "I need a Lightning energy." He's like,
That's
"I'm
the
putting
one
the 4th
thing.
Lightning in." I was like, "No." He's like, "You only play 7 energy." Like. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one thing I conceded, right? Because the other thing too that you can do with Lightning that is really oppressive is send forth your disconnector, send forth Luxio.
Yeah.
And like that should win a lot of matchups just on its own too.
Turn 1.
It's insane.
It's
insane.
Going
second is so good with Lightning for sure.
Absolutely. Well, I'm excited to see how your tournament progresses. There are quite a few control decks out there. Are you worried about running into any of those?
Absolutely not. 100% not. I want to.
What I love is that like we kind of had our team, our group. Like JW and I test for tournaments together.
Oh,
you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Put our brains, knock them together.
Yeah.
So like we're like a unit. It's Zele and all of us, and then there's like the Caleb Gedemers and the Azules, and I love those guys. We're great friends.
Yeah.
But like when it comes to tournaments,
we don't talk.
We don't talk.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you kind of leaked it to Trainer Chip. I don't know what
I showed him because I have less stock in this because I'm not playing.
Yeah, you don't care.
So I was just like, I just want someone to take my deck and win.
Yeah.
But
maybe Zele will do that. I will not be doing that.
Right, because you have your own deck.
Because I have my own deck.
Yes, right. But yeah, no, we're good friends. But then when it comes to competition, we're trying to win, so we're not gonna like be leaking our decks to each other.
Yeah, for sure.
It's understood that like all right, well, we're kind of a team, and you guys are kind of a team, and that's
it is kind of weird.
Fun. It is fun. It's a friendly.
Well,
that's what makes the game
the
fun.
thing too is
it's
like
a friendly rivalry.
Well,
right?
and it's like you would ask like, well, why doesn't everybody just join up to a super team? But the problem with that is then people just will split into their own little factions.
Within you got to keep it small. You got to keep it small.
Like, a handful of people. And
exactly, because then you start getting into like weird, like, oh, why didn't you tell me about this? Why didn't you tell me about that? Yeah. So
or why did you tell this other person not in the group about this?
Yes. Right. Exactly. So like you gotta. It's well, that's part of what building relationships and friendships in the Pokemon TCG is about. Sharing with your close friends and trying to work together, because ultimately it's a competition. So you're trying to work together to form a game-winning strategy, and the competition is fun and friendly.
Well, and I also find too is that it gives me more stake if I do poorly.
Yeah.
Because then I feel like I succeeded if a friend makes a deep
I
run
because we
with
worked
a deck.
together on it.
Right.
That's how I felt watching you win Richmond, man.
Bro, thank you.
Yeah, man.
Thank
I was proud of you, bro.
Thank you.
Yeah. And Zele and Brady got his first day too.
Well, I was proud of you at US Nats.
Thanks, man.
2018?
Yeah,
that was an insane run. Yeah, that was such a good deck too.
It was an insane deck, right? We worked together on that. So watching friends succeed really is, especially on a deck that y'all worked on together, right? That it really means a lot. And one of the most, probably the most proud I ever felt was watching Natalie at the finals of the.
Oh my gosh!
I know,
that was really cool.
I was like crying, bro.
Aww.
I was all sorts of messed up.
Yeah.
But yeah, so lots of friendly rivalries here in the house today. Really excited to see what deck comes out on top. Thank you for joining us here at JW. We're going to be right back with round 3 at the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash Gym Leader Challenge event in just a moment. Gearing up for the 3rd round of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize Gym Leader Challenge event. You know him, you love him, Michael Zele. Michael Zele getting kicked off with a turn 1 town map, revealing all 6 of his prize cards and amazing Raikou on the bench. And it's going to pass it over to Lance. Lance has got a spicy poison dark deck, which I am really excited to see in action. You see that Burbank City Gym? Let's go. That is so cool to see. Burbank City Gym increases the amount of damage that your poisoned Pokemon takes between turns, and Lance going in with a Trick Shovel as well. This is a tricky deck and has got Ball Guy and Level Ball. Now, unfortunately, no draw for Lance in the hand, and Dark notoriously does not have any Pokemon that are great at helping to draw cards. Lance does also play the Guzzlord, as we can see, and maybe plays the Crobat line. We'll have to see if Lance plays the Crobat line. It can maybe get Zubat and Crobat out. Oh, a red card? Man, there are some really, really cool cards in this list. I think I see a Marnie in Zele's hand, though. So whatever Lance gets into play is going to, or whatever Lance has in his hand is going to get Marnie to the bottom of the deck, which is fine, because Lance's hand is like not super great. So I'm sure he will not mind getting Marnied at all. And of course that Garbodor is really sweet to see. Garbodor evolves, or Garbodor can inflict poison if there's a stadium in play. So a really nice addition to this dark type deck. It's got the Poisonous Puddle ability. Now, something that is going to be really fascinating about today is, for everybody that wants some sweet behind-the-scenes knowledge, is that I have all of, the relevant cards that I might need for Standard downloaded onto my computer. I do not necessarily have every single card that could be played in Gym Leader Challenge downloaded to my computer. First of all, I don't even know what cards are relevant in Gym Leader Challenge. The format is brand new. So, I am going to be downloading these images on the fly as I commentate today. So here you are, Garbodor with its Poisonous Puddle ability can, inflict poison, goes very well with the Burbank City Gym. I see Lance setting up his board. Zorua, fantastic card, can Ascension. And it looks like Zele actually has Volkner, so is not going to be Marnieing Lance. Lance only has a single card hand, so you wouldn't want to Marnie that, because you're just giving your opponent more cards. And Zele may opt to just go grab Zebstrika with this Volkner and start sprinting. I actually like that, because Zebstrika's sprint ability is going to allow Zele to start churning through the deck. And we do see that Zele has that Prism Energy prize. That means that Amazing Raikou is not going to be able to use its attack unless Zele is behind on prizes. So there are some ways that you can cook up a quick knockout with Raikou. You have to set up your Magneton. This deck plays a Magneton. Magneton can call signal and blow itself up. Gives your opponent a prize, but then you take 3 supporters from the deck and you put them into your hand. So a very explosive, get it? Explosive. Very explosive card. Oh, and I'm realizing this is, yes, indeed, a battle of the moderators. How could I forget? Lance, you may know Lance as AAB from the Tricky Gym Discord and moderation team on Twitch. So big shout out to Lance. And thanks for all of the support you provide to the channel. Looks like Zele is just going to sprint with that Zebstrika, draw some cards, but Lance is not seeing a lot of cards that are going to help this current situation. Now, Zele has the counter energy, but what's crazy is that counter energy doesn't actually provide the double energy until Zele's behind on prizes. The only way Zele can go behind on prizes is to use Call Signal Magneton. Is Zele going to attach the energy and just like commit to trying to get that Magneton into play? Could be a potential strategy we see, but no. Ditches the counter energy, digs deeper into the deck. We've got Emolga and Timer Ball. And I love this Emolga artwork. I think this Emolga artwork is one of my favorite Pokemon cards of all time. It is a beautiful Emolga artwork. Unfortunately, Lance not having a great showing. Just biding some time, waiting to get set up while Zele just sprints through the deck. Literally sprints with Zebstrika. And Zele playing in those awesome Dragon Shield Tricky Gym sleeves. Big thanks to Zele for showing those off. Zele was adamant about playing in the Tricky Gym Dragon Shield sleeves. All right, here's a double colorless energy. And we might see, okay, an attack from Trubbish. Now, if I'm Lance here, I think I actually prefer to attach that double colorless to Guzzlord. Just start powering up the Guzzlord, right? Because the Guzzlord is probably the best part about the deck. You really want to have that DCE somewhere where it can make a difference. So I think having the DCE, doing 20 damage for a double colorless energy just feels very bad. Now, Zele is going to trump card and shuffle the entire discard pile back into the deck. We love to see it. Lysander's trump card was only legal for 2 sets before it was banned infamously from standard format back in 2015. 2015, Lysander's trump card wreaked havoc on the Pokemon trading card game. Came out in the winter of 2014. Reads, each player shuffles all cards in his or her deck or discard pile back into their deck, except for Lysander's trump card. Now, this card didn't become super... Oh, Zele shuffled his hand in? Oh, man. Did Zele just game state major? Bro, dude. Zele. I got a stream to run, man. Oh, I'm never going to forgive him for that. Oh, man. Zele. Oh, you dog. What am I going to do for 30 minutes? Yeah, Zele gets unmodded for that for sure. What am I going to do for 30 minutes, Zele? All right, I'm here with Lance of the Tricky Gym moderation team. How you doing, Lance?
Doing all right. I think we're going to get a moderator either way.
Yes, we were going to have a moderator win that game. It was very exciting. But, yeah, okay, there just seems to be some rust out here. A lot of people playing paper cards for the first time. How's your experience been over the weekend? Standard event yesterday, Gym Leader Challenge today. How's it been going?
Both days, I'm trying to do something different. Yesterday's different, didn't really work. Today's different, is seemingly working. From what I understand, I'm one of a very few dark lists, so I'm feeling good about that. Yeah,
very cool. I mean, Dark has such powerful attacks available to it. And we see that you're playing some disruptive cards as well.
Well,
you like now your choice yesterday, Glaceon. Now we see cards like Red Card.
Yes.
Trick Shovel. Yes. Are you a player who likes to play a more disruptive strategy?
So when I was building this list, I started by looking at the banned cards list and built from there. And then and then
so sick.
Testing in the Discord and stuff. There's an initial discussion of disruption and control and playing around status conditions. So I'm like, okay, well, people hate Hypnotoxic Laser, so I'm going to run Poison.
Right.
I got some of those dudes. And then, frankly, on my way over here this morning, I asked myself, what's my main attacker? And I got Guzzlord, but...
Right. Yes, you can inflict all this, poison and stuff. But who's putting the team on their back,
So... it's Wheezing, actually. And setting up the Krogunk, setting up one of the gyms to either keep Poison on the board or do two more.
That's so cool.
Yeah. I think I cut a stadium, so I'm up at 3 right now.
Nice. That's very cool. So you can get Galarian Wheezing into the active position, lock abilities. It poisons for 4, then you can increase with more poison, poison for 6, and then you can increase even further with the stadium, right? So you can poison for 9?
8. I think
8.
It's
that's
2,
really
and
cool.
4.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Well, and the other thing is you can also use the muck to drop 6 plus everything.
Wow.
Which it can, if the opponent doesn't have an answer, it can get pretty oppressive.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. Wow.
I did have a challenge remembering to take prizes because I wasn't getting my knockouts through attacking. It was through poison. We were good because I was like, oh yeah, that's my dude.
Yeah, I mean, things like this happen even at the highest level of Pokemon play. Things like game state errors and stuff. That's why judging staff's very important to have. We do have the benefit of being on stream, so I was able to call down to the stream table a couple of times. But as we as a community get back into playing more paper cards, I think that everybody will get more in the habit of of just knowing how to keep a game state alive. It is something that if you don't do for a year and a half,
it gets
you don't use it, you lose it.
Yep, and there's just the natural flow, and you got to remember all the different parts. Just remembering to do each one and just not getting too in the zone.
I know. Marnie, I think, is the hardest one for me to remember.
Yes, we've seen a couple of those today.
Have we? Oh, yeah. Marnie, and it's just, here goes the hand into the deck. And
Yep, on the bottom.
That's rough. Well, really appreciate you making the trip out, Lance.
No problem.
Proud to see you're doing well with this Poison Dark deck.
Yeah.
And good luck on the rest of your matches.
Thanks,
man.
dude.
Yep, of course. All right, these players are getting set up for the 4th round of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize gym leader challenge event. We have got Caleb Gedemer on the left with a colorless control deck versus Bernie Wright with a water type deck. Bernie is currently 3-0, Caleb Gedemer 2-0-1. Bernie opening with the turn 1 Bridget. Going to have to be careful. That Galar Mine in play is going to keep Bernie from being able to retreat the Staryu for free. The Staryu does have free retreats, but Galar Mine going to make it so that is a little bit more difficult to accomplish. Turn 1 Bridget, exactly what you want to see if you are a water deck, being able to search out all of your various basic Pokemon to spring them into play. Now, looks like this colorless deck plays, like 60 different cards. I mean, it is like, it is literally 60 different cards. There are 60 cards on this colorless deck list, which is so sick, right? There are 3 different energies, only 1 basic energy, there's 1 capture energy, 1 recycle energy. 60 different cards. And you already know that the star of the colorless deck is going to be that resource management Oranguru. Oranguru is the star of the show. With his resource management ability, is capable of getting 3 cards back from the discard pile and putting them onto the bottom of the deck. And then with cards like Chinchino, you can really churn through the deck and kind of get access to these cards over and over again. Now, the nature of Gym Leader Challenge format is that you can only play 1 of each card in your deck, but with the Oranguru, you can make it so that it's like you have more than 1 card in your deck, because you get to reuse the cards over and over again. Now, it looks like Bernie is going to be going for Snom, Sobble, and Lapras. I think that going for the Snom is going to potentially be Bernie's demise. Taking a look at Bernie's list, if you are Caleb, right, your whole goal as the colorless deck is going to be to try to lock one of Bernie's Pokemon in the active position. Taking a quick look, maybe Bernie does not have access to Blastoise this game, but Frostmoth is a pitiful attacker, right? And Frostmoth can only accelerate energy to the bench. So if you are Caleb, you're looking at this game and you're saying like, okay, who am I going to trap active? And you already know it's going to be the Frostmoth. Aurora Beam only does 30 damage. Ice Dance can't accelerate to the active position. So Caleb has definitely got his eyes on the Frostmoth as being a great target to stall. And really Blastoise is going to be the superior energy accelerator in this matchup, because Blastoise can accelerate energy anywhere on the board. So if a Pokemon does get stuck by some chance, then you can accelerate energy to it at the very least. But I think that this water is extremely powerful in Gym Leader Challenge format, but it does not play a ton of switch cards. So that really is the kind of the determining factor in a matchup against Control. It's going to be, can you play enough switch cards in order to take all 6 prizes? Now, Control is definitely a viable archetype in the Gym Leader Challenge format, because you have to take 6 individual prizes. There's no Pokemon EX, Pokemon GX, Pokemon VMAX to speed up the pace of the game. So having to go through individual prizes gives the Control player a lot of time to be able to set up a hand lock or set up a win condition. I would say that it would be very helpful if Bernie could set up that Octillery. Octillery can help you to draw cards and stay clear of the hand lock situation. But we'll see if Octillery is available to Bernie in this game. Second energy going on to the Staryu in the active, since Staryu has free retreats. With Galar Mine in play, then that will be a retreat of 2. So with 2 energy attached, Bernie's going to be able to retreat that. And then Ice Dance just powering up the Lapras. And I think that Bernie needs to be careful with where these energy go, right? That's like the one thing. I like Bernie's decision to put an energy on Lapras. You know, Lapras, if it gets the last energy, will be able to knock out an Oranguru, but decided to just be a little bit more conservative and kind of spread the energy around. Something else that is cool is that if Bernie can establish a Starmie, there it is, right? You can use Starmie to get energy back from the discard pile. And we're seeing Bernie just kind of load up the board with water energy, right? Which makes a lot of sense because Bernie is kind of very aware of the strategy that Caleb is trying to execute. Caleb is going to try and deck Bernie out. So Bernie is trying to protect those benched Pokemon by accelerating energy onto them preemptively. Now, most Gym Leader Challenge decks, we'll just play a copy of Floatstone and a copy of Tate and Liza and a copy of Guzma as like their switch cards. There's like 3-ish, 3-ish switch cards, especially in the water deck. Water plays a notoriously low number of switch cards. Taking a look at the switch outs that Bernie has access to in this matchup, it looks like Bernie has a Air Balloon, Bernie has a Floatstone, Bernie has a Guzma, and a Cynthia and Caitlyn to get the Guzma back. So I like that, and Verseeker to get the Guzma back, which is good. And that is it. There is no Tate and Liza, and there's Tate and Liza. So that those are Bernie's switch outs. Now, Caleb is going to be very aware of what Bernie's switch outs or switch potentials might be. In Gym Leader Challenge format, there are only a handful of switch cards you might play. You might play 1 copy of Switch. You might play 1 copy of Escape Rope. You might play 1 copy of Floatstone. You probably play, every deck plays 1 copy of Floatstone. I honestly don't think, that's one of those cards that just goes in every single deck because it's so good. Maybe you play a copy of Air Balloon. Maybe you play a copy of Bird Keeper, Maybe you play a copy of Tate and Liza. That's always something to kind of keep in mind. Maybe you definitely play Guzma. Every single deck plays Guzma. Switch Raft, there's Water has access to Switch Raft, which is just strictly better than Switch in Water, which is pretty funny. Now, Bernie draws into a Timer Ball, so is going to get to use potentially Drizzile, Shady Dealing's ability, to go get a trainer out of the deck, which would be pretty busted. Let's take a look at that Drizzile, Shady Dealings. We did get 1 heads off of Timer Ball, and we'll see if Bernie has access to that Drizzile. Might be prized. We'll see. If it is, then I'm going to need a different strategy here. Maybe we go with, we already got rid of the Rare Candy, so Octillery, right? And then if you have a basic search, you can go get yourself a Remoraid and then draw cards that way. So it's a tough situation for Bernie trying to map out how these prize cards are going to get taken. Caleb, keeping calm, keeping his time, keeping his composure, has 40 minutes to try and achieve deck out. So that is going to be Caleb's goal, right? The Swiss rounds are a little bit longer, as 6 prize games in a singleton format, in a single prize format, can take a little bit longer. We didn't want too many people having feel bads of like, oh, well, I didn't have enough time to play my game. So I think 40-minute Swiss rounds, single game Swiss, to just have enough time for players to execute their strategies, make sure that they weren't feeling too rushed, especially since a lot of players are maybe not, not super fresh on some of game mechanics. Having been a while since the last paper tournament that they have played in, I mean, I'm certainly rusty and have been a little bit out of practice for commentating a paper tournament. Caleb going to make do, start drawing some cards. Pidgeotto's airmail, and we can see how Caleb's really picking up the pace of play. Caleb knows that he is going to have to hustle in order to achieve this hand lock. But fortunately for Caleb, Bernie's not really doing much in the way of disrupting Caleb's strategy. Caleb is kind of more or less able to craft out a game plan while this Lapras just slugs away in the active. And it looks like Caleb playing a trainer's mail, can see town map. So this is interesting. Town map in the control deck. But town map doesn't take prizes. But control doesn't take prizes. Maybe this control deck can take prizes. But definitely fascinating to see. There are some pretty good cards in the prizes. And the wild thing about playing control in Gym Leader Challenge format is that every single card is a one-of. I mean, they're all one-of. This is literally... Can you Peonia? Oh, you can Peonia with your... I thought it had to be face down. Does it have to be face down? I guess not. All right, let's pull up Peonia and take a look. I thought that... I just assumed that Peonia had to be face down because... No, put up to 3 prize cards in your hand, then for each prize card you put in your hand, put a card from your hand face down as a prize card. So then you do reverse. Yeah, it's hilarious. Okay, so this is really, really funny. So with Town Map and Peonia, Town Map, you could flip your prizes over. Peonia, you could go get the prizes that you want and put them into your hand, and then you have to put them face down, right? You have to put them face down when you put them back. So that is a really funny interaction that I've never seen before. So Town Map and Peonia being played together so that you can get exactly what you want out of your prize cards. Only in Gym Leader Challenge format we see in strategies like that seeing play. So that was a really cool little trick there. Of course, Caleb is a world-class Pokemon trading card game player, so he is very experienced at building these sorts of control-style decks, and has an absolutely awesome colorless control deck on display. Gallermine still stuck there. Rangaroo in the active position, and Bernie just going to take a knockout. Go to 3 prizes remaining. So Caleb is under pressure to make some things happen. Now, with Audino in the active position, that Audino has an ability that allows you to just draw a card once during your turn if it's in the active position with its hearing ability. That is Audino from Unified Minds with its hearing ability. So we'll go ahead and pull that up as well. Unified Minds, the second to last Sun and Moon set. Audino was a card that was never quite good enough to see play in standard format, but one of the fascinating things about Gym Leader Challenge is that you kind of have to play some cards that are, I think in Grant Manley's Poke Beach article on Gym Leader Challenge, he said you end up inevitably having to play some bad cards, which is funny. I mean, obviously in the range of playability and quality, there are some cards that are better than other cards. Audino, it was never good enough to see play in standard format, but Audino in this colorless control deck just gives you an extra card. And then combined with Chinchino and Pidgeotto, now we have a single unified strategy. So something that I really love about something that I really love about Gym Leader Challenge is that in a standard format or in a format without the singleton limit, you would just see this control deck with 4 Cinccino in it, right? It would be a 4-4 Cinccino line. And how fun is that, right? Obviously, it would be able to set up very consistently, and you would just see make do, make do, make do, make do. Or you would see Pidgeotto, like a 4-4 Pidgeotto line, and it would just be airmail, 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 right? But then in Gym Leader Challenge, part of the challenge is that you have to build a deck with only using one of each card. So instead of just make do, make do, make do, airmail, 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 we see hearing, we see make do, we see airmail, we see, I think at the beginning of the game, we saw Snorlax with its Gorman-Dai's ability. You have all these different kinds of ways to try and win the game. And now we're finally seeing this this stall strategy come into effect from Caleb. Caleb going with the counter catcher, going to bring that Frostmoth, and I told you it was going to be the Frostmoth. I knew it was going to be the Frostmoth. Frostmoth is who Caleb is targeting down. As soon as the Snom hit the bench, I was like, that's, and Caleb knew too, you know, that's the target, right? So Bernie does have a Guzma, and will be able to take a knockout this turn. Now, something that concerns me about Bernie's board state, yes, is no Octillery. So this Brooklet Hill will be able to get Remoraid, and at this point, Bernie just has to establish Octillery. Once I think Octillery is established, with Bernie only having 2 prizes left to take, I think that with only 2 prizes left to take, if Octillery is established, then Caleb will not be able to hand lock, and Bernie will be able to go, hopefully draw into what I need, and then, knockout game. So, this is going to be a tough spot for Caleb to be in. Caleb is going to have to start doing some hand lock maneuvers in order to get Bernie out of this win condition, because Bernie's only got 2 knockouts left. So Caleb knows it's crunch time, and he's looking through his deck, and he's like, okay, what do I have access to? What can I find? What's going to help me? What do I need to discard? Battle Compressor is an incredibly good card in Gym Leader Challenge format, because all Control wants to do is get to the bottom of the deck as quickly as possible. So Battle Compressor is going to allow Caleb to kind of trim out all the fat of his remaining deck and hopefully find the cards that he needs in order to instate a hand lock. Now we do see Reset Stamp is in there, and Reset Stamp will be able to limit Bernie's hand. I think that might be something that Caleb is reaching for. There's also a huge Regigigas in that deck also, and Caleb is definitely cooking. There are so many different game actions that are going to be required from Caleb's deck coming down the line. Hearing for 1, Scoop Up Nets. We've got Pidgeotto. This is actually really sick. So you can airmail twice with Scoop Up Net, right? Because you airmail and you pick a card, and then you could Scoop Up Net the Pidgeotto, lay the Pidgey down onto the Ditto, and then it's as if that, it's not like evolving, it's just like as if the Ditto was always a Pidgey. And then you can evolve straight into Pidgeotto. I believe that is a possible interaction, so that is a really cool thing that we could see Caleb do. And we see Caleb does play Target Whistle in the deck, which is super rad, right? Because even if your opponent doesn't put down a liability, Caleb can just Target Whistle the liability onto the bench and then trap it active. So we're going to see Transform into Skitty, Skitty into Delcatty. I love this Delcatty card. Gets you 2 supporter cards from the discard pile back into the hand. It is Delcatty from Cosmic Eclipse. Got the Search for Friends ability. And that Ditto from Boundaries Crossed, also just so cool. Did I say Cosmic Eclipse? Is from Celestial Storm. Excuse me. Delcatty from Celestial Storm. And with the Scoop Up Net, wow. Look at this powerful turn. Lieutenant Surge's strategy, allowing Caleb to play up to 3 supporters this turn. And now N to limit both players' hands, or to limit Bernie's hand, and give Caleb a refreshed hand to 6 cards. And this is all without Chinchino. This deck is really starting to pop off, and Caleb also has access to the Robo Sub. With Robo Sub, he's not going to be forfeiting a prize unless Bernie is able to find a draw card off of this N to 2, and that's why I thought it was so important that Bernie get that Remoraid on the bench this turn, because with Remoraid, Bernie could possibly find a Pokemon search out to go get Octillery and start drawing cards. Caleb's got Trainer's Mail again, sees Acrobike. Acrobike is just another dig out to see a couple more cards. And there we go, Acrobike. Tate and Liza and Cynthia and Caitlin. Cynthia and Caitlin get a supporter back from the discard pile as well, and we can see how much retrieval there is. Cynthia and Caitlin also grows the hand. So I think we're going to probably see a Cynthia and Caitlin discarding the Tropical Beach at this point. It's beyond Tropical Beach time, more than likely. And you know the control deck also plays Lusamine, so that it can get those stadiums back from the discard pile. And supporters. Lusamine is one of the best cards available to a control deck, and that's one of the draws of playing control at this Gym Leader Challenge event, is that all, you know, a lot of the good, talented deck builders are like, oh, all the cards that are banned from Expanded are legal? Well, let me try my hand at building an absolutely cracked control deck, right? There's just a big draw there, because a lot of players aren't going to know how to play against a control deck. So, we have got Ditto from Boundaries Cross back on the bench. We've seen this Delcatty putting in work, and it looks like Caleb is going to go in Resource Management one more time. And Caleb is trying to set up this board to get the lock this next turn. Caleb knows that Bernie is going to go down to 1 prize, and Caleb wants that to happen, frankly, because that is going to give Caleb more power to remove Bernie's hand. So that is the idea. I want to see if I can pull up that Ditto from Boundaries Crossed. That Ditto from Boundaries Crossed is one of my favorite Dittos of all time. It is super cool. Super, super cool. We're almost there. Boundaries Crossed was what? I guess black and white set number 3 or 4? 4. All right. That's crazy. It's been such a long time. Let's see. Is it 4? Maybe. No, it's not 4. It's been a long time. Long time. But that Ditto is really cool because it can transform into... It's 5, isn't it? Transform into different Pokemon, as Ditto are known to do. It's not 5. It's 6. It's got to be 6. I know. I'm looking through my image database to try and find this Ditto. Yeah, this is totally it. No, it's not 6, is it? It's totally 7. All right. Insane pro commentating and also running the switcher. Let's get it. It is 7. Let's go. I found it. I found the Ditto. I thought it was black and white 4. Here you are, a big, beautiful blob. Ditto. Fascinating card. His transformability is so cool. Bernie is at just a single prize card remaining. Caleb needs to instate the lock now. It is go time. It is go time for Caleb. Caleb getting the Delcatty out. Delcatty can get supporters back from the discard pile. Ditto can transform into whoever it wants, right? And then when you put a Pokemon onto the Ditto, it's as if it was always that Pokemon. So then it can evolve so long as the Ditto has been in play for a turn, which is one of like the genius things about this deck. Now, unfortunately for Bernie was not able to get that Remoraid evolved up into an Octillery. That's exactly what Caleb needs in order to get ahead. Caleb needs to, and by get ahead, I mean really there is no getting ahead in prize cards, okay? But in order to instate the hand lock, Caleb needed Bernie to not have a draw to 5. I mean, look, how valuable would it have been if Bernie could have just set up the Octillery and use Abyssal Hand to draw to 5, but with no onboard draw power. That means that Caleb is going to be live for a Gust and Stall scenario. A Gust and Stall, yeah. So I think that Caleb has got everything that he wants going on right now. And imagine, this is what's so sweet. Ditto, transform into Minccino, evolve into Cinccino. That's what this Ditto allows this Singleton deck to do. That transform ability never really saw any play in standard format, but that Ditto is an all-star in these colorless decks, allowing you to rearrange your board, you know, kind of on the fly. Now, I believe that Caleb just played Delinquent to completely discard Bernie's hand and is now going to use Chip Chip Ice Axe. The hand lock has been instated. Delinquent, making your opponent discard 3 cards from their hand and also discards a stadium card. So Bernie, now handless, at the mercy of this control deck. Chip Chip Ice Axe to look at the top 3 cards of Bernie's deck and put 1 on top of the deck, shuffle the rest. And here comes Counter Catcher up the Remoraid. And Caleb already knows that the top card of the deck is not a switch out because he put it there. So he knows. Now Caleb is going to, and this is what's crazy, is that it's even, I guess with Octillery, you could still like loop Hex and stuff. So it's certainly very possible. We see Chip Chip, Scoop Up Net, Reset Stamp. Again, Caleb's got to figure out how to deck Bernie out now, right? It's not just a matter of like, okay, I got the hand lock, woohoo. You know, Bernie's still got a thick deck over there, okay? And Bernie only has 1 prize left. So if something goes wrong, Bernie wins. If Bernie gets Verse Seeker, Bernie wins. If Bernie gets Tate and Liza, Bernie wins, right? Oh, and Caleb played Hex, so Bernie can't even trade. Oh my gosh, can't you star me to trade the card in hand for some energy to retreat this Remoraid? That is so wild. Wow. So Bernie's just going to sit with the card in hand and say, okay, hoping that you can't do it in the amount of time you have remaining. Cinccino. And we got Airmail coming down from Pidgeotto. We're going to have a Make Do in our future shortly as well. And it's time to rinse, wash, and repeat with a Rangaroo. Delcatty bringing the supporters back. And that's the crazy thing about this deck. Like, look at it go. Delcatty brings the supporters back. Scoop Up Net resets the Delcatty. You could just keep bringing the supporters back turn after turn, meaning that you get to play 3 supporters a turn every single turn. Surge, Balelba and Bryson Man, Lysander, and here we go. This is the lock. Chip Chip, check the top of the deck, give him a bad card, shuffle the rest up, and then Caleb's got to put more cards into the deck. Here's Galar Mine, so the retreat now is much harder. And has Hex Maniac and Scoop Up Net to reset the Delcatty, and with a 0-card deck, Resource Management is going to put the perfect 3 cards back into the deck. And with the Delcatty, the lock is perfect. This is the perfect lock. Caleb can play 3 supporter cards every single turn, but this is where you have to be an experienced control player. You cannot just pick up this colorless deck and just know how to do it. Caleb has been building and playing control decks for years. And Caleb has played while every single one of these cards has been standard legal. Caleb has been playing the Pokemon trading card game competitively for a long time, multiple-time World Championship qualifier, knows exactly what kind of win condition he is going for. Delcatty, again, going to fish out 2 more supporter cards from the discard pile. And we loop. Airmail, we'll get one of those 2 cards. Surge, Belelba and Bryson Man. Mill the Rescue Stretcher, and Bernie discards 3 cards off the top. There's Rescue Stretcher, there's War Turtle, there's Quick Ball. Chip Chip, take a look at the top 3 cards, make sure that they're not all 3 very good. I hate it when your opponent very quickly sets a card aside. That's like the worst feeling when you're playing against control and your opponent slams down off the Chip Chip Ice Axe. They just slam a card down, and you're like, okay, I'm not getting anything good next turn, right? Because you know how quickly they chose it. Now, the best feeling, on the other hand, is when a control player takes a second to really look at the 3 cards, or makes a big sigh, is like, oh, you know what I mean? That's the best, because there's always a tell with the control player. It's hard to maintain composure if it's 3 really live cards off the top of the deck, right? Now, I do think that Bernie would have been in a better position to just set up Blastoise instead of Frostmoth. But Bernie was not able to get either of these in play. But the crazy thing, even if Bernie had that Octillery, Hexmaniac lock is keeping Caleb from being able to achieve the win. Or Hexmaniac lock is keeping Bernie from being able to achieve the win, right? So even if Bernie had the Octillery set up, Bernie would not be able to use Abyssal Hand to draw out of this ferocious lock from Caleb. So Bernie's just going to pass it on up and rinse, wash, repeat. Caleb does need to be careful not to mess any of these steps up, because this is not an autopilot deck. I mean, we're going to see a lot of rinse, washing, and repeating, but one move in the wrong direction, I mean, if Caleb just messes up one game action, then Caleb loses. There is a very tight rope that Caleb is trying to walk to achieve victory in this match. Bernie has just one prize. There is literally zero room for error. If Bernie gets a switch card off the top of the deck, he wins. If Bernie gets a gust card, he wins. So Caleb has to chip every single turn. Oh, it's that Floatstone Air Balloon? Oh my gosh. Is it Floatstone Air Balloon in a supporter card? I think those other 2 cards are Floatstone and Air Balloon. This is it. Oh my gosh. And this is, I just said, you hate it when you see a control player really think about it, right? You hate it when you see a control player, or not when they really, you love to see them really think about it. You hate it when they slam a card down, right? Because they slam a card down, it means it's a bad card. But if they really think about it, that means that they don't know, or that they are worried about giving you the card, right? So Caleb is going to rush Resource Management again, and we're going to see if Bernie's top deck yields him anything here. And what card is it? This was a carefully considered card from Caleb. Resource Management, putting these cards onto the bottom of the deck. There is no deck, so they become the deck. And Bernie gets a Nessa off the top. Now, I was Nessa off the top. And did Caleb hex? Caleb had been leaving his hex. He has to have hexed, or else Bernie could potentially, start to maneuver out of this. Yes, he's gonna pop the hex out because he's like, yeah, I hex, just so you know, like there's not gonna be any sort of ability action going on here. Bernie has to start attaching the energies to the Remoraid. Doesn't feel good, but it is. Oh, an Ion Pool. Yo, the Ion Pool Remoraid getting in there, discarding the stadium. Wow. Okay. So with no stadium in play, Bernie will be able to retreat and take the win next turn. I've heard a lot of players telling me that I need to be playing the Rapid Strike Remoraid and the Rapid Strike Sobble. I don't play those. I play Ion Pool Remoraid. Why? For this reason. Ion Pool. Discarding a stadium from play. Extremely rare play from Bernie right here. You almost never see a play like Ion Pool, but Ion Pool could be a big difference maker. Let's see what Caleb is doing. Caleb is reusing that Delcatty to get 2 supporters back from the discard pile. Looks like Guzma and a Hex. And it doesn't look like Caleb actually has access to Lusamine, right? Which could be... This list has to play Lusamine. You would have to play Lusamine, right? That's like the first card you put into a control deck. It's incredibly broken. Now, I don't know that I'm seeing a Lusamine. Granted, it is 60 different cards, so this is a very difficult list to look through. But I am not seeing a Lusamine. That just doesn't... But I don't think Caleb has Lusamine. We haven't seen it yet, right? Yeah. We haven't seen a Lusamine yet, have we? And I don't see it here on the list. So that is Drizzile. Oh my. He's choosing Drizzile, but he's going to Hex. So I guess feels rough. Wow, the Ion Pool. Discarding the Galarmine. Okay, a different Pokemon's going to have to come up into the active. And this is tough. All right, Audino in the active. Draws a card. Scoop Up Net. Now available. Frostmoth in the active. So Caleb's played 2 supporters. Reset the Delcatty. And... you have to stamp. But the thing is, shouldn't Caleb have stamped and then chipped to try and keep an energy? But Caleb knows that Bernie has a second energy in the hand. So I think that Bernie wins. Caleb messed it up. I think he has to stamp to 1 and hope. Because I think Caleb didn't order this correctly, right? Because now Caleb has to stamp, but Caleb's already stacked the deck. So now Caleb, realizing the error, okay, now has to reset stamp and just hope. And this is why you hang in the game. And Caleb has to resource management this turn. Has to do it. Things are really coming down to the wire. And a stamp to 1. And it's a blind stamp. Caleb already used Chip this turn. Didn't realize he was going to be stamping because he must have remembered that Bernie had. And you could see Caleb rubbing his forehead just like, oh man, okay, here we are. This is, I got a Hex. Because then you could Drizzile out of it. No? I see a Verse Seeker for a Flare Grunt. Okay, this is another way. But if Bernie finds Drizzile, Flare Grunt to remove the energy, so an energy is not an out, but Drizzile or Octillery, these are both outs. If Bernie finds a Drizzile or an Octillery, abilities are live. abilities are live with these 2 cards, and these are 2 random cards from the deck. Bernie could seal the deal. What does he get? Are these cards live? This is a long time to look at 2 cards. Let us see them, Bernie. Oh, no. An energy. You could trade it for 2 with Starmie. Trade it for 1, I guess. And the second card is not live. Oh my goodness. And I don't think that Caleb is going to have enough time to deck Bernie out. It's starting to feel like crunch time. Bernie just has to pass. So we'll see what Caleb is able to cook up. 3 cards left in the deck. Surely wants that Gather Mind back online and has to start looping Hex again, but Caleb just feels like he's just a little bit short of where he needs to be. Bernie's deck is still huge. And you can see Caleb kind of grinding through what game actions he needs to make. He's got the Delcatty. Delcatty can go get 2 supporters back from the discard pile. That Drizzile would have been game. Bernie could have gotten Shady Dealings for Verse Seeker, Guzma for game, but no Drizzile, no Octillery off the top. And we got Delcatty fetching 2 supporters back from the discard pile. Make do, airmail. Caleb has access to everything in his discard pile with resource management, Oranguru, and Delcatty, but again, he is walking a very tight rope in this mirror match. How does he get out of this unscathed? He can use Chip Ice Axe, quickly sets aside a card. He's like, okay, got that one for sure. But look how thick Bernie's deck is. I mean, Caleb really has his work cut out for him. You can see he's already got a tie on his record, really not trying to get another tie. And a control player's biggest enemy is always going to be the clock. That is always the fear. All right, we got Surge, Flare Grunt, Hex. And then put 3 cards back into the deck. It's got to be a Scoop Up Net. And then 2 others with resource management. I think in an untimed situation, control gets a lot stronger, but there's almost no such thing as an untimed tournament, because what kind of tournament organizer are you going to get to do an untimed tournament, and what kind of crowd are you going to get to sit around while a control player finishes the game for an hour and a half? Yeah, those situations just don't exist, right? First of all, you can't get a judging staff to stay till 3 a.m. to finish a game, and second of all, you can't get any other players to sit around and watch a control player finish every game that takes an hour and a half. So, all right, looks like these players may have gone to time with Caleb Gedemer unable to seal the deal on that deck out strategy, had achieved the hand lock, but was not able to deck Bernie out. And I think that that's the risk of playing a control deck at the Gym Leader Challenge event, is that you are putting yourself at the whim of the clock. So control is a very powerful deck, but if you can't win within the time limit, you're not going to win the event. It's one of the things that keeps Oranguru decks in check, is that it has always been incredibly difficult to deck your opponent out in the time limit. It has just always been a difficulty of playing control decks. And obviously, only the most experienced Pokemon trading card players really have the mental fortitude to be able to handle piloting a deck flawlessly like that to time every single game. So a very engaging and thought-provoking match we had there. Both players going to gain 1 match point with the draw in round 4. And Caleb will advance to 202, Bernie to 301. Both these players still capable of making top cuts. Caleb needs to win out. Bernie can afford maybe one loss. And we'll be going with round 5 in just a moment. Considering these players went to time, shouldn't be too long of a wait at all. We will be right back with some more exciting tabletop Pokemon trading card gameplay here at the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize Gym Leader Challenge Tournament. We'll be right back. Getting set up for the 5th round of the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash prize event. We have got some water decks on the table for you all, and 2 different water decks. We got John Mostowy on the right with a water deck featuring Black Kyurem, Wishy Washy, and the Inteleon line, Pukey Mewtwo. And we've got Camden with a amazing Kyogre.
Let's
deck.
go.
And I am joined by JW Kriewall. How you doing, JW?
I'm doing pretty well. Just ID'd my last round, so
Yes.
got a little free time.
We're going to be commentating with JW for this round. Got a little bit of a guest star match here with JW. So feels great to be co-commentating, JW.
Yeah, well, yeah. I bet it's been a long day. I mean, yesterday was a long day.
Yes.
And then you got
today also
40-minute rounds.
Yeah, today also quite a day.
Yes.
That's for sure. Especially with Zele making 2 game state errors in the same match.
Oh my goodness. I heard
know.
that Hulan was having his phone blown up.
Yes, All right. Round 5 getting kicked off. We've got John Mostowy playing first. Going to open with Remoraid, and that is the Ion Pool Remoraid, which we saw almost won Bernie his last game, discarding a Galar Mine against Control.
No way.
It's so close. He had to get random stamp to 2, and if he got any live cards off those 2 cards, or random stamp to 1, and then top deck, if any of those 2 cards were live, Bernie wins.
Unbelievable.
It was very close.
That's incredible.
John is just going to pass with what I believe is a Suicune there on the bench, and you can see that Camden is playing the spicy, amazing Kyogre.
Oh, I love this card.
Build of
water.
Now, talk to us a little bit about amazing Kyogre, JW. It's crazy because it reads just completely broken.
Absolutely. If you can, if you just pull off the attack one time, you're in such a good spot, and then it has enough HP and kind of a weird weakness, right? If you're not playing against lightning, then it usually doesn't go down in 1 hit. So if you get 2 spreads, you're dominating your opponent's field.
And some lists are built so that they can do it back-to-back turns.
No way.
Yeah.
Walk us through that.
With the Melodic, right? The Melodic that kind of came under scrutiny for being able to accelerate energy onto Trevenant and Dusknoir Tag Team GX in the expanded format. Yes, our last regional champion, actually, Justin Bakari had played this deck.
That's right.
So had used Melodic. Melodic has an ability which can knock itself out and place 3 energy from the discard pile on one of your non-EX Pokemon. Hilarious. GX so Pokemon
good.
counts.
So good.
So, sure enough, Trevenant and Dusknoir Tag Team GX, you could do that. Horror House turn 1, explode the Melodic, and then use Trevenant and Dusknoir to remove the hand turn 2. And in Gym Leader Challenge format, it's not a combination that's quite that broken, but...
Well, I would say that giving up a prize in Gym Leader Challenge, you really have to determine if that's the right move.
Yes.
Because you only get 6, everything's 1 prize, 1 prize advantage can be kept throughout the entire game. That's what happened to me in my last game. It's just we're trading back to back to back to back, knockout, 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 and I just happened to get the first knockout, and that was the difference in the game.
I feel like that's why Hex Maniac is so important in this format, because it gives you the potential to turn the tides of that trade.
Absolutely.
You got Hex Maniac cards like Reset Stamp, and these are your cards, your comeback cards. And
your bread and butter comeback cards.
Yeah, every format needs a comeback card, because it's not fun to just get in the lead and keep it every single game.
Yeah.
You need some way to mix that up.
For
sure. These cards, Hex, Stamp, and all good, great comeback cards. But
we see a timer ball here from John hitting at least one heads, I believe.
Yes, and he's going to most definitely search for the Octillery, I imagine.
Get some draw going, fill his hand up, and try to get some more Pokemon out onto the field. I am really underwhelmed by John's start here compared to Camden's. Looks like Camden has, that Sobble, which is obviously a great evolution line in and of itself. And then you got an active Vulpix, going to be searching out more Pokemon. And John just doesn't quite have, that solid start as much as Camden does.
No, it does not, especially with no way in the foreseeable future to be accelerating energy into play. I guess neither does Camden, but both these players going to be taking a couple of turns to set up, which is usually the case with your water decks. We had talked a little bit previously, JW. Water is a very strong deck in the Gym Leader Challenge format. But it is more of a turn 3, turn 4 deck.
It certainly really snowballs on itself, right?
Yes.
Because as soon as you get the energy into play, then you remove the nice bench sitters from being targets. So you have your Frostmoth, normally a really good boss target, but after it does its job, accelerating the energy onto a Lapras, Kyogre, even something like a Wailord, then all of a sudden you have a big hitter, and you want to start attacking into that hitter. Well, then you leave all the bench sitters there to continue accelerating energy, and it's not quite the great strategy that you want it to be.
I am trying to figure out who this attacker is on John's bench. It's Kyurem. There we go. It's Black Kyurem from Cosmic Eclipse. Fantastic. I'm trying to figure out what this card does, and that is one of the beautiful things about this format is that I'm always trying to figure out what these cards do.
Keeps you on your toes.
It definitely keeps me on my toes. So we've got Black Kyurem from Cosmic Eclipse, an absolute
unit
beast, a unit of
200 damage. I have never read this card before. So Frozen Wings, 2 energy, 30 damage. Discard a special energy from your opponent's active.
Yes.
And then Dazzling Blizzard. Just got to have a stadium card in play. You're doing 200 for 4. Pretty nice. That's maybe the best water attacker.
I think Wailord is the best water attacker.
But in terms of energy efficiency.
Sure. Yeah, it is probably the biggest punch, energy investment to damage ratio. I really like Wishy Washy from Cosmic Eclipse as well, because 3 for 130, that's pretty magic numbers. Most things get knocked out by a 130 damage attack. 3 energy is really easy to negotiate as well. The difference between 3 and 4 is huge.
For sure.
3 is like a letter +1, a bucket +1.
Exactly.
A bucket +2, whatever, okay.
Or, you got to start drawing into the energy.
Exactly. Or your Starmie gets back 2.
Oh,
right?
sure.
So
right.
Starmie, Space Beacon +1.
Exactly.
Yeah. I'm a really big fan of the Cosmic Eclipse Wishy Washy because it actually pairs really well with Hex Maniac. And we've talked about Hex Maniac quite a bit. It is one of the format defining cards. It is a comeback card. It can allow you to shut down your opponent's abilities for a turn, allowing you to kind of skate ahead another turn. Apparently JR was able to win a game earlier today with a Magnet Zone that I did not know even existed, that does 120 damage for 3 and puts a trainer card from the discard pile back into your hand.
I didn't know that one either. Is it a metal?
It is a lightning type Magnezone.
Lightning type Magnezone
that we should be playing in our list.
I think so.
And it for 3 energy, it does 120 damage, and it brings a trainer card from the discard pile back to the hand, so you can loop Hex.
That sounds so good.
It's so broken. And it's both lightning and metal type. It's got the ability. I think it's from Cosmic Eclipse.
No way.
Cosmic Eclipse. So it's just Unified Minds or Cosmic Eclipse, one of those two.
That's the beauty of this format.
It's so broken. I didn't even know this card existed. Right? I had to look it.
Yeah, show me.
I had to look it up. Yeah, but here it is, double type. This one. It's from
Unified
Minds. Yes.
Wow. And 160 health too.
He's huge. He's a unit. And I just didn't know that card was in the card pool. So yeah, there's
Very
all
cool.
these really cool. Speaking about cards that I didn't know were in the card pool, dude, what does this Pukey Mewtwo do?
That's a great question. I was seeing that as I was wandering the tables earlier in the round, and I meant to look it up. And if on the off chance that I ever played against John, I believe it's that middle one.
Yeah, I'm looking here. A call for family. Okay, so it's got a call for family attack, which puts 2 Pokemon from your deck onto the bench, and then Surprise Fist does 60. And you and your opponent play rock, paper, scissors, and if you win, it does 60 more.
Let's go. Absolutely disgusting card.
Let's go. That's so sick.
So that must be John's kind of setup Pokemon, I would imagine.
It looks like that this is a setup Pokemon.
Yeah, more so than an attacking Pokemon.
I think so.
But you never know with John. He's a little crazy sometimes.
He does like a spicy deck, that's for sure.
So how is the game state looking here? Camden, again, just really, really putting the pressure on. You have all of these evolutions out. The Drizzile, still waiting to get the Starmie, but Octillery to keep the hand fresh. We got Snom just waiting to evolve into a Frostmoth. Looking okay. The only thing I don't like here for Camden, the lack of an attacker.
Yeah, there's no real...
I got the Articuno, I suppose, but that only does 70 damage, and against fellow water decks, you're going to need more than that to overcome the high HP that they put out.
Absolutely, and that's something about the Articuno. It's a cool card. It passes the energy back. Right now, Camden doesn't have a great target to pass the energy back to. Maybe the Drizzile, because Inteleon can swing for 120 damage.
Well, I almost wonder, Andrew, if something important is prized.
It could be, looking at Camden's list, actually, there is, yes, a Frostmoth. Okay, so maybe Snom or Frostmoth are not. Oh, Snom's on the bench.
Yes.
So
I would assume Frostmoth is in play, but you're talking about something to move the energy back to, and I think the ideal target to do that is the Kyogre. And I almost wonder if there, perhaps is something prized.
No, there it is. It's in the hand.
Or it's in the hands. Okay,
well. And Cape of Toughness. Yeah,
I mean, Camden knows this deck way better than I do, so.
There's Big Whale. Yeah, Big Whale.
Maybe he's just waiting for a knockout to happen.
Just waiting for the right time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, honestly, this whole deck, and that's what's so crazy about playing the Articuno. I was going to say, in typical Waterless, I don't love the Articuno. And there's Frostmoth hitting the bench. We got Starmie hitting the bench. In typical water decks, you don't need Articunos. No point. You're just like, whatever. You gust something, you're taking one prize. Who cares? But with the amazing Kyogre, the whole idea is to charge it up on the bench and you don't want your opponent to touch it while you're doing that.
True.
So Articuno not only stops your opponent from being able to gust it, also passes the energy back to it.
Sure. So and it does a little bit of damage, and that could be meaningful, especially against water with the high HP Pokemon. I'm thinking primarily Wailord, to just do that 70 damage, get it in position to be double spread upon, right? 70 into 200, 130, and that would mean 2 spreads could knock it out, as opposed to not doing that damage. And then not being able to knock everything out in 2 hits.
We talked a little bit about, first of all, not being able to knock everything out in a couple of hits, but then also about this Wishy-Washy from Cosmic Eclipse. Got that beautiful full art artwork there. Love these cards. They're so sick. And I really wish that they would give more non-V Pokemon full arts. And
I agree.
Think that's just like, why not? It's beautiful artwork. Not every full art card has to have 300 hit points. But moving on, it's got 180 hit points, guys. It's got this thing is what a big fish. Okay?
It's a huge. Well, it's a collection of fishes.
It's what a huge school of fish.
Yes,
it's huge. 180 hit points, but with one small drawback. Has the scatter ability. Yeah, I don't even know if you consider this a drawback.
Well, at times it could be great. Yes. At times it could be disastrous, right? Because if you just ping 1 damage counter onto that Wishy-Washy, and let's say you've built it up. Let's say it's your only attacker in play, and your opponent just does 10 damage. Well, you have to flip on that ability, and it could just shuffle back right into the deck.
Yeah, and I think the ability is amazing. I've heard horror stories of Wishy-Washy getting dunked.
On the first turn.
Yes, it is possible, actually, to donk a Wishy-Washy with just 10 damage.
That hurts.
Yeah, it just, if it gets shuffled back into the deck, then, you're having a bad time. But water has such stable built-in draw that, even if your Wishy-Washy gets hit and then goes back into the deck, you're going to have a fine time being able to draw into the cards you need to power it up again.
True.
Because all you have to do is find, there's so many search outs. There's Brooklet Hill, and then there's so many different water recovery options. Starmie. We see John's actually playing energy retrievals in the deck. Here goes Wishy-Washy. Hydro Splash for 130 damage. Amazing Kyogre hitting the bench.
And you see Camden, he's been waiting for this whole moment the entire game, and he is lettering, he is searching very quickly. You can see it, just the pace that he's playing with now is much more excitable. You can see the body language, just he knows what he's doing. He knows that he's in the position now to really take control of this game. It'll be exciting to see Camden bring this Kyogre out on the next turn. We got the Articuno active, so that means for John, no gusting. Can't use boss's orders, can't use Guzma. And that's going to make it hard for John to pressure that benched Kyogre.
And that's something that I just, I love about these games is that you're seeing players kind of bide their time for the perfect turn to make a play, the perfect turn to pounce, to set up a strategy, and you're getting to see kind of these unique strategies really come together. We've got 2 water decks on the board right now, but they couldn't be more different. They really got, they both have some Frostmoth stuff going on. Obviously, attaching extra energy is really good. But aside from that, there's not a whole lot of similarities. You got Camden with the and Raihan with Amazing Kyogre.
Absolutely insane. So he doesn't even need to. I think that's what 3 energy on that Kyogre. So it could
It's 2 energy now.
It could potentially be powered up this turn. I assume he's going to Articuno, do some damage, and then shift that energy back to the Kyogre. But there is certainly an outside shot that Camden could get the attack this turn. So we'll see if he goes for it. Raihan, of course, being able to search out any card in the deck. We might see them go for an Inteleon. Might see them go for a Capacious Bucket. Let's see what they grabbed. I can't quite tell. There's a water energy in hand. So Camden thinking here is going to attach to that Drizzile. And yeah, that pretty much seals the play there for the Articuno into
Right, pass it back to Kyogre. The Kyogre is getting juiced right now. And the Wishy-Washy might get chucked back into the deck. It does! And there he goes, Wishy-Washy back into the deck with its Scatter ability. But you know what? If I'm not in play, you can't knock me out, bro.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
It's it's an insane card. It's prize denial.
It is prize denial. It's just so huge. There's really not too many decks that can do 180, especially on these earlier turns of the game. So yeah, it can provide a pretty nice wall for you as you get set up behind it. So now we see John move that Pukemukyu
I don't know.
into the active, and then he's going to go ahead and attach onto that bench.
Black Kyurem. Yeah, Black Kyurem is out here housing right now. I mean, this thing is really a beast. I don't know that I've ever seen this card really get into the paint in Gym Leader Challenge format. I mean, when you're cranking out 200 damage a turn, ain't much standing in your way.
No, there really isn't. Now, I think for John, he will probably... he's going to go with the Escape Rope. Now, that is one way to get around the Articuno. And I would imagine Camden goes into the... Yep, that is probably the best.
But now,
to put active.
Does John have Boss?
Oh, that would be disgusting.
That would be so
But
filthy.
the other thing John needs is a stadium. So
right.
I don't necessarily know that this is the ideal play for John, just because you're leaving that Black Kyurem active. Now, to be fair, Camden doesn't have a way to one-shot that Black Kyurem on the next turn, but I just don't know that that would be maybe the play that I would make. But there, you might see a knockout here, and maybe John just going for the aggressive strategy and thinking that that's how he's going to take this game. And of course, if Camden brings up that Kyogre, can spread, do 80 damage to it. But then if John just has a stadium, then it's going to be a return knockout, and Camden's going to be set back pretty far.
And I'm really interested to see, just taking a look at the list, John is playing a Chaotic Swell, but is not playing a...
stadium?
Not playing a Rough Seas. So I was just say sometimes Rough Seas could be very good against Amazing Kyogre. And you're kind of seeing the shortcoming of the Amazing Kyogre strategy here, unfortunately for Camden, is that now that the Amazing Kyogre has really been given quite a bit of time to set up, right? And the Amazing Kyogre, it's here. It's got a beautiful
welcome to the show.
170 hit points with that Cape of Toughness. It's going to be tough to knock out. Possible, though, with John's Black Kyurem, which the Kyogre will not be knocking out. And actually, for all that work, Camden's only going to take one prize.
That is crazy to think about. Yeah, the Drizzile has 90 HP. That Pokemon on the bottom, what is that?
That is Frostmoth. 90
HP. And Octillery, how much HP
90
does that
HP.
have? Yeah, 90 HP. So yeah, you're right. You're putting all these Pokemon in grave danger, but not advancing your board that much by only taking that one prize.
Exactly. So you're gonna have to do it again, which is a big ask. It's like I spent all this time working on this Amazing Kyogre, and you're gonna knock it out in one hit. and then I got to go back to the drawing board and figure out how to get it back out again.
Certainly.
Now, we talked about the melodic earlier in this match. Some lists are playing the melodic so that you can rescue Stretcher the Kyogre back, melodic sack a prize, put 3 energy onto it, and just go Amazing Surge again. And that effectively gives you the back-to-back at a cost of an additional prize, but what does it matter if you're board wiping?
Certainly.
You know?
Certainly.
And I love that this deck exists. You know, I don't think it's overpowered, but it's really fun to see the creativity.
It's probably one of the bigger combo decks in this format.
Yeah.
And that's really nice to see because that is one of the joys of Pokemon in that you get to see so many cards over the course of a game and to be able to combo those cards in a really unique and creative way. Makes the game fun, makes the game interesting, and you know, provides maybe possible counter strategies in the future.
It's just really rewarding if you're playing a, you know, kind of a heavier combo deck. It's really rewarding to get that strategy to fire off.
Absolutely.
You know? Because you spend all game kind of, you know, working on, you know, on getting this one thing to fire off. And, you know,
we do see that stadium from John before you go on.
Brooklets. So, yeah, that's
John
200 damage.
Yep, absolutely.
Whew.
So, John will be taking that return knockout here on that amazing rare. Kyogre going to search his deck with the Brooklet Hill, get out potentially another basic Pokemon to power up here in the near turns.
Yeah. And I'm wondering if... Oh, here we go. Okay, a reader. Yeah, man. This is if you're playing Gym Leader Challenge format, like every card, you're like, yeah, give me just 1 second.
Yes, absolutely.
You know.
So if you're Camden looking ahead to the future, I see, of course, the Drizzile does have that 1 energy on it. So that would be maybe where I would look for next turn. We talked about Camden not knocking out many Pokemon on his last amazing rare Kyogre attack, but he does put a lot of Pokemon in 1 damage range of being knocked out.
This
so
is true.
You can go ahead and grab the Inteleon, maybe do some snipe damage, do 120 to the active, 20 to the bench, and potentially take some extra prizes.
Ooh, you know who Camden does play but is not in play right now is Greninja from XY.
Wow, that would be pretty cool too.
Then you just start, and then that combos amazingly with the Starmie, right? Because then you can start pinging each of these guys. You know, once a turn, you're taking a prize with a 30 damage, you know, Water Shuriken.
Sure.
So that is
that's some definite board presence.
For sure. But we don't see a Froakie or a you know, little Froakie Junior anywhere. Froakie Senior, Frogadier. That's it. You know, none of those little geezers. All right, we don't. Yeah, there's none of those guys are on the board right now. So it's gonna be up to Camden to see if he can't, you know, kind of figure out a path forward. I think that we might see another. I mean, John's got 4 prizes left, and that is so the beauty of these games as well is that there's time left in this game.
Plenty of time.
Your big guy's getting knocked out, but Camden's got some turns to map this out. And John's got some turns to play defense.
Absolutely.
Figure out, like, okay, what do I do? How do I stop this from, you know, from happening? How do I stop the inevitable, you know, amazing Kyogre Surge or get number 2?
Right, right. Exactly. So I think John here is going to look to get another attacker, right? You have to think that on the next turn, Camden's going to take out this Black Kyurem. At least I hope he does for his sake. And John certainly wants to find maybe that Wishy-Washy. I see a card there in Glare at the bottom that doesn't look like the Wishy-Washy. So we'll see here what John has. We also have a couple of cards that come back into John's hand from the teammates that are on the top side of the field there. So we'll see what he has opted to grab. Looks like a couple of Water Energy, which he
going on to Wishy-Washy.
Be accelerating to. There it is. Yeah.
Wishy-Washy, and he's got a Squirtle he's setting up now. Blastoise has more hit points than Frostmoth. So
sure does.
I think that's part of John's plan is like, all right, I'm going to get a stable board with Wish-Wash and with Blastoise, right? And if I do that, Camden's got 5 prizes
Revive.
to take. Yes, Revive coming back, and I think that this is going to be another Articuno turn. And here's the Fighting Fury Belt, the counter energy.
Oh my gosh, it could happen this turn.
It's happening right now. You could see Camden.
Oh, the energy retrieval?
Oh, you can see Camden's speeding up. It's Starmie. Oh my gosh.
It's a Starmie.
Counter energy Starmie, Revive, and the amazing Kyogre is back.
He's going to take what, 5 prizes?
Oh my one. It's game. Unless he's got the protection. Does that have the protection?
Is that the Shell Squirtle?
It's not that one.
I don't think so.
No, it's not.
Oh my gosh.
This might
be the game.
This is game. It's board wipe.
Amazing Surge.
Amazing Surge.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. John.
2, 3,
Yeah,
4,
just like,
5.
that's it. That's it. Did I take them all? Just want to make sure. I'm taking them all. Yeah, I'm taking all 5 prizes. The 5 prize board wipe. Camden, me and JW are thinking, there's no way. Oh, apparently.
No, it was too easy. You made it look so simple. I was thinking there was going to be one more turn, just to get things set up, right? Because after you take a big knockout like John did, you got to think, okay, there's one turn to recover some resources, one turn to maybe recover some energy, and then you go back in and play. But
dang, that was crazy. And this is a closed deck list tournament. So John may not have known that Kyogre was going to be, because the Kyogre didn't come down until John already had a full bench.
Right.
So Camden was keeping it to himself.
Right.
He had the Articuno set up. He was, kind of just biding his time. And then John probably saw the amazing Kyogre drop and was like, oh, geez. Okay.
So
what
crazy.
are we going to do about this?
Yep.
So that was some amazing gameplay from both players. Major congratulations to Camden Winger on the win. And we're going to be getting Camden back here for a player interview in just a moment. Thanks again to JW for joining us. And with a record of what? You're 4-1-1?
401.
401? Oh, you're going to double ID in? Let's get it.
I'm gonna try.
401. We'll hopefully be seeing JW in Top Cut. So let's get Camden back here. And thank you all for watching. We'll be right back. All right, I am here with Camden Winger. Congratulations, Camden.
Thank you.
Dude,
thank you.
Walk us through that last match. Walk us through your tournament experience so far with amazing Kyogre. How many times have you been able to splash away to victory so far?
Like every game. Except for I played against a dark deck, and I prized a bunch of my multicolored basic energy, except for water.
Yeah.
And I just couldn't get out. But I got to use Greninja. That was the only game I've used Greninja.
Was the game where you prized some of your other stuff? Yeah. We saw the Greninja. We were trying to think all right, how is Camden gonna, kind of pick off the rest of the cards that he needs up?
Yeah.
The counter energy, my goodness.
The Fury Belt.
The Fury Belt
knocked out the active. Oh my gosh.
He had just enough damage to knock out the active with the Fury Belt. Oh, that 10 damage. That 10 damage. That's so crazy. Everything seemed to fall together perfectly.
Yeah.
So what made you want to play water? How long have you been testing this deck? Where are you from?
I'll just start with where I'm from. I'm from Tallahassee, Florida. So
nice.
Me and Jake Mershon, Jay Mersh. Probably
he was on stream round 1.
Yeah.
Yep.
He drove me up to Atlanta, and we took a flight from Atlanta to Cleveland, and we drove from there. So
nice.
It was a pretty nice trip. And as for the list, I mean, I was really set on grass. Like a couple months ago, Jake was like, this is the play. Like we need to play this.
He's been working on it for weeks. Oh my
gosh. I was on like.
It was good. It was setting up so fast, so powerful. Yeah.
But I wanted to play around with some of the other cards in the format because I was like, there's so much potential here.
There is.
And I tried a water spread deck that I saw on the Discord channel. And if you guys don't know, you can go ahead and go to Gym Leader Challenge or just the Decklist channel in Discord.
Yes.
There's some really nice people in there, and they will help you out with your decks and set you up with some cool lists.
Yo, shout out to the Discord. If you're watching and you're not part of the Discord community, go ahead, scope it out. Discord.gg/trickygym.
Yep. But they were not playing Kyogre, and I wanted to play Kyogre.
For sure.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It's
amazing
so
surge.
Good.
It says it on the card. Yeah.
And so I was just playing around with that, playing around with counts, like supporters. Peony was kind of a last minute addition to the deck because it can be situational, but like if you can surge in Peony and you can get like teammates, you can get like 3 different cards, and it just all the pieces come together, and it's really nice. I think the list that I ended up with is maybe 3 or 4 cards off of like optimal in my opinion.
Nice. You got the perfect deck. He's almost got the perfect Exodia set up.
It feels really good.
That's awesome. Sure. Yeah, well, it looked good. And it's so cool to see because you kind of got like this, you got a little bit of a shake and bake strategy. You're kind of like for a few turns, John's probably looking at your board for a few turns. It's not open deck list, right? So John's probably looking at your board for a few turns like, I'm not very intimidated by this. Like, there's an Articuno with a couple energy on it, no
Yeah.
amazing Kyogre in sight,
Yeah.
right? And it's just like, okay, I'm just gonna set up my board as usual, 5 bench Pokemon, you know,
Yeah.
and then like you drop
Yeah.
the amazing Kyogre,
Yeah.
and then I'm sure John's gonna be thinking like, oh man, this is tough. Okay,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So like, because ideally you're not gonna want to over bench like that much.
Yeah.
But
sure.
but yeah, that's the beauty of going in with a deck that most people aren't expecting.
Yeah.
Now, do you have any matchup that you consider to be your toughest matchup?
I might consider Lightning to be the toughest matchup so far. I've tested a little bit of Lightning,
Yeah.
and no matter what build, it seems to be, even though it is a type advantage in this format, that doesn't really matter in my opinion. But for that matchup specifically, they just get a hit on prizes. They can easily.
It's just a
stay ahead.
faster deck.
It's
It's the fast deck. So like
Exactly.
and you're a little bit of a setup
Yeah,
combo
it's like a
deck.
comeback.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
So they're gonna try
For
and
sure.
run you off the board before you get started.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So that's
Oh,
that
yeah.
is a tough strategy to play against. Does look like there's some lightning decks doing well out there.
Yeah.
It does look like there's some water decks doing well out there. We've got a very creative list, Camden, and
Thank
we all really loved seeing that deck in action. So
Thank you.
good luck in your final round, and hopefully we see you in Tough Cut.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
The 6th and final Swiss round of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize event for the Gym Leader Challenge format, and Michael Zele popping off with a turn 1 Luxio. Let's get some hype going. Turn 1 item lock. That is insane. Just in the hand. Both these players are 4-1, competing for a spot in the top 8 of the event. A 5-1 record will secure a top 8 finish and some prize money, as well as some booster packs of Evolving Skies. These players are competing for $400 cash for first place, $200 cash for second place, and 2 booster box of Evolving Skies for first place, a booster box of Evolving Skies in second place. Okay, there's a lot on the line. The winner will also get a case of Dragon Shield dual sleeves. Oh my gosh. And Guzma and Hala on the first turn of the game. The Emolga as the starter. And this Lightning deck is getting out of the gates with an absolute blazing speed. Michael Zele also playing in the beautiful Tricky Gym Dragon Shield art sleeves. Wow, who designed those? Man, those look really slick. Yeah, I'm going to have a conversation with whoever designed. Oh, wait, it's me. Yeah, I designed those. Yeah, thanks Dragon Shield for sending me some boxes of the Tricky Gym Dragon Shield sleeves. Eventually, they are going to make it so the content creators can order them in bulk. When they do that, I will have them available to help support the channel. So thank you guys so much for watching and being here. And big thanks to Dragon Shield for providing all of the sleeves for this event, as well as some cases of dual mat prizes for first place of each day. Guzman Hala is insane in this Lightning deck because you can use the Stormy Mountain new out of Evolving Skies. Searches you out a basic Pokemon from the deck. Guzman Hala gets you as tool card, special energy, and the Stadium. It really gets you everything that you want on the first turn of the game. Looks like maybe the Muscle Band is prized. Pretty sure Muscle Band's the only tool card in the deck. Zele would have grabbed it if it was in there. Speed Lightning Energy, going to get 2 cards, and this Lightning deck is popping off. This is turn 1 Disconnect, item lock. Nick has not been able to play any supporter yet, and is already looking at an item lock, which is not what you want to see. Marnie, Nick is going to be able to shuffle the deck up and see the next 5 cards. I do think that Nick is going to want to find a Frostmoth, get that established, and then find some way to start putting some pressure on this Luxio, because Luxio is a beast. Can just evolve into a Luxray. Luxray has an attack Raid, which allows it to do 160 damage for just a single energy, and that Luxray is just a phenomenal card. I really love this Luxray line in the Gym Leader Challenge format. It's just such a low maintenance attacker. And yes, for those of you that missed the Shinx is able to evolve on the first turn of the game because of its ability. Evolutionary Advantage, it's Shinx from Ultra Prism. The Evolutionary Advantage ability reads, if you go second, this Pokemon can evolve during your first turn. There's also a Bronzor that has a similar ability. I think it's the same exact ability, actually, now that I'm saying it out loud. Yeah, the same exact ability, which allows it to evolve on the first turn of the game if you happen to be going second. So this is already just a really dire situation for Nick to be in. There is a lot of pressure coming down from the Lightning type deck, and that is what the Lightning deck really offers. It is a lower, damage output deck overall. You see, Zele is only doing 30 damage, but the disruption of item lock as early as the first turn of the game is quite a lot to fight through. And try to battle through. Now, fortunately, Nick is able to get that Sobble in play, but his hand is not looking super great, and being under item lock. Oh wait, how did that Luxio get 60 damage on it? What in the world does that Snorunt do? Okay, so here I am having to look up Snorunt. Okay, there's Snorunt has an attack. This is the one that's on the. He flipped 3 heads on continuous headbutts. That's so insane. This Snorunt has continuous headbutt. Flip a coin until you get tails, and it does 20 damage times the number of heads. So that Snorunt getting in there almost took out the Luxio. One more heads. Just one more heads, and that Luxio is a goner. And Nick has actually set himself up to potentially be able to deal with the Luxio next turn if another item lock comes down with the Sobble. But oh no, Magneton is coming into play, and this is something that the Lightning deck just does extremely well. Is it just comes into play fast and puts a ton of pressure on. We've got Magneton from Cosmic Eclipse with the Call Signal ability. Call Signal allows you to forfeit a prize card, but you can search your deck for 3 supporters. And since nobody has taken a prize yet, Zele could use Call Signal to, it looks like Zele's powering up. Okay, powering up the Magneton. Now, Zele also plays Dual Brains Magnezone in this list. I have not seen the Magnezone actually get into play, ever. This Dual Brains Magnezone is insane. It's from Plasma Storm. Has an attack Gyro Ball. It's like a hit and run. I'm not sure why Zele is powering it up. That's beyond me. But the Dual Brains Magnezone is one of the gnarliest lightning cards ever printed. Allows you to just use 2 supporters. It's so cool. And the Lightning deck really has the ability to draw through the deck fast enough to really be able to take advantage of that ability. Most decks aren't going to be seeing, like too many draw supporters throughout the course of the game. Not that many anyways, right? But the Lightning deck can use Sprint on the Zebstrika, and can also use the Electrode to fill its hand to 4. All right, got the Dual Brains Magnezone coming right up. Here it is, a beautiful card. All right, it looks like Guzma. Zele is just going to, at this point, it's like kind of playing with, it's like a lion playing with its prey. Unfortunately for Nick, the item lock, it's just the Lightning deck is such a bully, right? You are able to just kind of pick apart your opponent's strategy. Gym Leader Challenge is such a, it's kind of such a setup-based format that the Lightning deck just tries to get ahead quickly and rush the opponent off the board. And this is the first major event ever held for Gym Leader Challenge format. So a lot of the metagame is really just being established. Going into the tournament, Lightning was kind of a known quantity. It seemed like Lightning, Water, and Grass were all very powerful decks, but there had only been a few online tournaments held for Gym Leader Challenge. This is the first cash prize Gym Leader Challenge event that has ever been held. Now, Nick does have some nice alternative weakness attackers in this deck because, I love this. Nick is actually getting to use Beacon, right? And Beacon can search out Marsh Stomp and can search out the Drizzile, and Nick is going to try and get the Swampert established. And if Nick can get Swampert set up, then Swampert is a big Pokemon that's weak to Grass, which is going to hopefully help him buy some time. But this is the craziest thing. Oh my gosh, this is so broken. With Cynthia and Caitlyn and Dual Brains Magnezone, Zele is just going to be able to Cynthia and Caitlyn for the Guzma and go again. This is so absurd. All the while with item lock. This is so crazy. Dual Brains Magnezone allowing for 2 supporters a turn to be played. Cynthia and Caitlyn into the Guzma. Use the Guzma again. Level ball for Flaffy. Flaffy's got the Dynamotor ability and can charge Lightning Energy into play. This is an absolute routing of what Zele wants to be accomplishing in this Swiss round. This deck is firing on all 6 cylinders right now, and it is a sight to behold. Who would have thought that a singleton format with no rule box Pokemon, you could get the turn 1 item lock and then Gust and then Gust again. I mean, it's insane to see it all come together. Dual Brains Magnezone, just the king of this board state. An absolute monster. And I haven't seen the Dual Brains Magnezone actually get in there yet. It was something that Zele and I were kind of, theory crafting. I added the Magneton to the Lightning deck this week as we were testing it, and I thought the Magneton was like one of the strongest additions to the Lightning deck because it allowed you to sack it and go get Guzma and Hala out of the deck and Surge, right? So I added the Magneton line, and then Zele confronted me, I think, on Friday and was like, what if we just put in the Dual Brains Magnezone? I was like, oh yeah, that definitely sounds broken, right? So, it's kind of been this team effort between me and Michael to kind of concoct this broken Lightning deck. And I handed it to him this morning and was like, you know what? This might be the $400 deck, bro. Like, go get it. Yeah, do your thing, dude. Do your thing. So Zele is out here definitely making the case for Lightning decks being some of the gnarliest decks in Gym Leader Challenge format. Nick really on the back foot in this board position. Item locked. Can't play any items from the hand. Having to use Beacon over and over. Trying to get something established. But with Zele being able to play 2 supporters a turn, I mean, look at that trump card. That is a menacing card to see in the hand of somebody who can play 2 supporters. We've got Birdkeeper, trump card. He could just throw the stuff back in. You could Volkner for whatever you want and then play Birdkeeper. It's so crazy. The power level of this deck right now is just absolutely off the charts. Now, Zele is going to take his discard pile and shuffle it into his deck, as you are required to do with Lysander's trump card. Lysander's trump card, one of the most famous cards in the history of the Pokemon trading card game because it was released and banned just a couple of sets later. I mean, almost no bigger oopsie has ever happened in competitive Pokemon TCG history. Lysander's trump card was emergency banned out of standard format in 2015. It was released in the winter of 2014. And then when Shaman EX was released 2 sets later in Roaring Skies, Lysander's trump card became an absolutely broken card because players were able to draw through their entire deck. Zele, don't do that. That card doesn't work on that Pokemon. All right, nobody let him attack. Yep. Did you read it? You didn't read it. I guess it's there now, but he's kind of realizing that he didn't fully read the Prism Star energy, or not the Prism Star. Yeah, the Prism energy only works on basic Pokemon. Now it is on a stage 2 Ampharos. So that Ampharos is just flexing with that Prism energy. I think Zele realized that the Prism energy only works on basics like the second he put it down. It was like, not a rainbow energy. but that's fine. It's so crazy seeing Michael Zele just play 2 supporters a turn. It seems unfair, right? That you could just Lysander's trump card, put every card from your discard pile back into the deck, and then Volkner for whatever item you want on the same turn. And this is a quote that I really love about Gym Leader Challenge format, is from Grant Manley's Poca Beach article on the format. If you haven't scoped it out, definitely make sure to do it. Grant Manley wrote a really good write-up on Gym Leader Challenge. Unfortunately, he's not doing too great today. The control players, I think, all found out the hard way that control just takes too much time to win in Gym Leader Challenge format, and that even with 40-minute best of 1 Swiss rounds, 40 minutes is not enough time to consistently deck your opponent out. So that is one of the shortcomings of control, and all the players that brought control today didn't end up faring terribly well. We saw some gnarly hand locks get established, but just very difficult to actually deck out your opponent in 40 minutes. So that's something that's kind of always held control decks back from being able to win big events, is that it is very difficult to win the amount of games that you need to within the time constraints of any given format, because time is just part of playing the Pokemon TCG. But Grant Manley did write an amazing article on Gym Leader Challenge format. Highly recommend scoping it out. And something that he said that I think is very accurate is that when your Gym Leader Challenge deck sets up, it should feel broken, right? It should. So, and that's the fun, is when everything's kind of broken and it's singleton, then everything is also kind of balanced. So I think that's what you're seeing. The most broken decks we've seen today, the decks that feel the most broken, are the decks that are doing the best. I mean, that might just seem obvious, but Lightning now, I mean, look at all the stuff you're doing. Turn 1 item lock. You've got 2 supporters per turn. You've got Zebstrika burning through the deck. Trump card throwing all the resources back into the deck. We saw an amazing Kyogre deck last game, right? Amazing Kyogre got in there and board wiped. Did Amazing Surge once and then was able to counter energy Amazing Surge the next turn again. So back-to-back Amazing Surge to spread 160 damage to everywhere on the board was absolutely absurd from the amazing Kyogre deck. And, the colorless control deck was also just seemed completely busted. When it's set up, it was a phenomenal hand lock. Unfortunately, just not enough time in a tournament to really be able to set that up. Now, we do see the Swampert hitting the board. Swampert is an amazing card. It's got that, the ability that allows you to draw cards during turn. Power draw. Swampert from Celestial Storm. Power draw ability. Reads once during your turn. You may discard a card from your hand and then draw 3 cards. That Swampert is also just a house. Got a lot of hit points, and it is not weak to lightning. It's very important, considering that Zele's deck is a yellow deck. That's a lightning deck. So having some dudes that are not totally weak to lightning is very valuable for this kind of a matchup. Now, Zele has been able to sprint to the lead in this matchup. 3 prizes with the item lock Luxio. Being able to pick off, little dudes on Nick's bench. And it looks like Nick is going to be using Beacon again. I want to pull up that Swampert so we can take a look at the Swampert from Celestial Storm. An awesome card for sure. And a super fun card to play. It was in a lot of my Gym Leader Challenge water decks too, just because the ability to draw cards is so good. The artwork on it is amazing, and if I said that I didn't make decisions about what cards go in my Gym Leader Challenge deck based on the artwork, then I would be lying, because I definitely am a huge sucker for some beautiful artwork. This Swampert is just such an epic dude. Look at him. He's playing in the mud. He's like surrounded by a swamp. Get it? Because he's Swampert. I love it. Super nice. All right, Zele finds the town map. takes the knockouts with Luxio. And we see that Muscle Band was prized this game. And will Zele be able to just cruise all the way to 6 prizes with Luxio? 30 damage at a time. It's crazy. 30 damage is not enough damage to really do much in this format. But when you can just paralyze your opponent's setup at the beginning of the game, I mean, this was turn 1 item lock. Nick has not played an item this game, okay, to give you an idea. But the Luxio is finally going down thanks to Lapras. Oh, Lapras is finally here. And it's crazy to think that, like, maybe if the Lapras had just come out maybe a little bit earlier, Lapras could have used that Hydro Bump attack to take a knockout and rid Zele's board of the item locking Luxio a little bit sooner. But this is insane. Raihan, oh my gosh, can accelerate an energy onto Ampharos. And Raihan gets Zele whatever card he wants out of the deck and into the hand. And at this point, it's just like, okay, dude, like, oh my God, like, what do you even want, man? What do you even need? That is so sick. And the fact that he can Raihan and then play another supporter card because of Dual Brain's Magnezone. His deck is just firing off. This is like the perfect board state, and he hasn't even needed stamp the 5, and he can hex. This is so silly, dude. This is absurd. This is so absurd, bro. This is so absurd. So now we have Hex Maniac coming down to stop abilities from being played, and that Ampharos is going to come on up into the active position. It deals 130 damage for just 2 energies. Zele had to get the 3rd energy onto that Ampharos because the Prism energy wasn't quite going to do it. But this is what I said. 130 damage is the magic numbers, right? The magic numbers in this format, almost all the most crucial knockouts you want to take are Pokemon with 130 hit points or less. And I imagine that Nick is just feeling the pressure in this situation. Abilities down, having just a really tough time against this brutal Lightning deck. Zele's deck is just not missing a beat at all right now. N to 1, but N to 1 doesn't feel great when you can't use your abilities to accelerate energy into play. You've been item locked the entire game. I think Nick has been item locked the entire game. This is the first turn that Nick is going to be able to play item cards. And then now that he's able to play item cards, he can't use his abilities because of Hex Maniac. So it's probably going to be a little bit of a frustrating game for Nick to be playing through, just because it's like, wow, I mean, the Lightning deck just got out of the gate so quickly, right? That it feels like it was been hard to really be able to keep up. And a perfect Lysander off an N to 1. Zele is going to be able to finish this game up, knocking out the Sobble, and Michael Zele will advance to 5-1 with the Lightning deck in the Tricky Gym Dragon Shield sleeves. Good games to both players, and best of luck to Nick in any additional rounds if he does make top 8 at 4-2. Not sure how many players are choosing to ID their last round, so it should be close. We're going to get Michael Zele back here for just a moment to have a winner's interview. We'll be right back. Yo, we are here with the one and only Michael Zele. All right, Zele, I guess you made up for that gameplay earlier in the day.
Yeah, I apologize for that one for sure. It was really funny, Natalie. When I was over there and I played this game, I was like, I did it. And then Natalie's like, I heard you over there, and I started laughing.
Yeah,
it was really
funny. Trump card. Yes, he. For those of you that are wondering the context, Zele had a game loss on stream earlier because he trump carded and shuffled his hand and discard pile into the deck. you never want to do that. Yeah,
I'm so used to like sprinting my hand in the discard and then putting it back. Yeah, it was a sequencing error for sure.
Yes, a sequencing error. Yes, a malfunction. Yeah, happened. Now, talking about malfunctions, dude, there were so many pieces of that lightning deck just firing off that game. What has your experience been playing this deck? What kind of decks have you played against? Is there anything that you've played against that you've been like, wow, I'm lucky I beat that. That was super close. Or have you just kind of breezed through the competition, you feel like, at this point?
Round 1, I actually started with the Zapdos donk, so my round was over in like 15 seconds. I felt really bad for him. The closest match I had all day was definitely against Owen Robinson. He was playing Psychic. And like the Giratina, very fast, 130 damage.
Yeah, especially if they get the Dimension Valley and they're doing it turn 2. That's a lot of pressure.
In order for you to do 130 damage with your guys, you have to evolve to a stage 2 Pokemon, which by that point they're already taking a lot of knockouts and whatnot. But overall, it seemed very like free. Like the Zapdos, amazing crazy. Turn 1, just 80 damage. I really did like the Magnezone today.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure you saw.
You set it up there, and it was hard to not be convinced.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, oh, yeah. You get the Magnezone up, I don't really see how you lose.
I felt like Galaxy Brain when I Cynthia and Caitlyn for the Guzma, and I'm like, wait, I can play this.
When you Cynthia and Caitlyn for the Guzma, I was like, oh, yeah, dude, that Magnezone is absolutely cracked. For sure. Yeah, that was a really, really sweet play. And it was super cool to kind of see it all come together. So it looks like you are squared away for top 8.
Yes.
Yeah. So a record of 5-1. Are there any decks that maybe you are worried about potentially running into in top 8? Anything that you think that you haven't gotten a chance to play against yet that could be tough for you?
I'm really nervous about the ability lock stuff, like Wobbuffet, just because like Wobbuffet as a card is very good in this format. So even the thought of playing against that makes me nervous and question my plays that I'm going to make. Caleb, I think, is in top 8 with his control deck, which in top 8, that's extended time period, like that's what they want.
Right.
So that makes me nervous. But with the trump card, VS Seeker, and the Raikou to take multiple prizes and snipe stuff, it's definitely a lot more fair matchup than most decks would take against it for sure.
Right. Well, it's been a really exciting event so far. I mean, getting to see the Lightning deck kind of fire off there was really impressive. We got JW playing a similar Lightning list as well. I think he also is
he's in top
squared away.
Well.
So we got that. I told you this morning. I told you it's the $400 deck. This is the $400 deck right here. Lightning is broken.
The Raikou is like so insane. I played a match earlier and I just manually attached like the Prism Blend and Electric attached to it and just swung for it like 2 turns in a row. It was insane.
Yeah, it's gonna be really interesting to see if the meta can come around and deal with the Lightning deck, right? So like when we're in an open meta, right? People didn't know that Lightning was insane, right? I mean, a lot of water showed up, right? And water is a great matchup for Lightning. If more grass had shown up, grass is more sus for Lightning.
I saw a lot of grass, like Otto was playing grass, and I was like, please don't put me against him because it's very, it's
tough because Lightning is a deck that can item lock A and B can do turn 1 like 80 damage, right? Grass does not care about item lock because they'll get Shiinotic up or Grovyle and just go set the whole deck up without any items. So it does not care about that. And then Grass also has gigantic Pokemon. 130 hit point Zarude, 170 hit point Rillaboom, 120 hit point Shining Genesect or whatever, you know? Zapdos is like tickling those guys. They don't really care about getting smacked by a Thunderous Assault from Zapdos. So the deck sets up under Item Lock. We saw that Item Lock just opened the Shinx and the Luxio, man.
That was so insane. That was the first time I did that all day, and it felt so great.
Yeah, that's so insane for sure. Going second. Now, have you been choosing to go second all day?
I have.
Yeah, I think that it's one of the decks that definitely likes to go second in Gym Leader Challenge format. But like I said, this is an open meta game. People didn't really know what the meta was going to look like, but when a certain archetype is going to show itself to be pretty dominant, the archetype to beat, then you're going to start to see people trying to rally together strategies to compete with it. So I'm really excited to see if decks can respond appropriately to this lightning deck. And if not, I don't know, maybe we have to take a look at amazing rare Pokemon and their existence in the Gym Leader Challenge format.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah, that could be the next great frontier. But we'll come to that hurdle when we get to it. For now, we've had some really fun and explosive games on stream. So thank you guys all so much for tuning in. We've got top 8 coming up shortly, so make sure to stay tuned. Your very own Tricky Gym moderator and Full Grip Games employee Michael Zele is going to be represented. J.W. Kriewall, a.k.a. Flex Daddy Righteous, making his second top 8 appearance of the weekend, and there's going to be many more fantastic players as well. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. I'll keep you posted on which players are going to be competing for that $400 and 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies in the top 8. I'll let you guys know what the bracket looks like as soon as I get word on it. We'll be right back. Players are getting set up for their top 8 match here at the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash prize Gym Leader Challenge events. Got Trey McCartan on the left, who's going to be piloting his Psychic type deck, featuring some very cool cards we have not had a chance to see on the table yet, like this Dragapult right here with the Infiltrator ability. What a cool card. We have got an amazing top 8s with a bunch of different kinds of decks featured. We got a Psychic deck, we got a Grass deck, we got a Lightning deck, we got a Water deck. Jesse's going to be piloting the Water deck on the right. We've got a Colorless Control deck in top 8. A very diverse top 8 competing for $400 cash. A first place prize and 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies, thanks to Full Grip Games. Thank you guys so much for supporting the shop at Full Grip Games. Supporting the shop, Full Grip directly supports the content here on Tricky Gym, makes events like these possible. Big shout out to Trey for making top cut of the event with the first Psychic deck we will be featuring today. A lot of really cool cards you may know and love in this list, like Dragapult with the Infiltrator ability, which only gets damaged 50% of the time. And then we've got Giratina with its Distortion Door ability, which allows it to come back from the discard pile and ping damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon. This is not best of 1. This is going to be best of 3 top cuts. So we're going to get to see some really back and forth action here. No donks deciding the series. These players have weathered 6 rounds of Swiss and are going to be competing for some cold hard cash, thanks to our sponsor Full Grip Games. These players have really refined their lists, and we've got the cream of the crop here at the top tables. J.W. Kriewall making another top 8 appearance. I believe that J.W. Kriewall may be the only player, I'm thinking before I finish, but may be the only player who made top 8 both days of the Full Grip Games 1K doubleheader. So major congrats to J.W. Kriewall. We also have Michael Zele, first seed at 5-1. Trey McCartan also 5-1. Lance, our moderator Lance, 4-0-2 with a Psychic or with the Dark deck, right? J.W. Kriewall, 4-0-2 with Lightning. Athavan, 4-0-2 with Grass. Caleb Gedemer, 4-0-2 with Colorless Control. Jesse Parker, 4-1-1 with Water. And Thomas Rowe rounding out the rest of our top 8. Not quite sure what Thomas is playing, so excited to see. But it looks like we have, at the very least, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different types represented in the top 8 of this Gym Leader Challenge event. You love to see it. Jesse Parker going first. Alolan Vulpix in the active spot and an energy on that Wailmer. Alolan Vulpix is an incredible opener for this water type deck. It's got that beacon attack, which can search out any 2 Pokemon from the deck and put them into the hand. Now, this is such a valuable asset in the water deck because the water deck has access to the Drizzile line and can use Shady Dealings. But if we take a look at Trey's board, Trey might be making that a little bit difficult for Jesse to do, considering that Trey has opened one of the best starters in his Psychic type deck, Wobbuffet from Phantom Forces. Wobbuffet from Phantom Forces has the Bide Barricade ability, which reads, as long as this Pokemon is your active Pokemon, each Pokemon in play and in each player's hand and in each player's discard pile, very thorough, has no abilities except for Psychic Pokemon. That's fantastic for the Psychic type deck, right? So all your Pokemon are Psychic. So it doesn't turn off any of your abilities, but it turns off all of your opponent's non-Psychic type abilities. So a very strong starter for the Psychic type deck. We do have a Galarian Articuno on the bench. Unfortunately, Trey did not have a chance to use its Cruel Charge ability, but Galarian Articuno is getting some love. Now, what's insane about Galarian Articuno is that Galarian Articuno can get out there with a Psylaser turn 2. Okay? Speaking of turn 2, Jesse Parker got the turn 2 Whale up in the house. Turn 2 Wailord. No way to really accelerate a ton of energy onto it yet, but the Wailord is established. That monster has 200 hit points. One of the biggest, if not the biggest, Pokemon in the Gym Leader Challenge format. And look at that absolute unit of a Pokemon. 200 hit points. It's water availability. Remove special conditions, which isn't going to be super relevant, I don't think, in this matchup, but nice to have. And its Hydro Pump attack does 10 damage plus 40 more damage for each water energy attached to this Pokemon. So with 4 water energy, that's 170 damage with Hydro Pump. Very powerful attack. And Gym Leader Challenge format really is a format where you got some time to set up. So a lot of times what ends up happening in Gym Leader is that you will manually attach to your first attacker a couple of times, and then after your first attacker starts swinging, then you use abilities to charge up every attacker from, for the rest of the match. So it looks like Jesse is going to use the Alolan Vulpix to beacon for a Squirtle and a Staryu. Great start for Jesse. This is the perfect board. This is exactly what he wants to do. Now, Trey, what's crazy about Trey's deck is if he has the Dimension Valley, and it looks like he might have that Dimension Valley in his hand, if Trey finds a way to switch this Articuno into the active position, he can go and use the attack on Galarian Articuno this turn, which is an absurd amount of pressure. And he's got the Guzma, Galarian Articuno, coming into the active position. And here's the Dimension Valley. This is a turn 2 Psylaser with the Gust. And the Sobble is hitting the discard pile. What an amazing play from Trey, getting out the gates quickly. That Galarian Articuno, I'm sure that Jesse is going to want to find an answer to that Dimension Valley as soon as possible, because Dimension Valley is just such an amazing card in this Gym Leader Challenge format. Dimension Valley makes it so that all of your Psychic Pokemon's attacks cost 1 colorless less, which is significant, huge, right? So many of the attackers in Trey's deck have a colorless in their attack requirement. So really big to be able to just lop one of those colorless requirements off. And Dimension Valley is a card that has seen play in almost every format it's been a part of. It's still an insane card in expanded format as well, of course. You know, being able to pair it with Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team GX can be pretty intimidating. Here is the Dimension Valley Stadium card, and Jesse looks like he's going to be setting up the Staryu and using Beacon at this point, trying to get a Blastoise online. We see he's got the Squirtle there. Squirtle has a very cool ability which prevents it from taking bench damage while it's on the bench. So can't be spread decks, beware. Cannot spread damage to that Squirtle on the bench. We're going to see if Trey can get something a little bit more stable going. He had a very aggressive turn to Guzma with the Articuno, but because he doesn't have Malamar in play, he doesn't actually have a great way to keep up this early momentum that he's gained with the Galarian Articuno. So Nestball gonna find that Inkay instantly. I mean, that's exactly what he wants. And we'll see what else he's eyeing up. He has Colress. Nice. So a shuffle, draw 7. Colress allows you to shuffle your hand into your deck and draw a card for each benched Pokemon in play. There are 7 benched Pokemon right now, so shuffle draw 7 cards, and Trey will be looking for just more stability. Really wants to get some other Pokemon set up. I mean, you could just tell the difference in board positions. That Wailord over there on Jesse's bench, I mean, that thing can come into the active position as soon as this next turn and start swinging for 170 damage. And Trey is going to have to answer that. We do see the Mana hit the bench. And wow, with the Mystery Energy, has Retreat, can go straight into the Wobbuffet. And with the Wobbuffet in the active position, that Bide Barricade ability is going to come back on. Jesse will not have access to any abilities as long as that Wobbuffet is in the active. I really like this play from Trey. He's got a phenomenal board setup now. Jesse evolving into Starmie and Wartortle. Really doesn't mind taking another turn if he has to Beacon to go get the Blastoise. But it does look like Jesse is kind of stuck, right? His Sobble got knocked out very quickly. And Sobble into Drizzile is one of the ways that this water deck really gets cooking, right? That or the Octillery engine. The deck is set up beautifully. I mean, we've got Blastoise coming online next turn. We've got Lapras set up. We've got a Wailord with free energy on it. Starmie, right? The board is good to go. All that's missing is a draw card. Yes, Jesse just needs to find more energy at this point. Drizzile and Sobble, with their shady dealing abilities, are so good at being able to search out those draw cards. But we're going to see another Beacon from Jesse to continue thinning and setting up this board. And this is really opening the window for Trey to make his board more stable. And I love this Musharna. Musharna has an ability that allows you to look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put one into your hand, the other one back on top of the deck, and you can rearrange those cards afterwards like this, right? Finds a level ball off the top, and then you get to search for a card, right? And then you reorder your deck, so then when you use Musharna again next turn, you're going to get to see 2 different cards. So this Musharna is super good in the Psychic deck. It's kind of like Airmail. Reminds me a little bit of Pidgeotto's Airmail. And Psychic has just enough draw support in it. I mean, it is one of the lower draw support decks. Obviously, your higher draw support decks are your Water deck, your Lightning deck, your Grass deck, even with the Shiftry. You know, these types, your Colorless deck with your Chinchino and your Airmail, right? These decks all have like a really turboed out kind of draw engine. But Psychic has got Musharna. And, you know, we work with what we got. And Musharna does put in a lot of work for this Psychic type deck. Just giving it a little bit of boost in consistency. It's all it needs. Now Trey, with the Dimension Valley sticking, gets another attack with the Galarian Articuno. Absolutely phenomenal. And the Malamar is set up now. Galarian Articuno with its Psy Laser attack, taking out Jesse's Starmie. And Jesse top decks an N. I'm sure he's very thrilled to have access to that N and really wants to get this Wailord into the active position. With Blastoise online now, Jesse only needs to find 2 energy off of this N to 6 to be able to get in there and actually start attacking, right? 1 energy can be deluged to the active to retreat, and then 1 energy deluged onto the Wailord. There is, I believe, a letter and a bucket in this deck. And a counter stadium as well. I believe we're looking at a capacious bucket in Jesse's hand. Brooklet Hill. Is there a bucket? I thought that maybe we saw one. We'll have to see. He's got Ultra Ball. Oh, are we missing the energy? Brooklet Hill. Another missed turn of attacking would be brutal. We'll see if Jesse has access to the Octillery line. But it looks like we're just going for a beacon. Oh, no. Jesse did not find the energy. All he needed so little to start attacking this next turn. Jesse going to find the Snom and the Frostmoth. It's looking like the Octillery line might be what's missing in the prizes this game. And at this point, Jesse is just trying to thin as much as possible so that he can get into the meat and potatoes of his deck. Just get into those energy. The energy are in there. This deck plays 10 water energy and a splash energy. But Trey getting another turn using Mysterious Treasure to discard that Giratina. That Giratina is going to be able to come back from the discard pile. One of the best parts about playing Psychic is having access to Giratina in a singleton format where you can only play 1 of each card in your deck. Having a card that basically goes infinite. You're like, okay, I never have to revive this thing. It revives itself with its Distortion durability. Incredibly powerful. Trey, using the Masharna, finds a Cynthia. Nice hand refresher. And it looks like Malamar will start charging energy onto Dragapult with its Psychic Recharge ability. And I love this. Scoop up net the Galarian Articuno, saving it for later. So now at a point later in the match, Trey can drop that Galarian Articuno out of nowhere and use its Psy Laser attack again. This Dragapult in the active position right now is an absolute menace. And I'm sure something that Jesse is not going to want to deal with. Dragapult has got the Infiltrator ability. Infiltrator makes it so that in order to do damage, you have to flip it. Trey, the 4th card off the end, finds the Horror Psychic energy. Is going to get a Phantom Force. Had to hit the energy off of that end to 4. Just barely getting the cards that he needed. And Trey is going to ping a couple of Pokemon with the Giratina. And then Phantom Force, placing damage counters on the bench Pokemon, take a knockout. And we're going to, load up damage on that Wailord. Yeah, I could tell Trey is already thinking, like, how am I going to deal with the gigantic whale in the room, right? It has 200 natural hit points. So being able to soften that thing up on the bench is huge. Now it only has 160 hit points, starting to get into manageable range. You know, Giratina does 130 damage with its Shadow Impact attack. The Infiltrator Dragapulse does 120 damage with its Phantom Force attack. And this Dragapult, the more I look at this Dragapult's incredible. I mean, 120 damage and 3 snipe for 2 free retreats. The Infiltrator ability, this Dragapult is definitely one of the stars of this deck. And it's something that makes the Gym Leader Challenge format such a joy to play, as you get to see cards like this really kind of in their element, competing against Pokemon with similar power levels. And, getting to see these Pokemon that don't get a lot of airtime in other formats, really having a chance to shine here. Wailord in the active position. If Jesse doesn't have a Hex, there is going to be an Infiltrator flip. You could see Trey moving the die over close to the Dragapult. There's a big flip incoming unless Jesse has a Gust. Yeah, we're just going to have to go for it. And it's a heads. Oh my gosh, the Dragapult lives through the attack, and I think now they are deciding, yes, I think the Horror Psychic's energy is only if it's damaged. So since it's not damaged, it doesn't actually go into effect. Dragapult's preventing that damage completely with a heads flip, and I'm sure Jesse is not feeling stoked about that. This Dragapult is an absolute monster. I'll check out this Psychic deck. This Psychic deck is really cruising right now, doing exactly what it wants to do. Jesse got his board set up fast, but Trey was able to get in there so quickly with the Galarian Articuno, turn 2, Psylaser, eventually get the Malamar set up, and now that the Malamar is set up, more and more Psychic energy going to get charged onto the bench, and as this Psychic deck really starts to establish more attackers, Trey is going to be able to build up a board position that is going to be extremely difficult to beat. I think that Trey really needed this heads flip to go in his favor, this coin flip to go in his favor with the Wailord. If he had lost the Dragapult here, he wouldn't have had the best board state to kind of bounce back. But with the Dragapult getting another turn to really soften up the Wailord, I think that Trey is going to be doing just fine. Now, it looks like Trey is going for Coughing. Coughing evolves into Wheezing. Wheezing's got the ability that spreads damage to Pokemon. Spreads damage to basic Pokemon between turns. And then it has an attack that does damage to Pokemon that already have damage counters on them. Now, Trey's deck's a little bit of a hybrid. It's not quite a spread deck. It's not quite an aggressive attacking deck. It's just all the really cool Psychic Pokemon in the same deck is what it feels like. It's like kind of a spread deck. I've heard it called a Psychic spread deck, but it's not entirely a spread deck because we've got Gardevoir from Chilling Reign. That's not a spread Pokemon. We've got Giratina. It's not quite a spread Pokemon. There is the Crobat in the deck, and the Wheezing. Those guys kind of feel like spread Pokemon. But some of the main attackers, they feel like they're hybrid. It feels like it's kind of a mid-range deck that can definitely spread and take some bonus knockouts, but that's not the entirety of its strategy. It's got kind of, some other tricks up its sleeve. Okay, so Jesse Parker using Cynthia and Caitlin to get a supporter back from the discard pile and draw 3 cards. And with Blastoise set up, going to be able to load up his Pokemon, but doesn't have Hex Maniac to get through this Infiltrator ability. So are we going to see this Wailord just go for it again? Certainly be... Oh, there it goes. The Dragapult hits the discard pile. Wailord at 180 damage because of the horror energy. Jesse does have a Rough Seas in this list, so the Rough Seas really would be a great card right about now to heal off these damage counters on the bench. Make sure Jesse is flipping for the Wailord, right? Or not the Wailord, the Wishy-Washy. Need to make sure Jesse is flipping for that. So that's something that I just want to check on. Yeah. Just want to make sure. Real quick, make sure Jesse flips for that wishy-washy. Yeah. Cool. So, yeah, that wishy-washy's got a damage counter on it. Just making sure at the end of your opponent's turn, you're supposed to flip a coin to see if it goes back into the deck. So I think we'll flip. It's a heads, stays in play, right? Yeah. So it's not a problem, but you do have to flip for it. So absolutely nothing is changed because it was a heads flip. So very good. Okay. Just making sure these guys are kind of talking this move out. It might have been 2 flips that are needed. It might have been 2 turns. It could have been 2 turns ago. I think it is another turn ago. And another heads. All right. Absolutely no game state errors because of the 2 heads flips. Now the wishy-washy stays. And for those of you at home wondering what in the world is going on, this is not a very common card, you know, in standard or expanded format. But in Gym Leader Challenge, this wishy-washy is in a lot of water decks. It's got the scatter ability. At the end of your opponent's turn, if this Pokemon has any damage counters on it, flip a coin. If tails, shuffle this Pokemon and all cards attached to it into your deck. Thankfully, the game state was preserved. Jesse had flipped 2 heads to keep that wishy-washy in play. So, now things are going to remain as they are. The Weezing, going to take a knockout on the Wailord and spread damage to all the bench Pokemon that have damage counters on them. Wow. And this Weezing is a pretty scary attacker. I mean, it can really ramp up some damage quickly. And we see the wishy-washy actually just saves itself, goes back into the deck, which is pretty cool. Lapras still here, though, and is going to be promoted. Lapras has a nice, healthy 130 hit points. Just a solid all-around attacker, right? The Lapras from Team Up has Hydro Pump, 10 damage plus 30 more damage. For each water energy attached to it. And Jesse finds the wishy-washy again. And I think that's something that's really cool about the about the wishy-washy and the Brooklyn Hill combo is that if it gets kicked back to the deck, you could just go grab it again. All right, checking on the... Looks like the Lapras should be at 4 damage counters because of detention gas and the spread damage, and it was already at 1 damage counter previous. Yep. Cool. So yeah, the Lapras should be at 4. So we're going to go ahead and correct that real quick. Excellent. If it's not evident by now, there is quite a bit to keep track of in Gym Leader Challenge format. Yes, quite a bit to keep track of. And Jesse does find the Rough Seas, and now is going to be able to heal his Pokemon, water Pokemon, 30 damage every single turn. So Trey is not going to love having that Rough Seas in play. That Rough Seas is going to put quite a damper on what Trey is attempting to do with his strategy. So I'm sure that Trey would love to counter that. And we'll see if Trey can find what he needs. Masharna, gonna let him look at the top 2 cards of his deck, and does find a counter stadium, which is actually a really good counter stadium, the Old Cemetery, where Rough Seas will heal your Pokemon every turn. Old Cemetery damages your opponent's Pokemon if they put energy from their hand onto their Pokemon in play that are not Psychic type. So, Old Cemetery, a great card for a spread style deck, most definitely. It looks like Trey is leading with Giratina right now. Giratina has the Shadow Impact attack. Even for a spread deck, it's important to have Pokemon that can punch for a significant amount of damage, because you don't want to just be in a situation where your opponent loads up one big attacker and you can't deal with it. So I do really like this kind of hybrid deck from Trey that, yes, has some spread options, yes, can deal residual damage. And it looks like Trey is going to slap that Articuno down. Not going to worry about getting the ability, I guess a lot of the energy at this point is in the discard pile, so it's going to be easiest to get that energy into play with Malamar's Psychic Recharge. And the Psy Laser on Galarian Articuno can do 120 damage snipe. So, Blastoise has 100... Oh, nice Field Blower from Jesse. Blastoise has a 140 hit points. If Jesse knocks out this Giratina, it's effectively giving the game to Trey, because Trey will use Distortion Door to come back into play, place 2 damage counters on Jesse's bench Pokemon, presumably Blastoise will be there, and then use Galarian Articuno's Psy Laser to do a perfect 120 damage to finish off the game. So you can see that this is really coming down to the wire. The final plays are being made in this first match. This is going to be a best of 3. But with Trey just having a single prize left to take, and there are becoming an increasingly high number of ways for Trey to pull off this win. Lapras hitting the bench. Lapras is big enough that it is not going to instantly lose to a Psy Laser attack, and that's kind of what Jesse has to be thinking. Like, okay, yeah, Jesse's going to scoop it up. Doesn't find the energy he needs to actually attack. Shows the Remoraid was prized, never was able to establish Octillery, and had his Sobble targeted down super early by Trey's Psy Laser. So Trey was really able to take command of this match early on with Galarian Articuno, was threatening checkmate with the Galarian Articuno as well. A great game by both players. Trey is going to go up game 1. There we go, and I got... How about that? Then you can keep track of what the score is in the sets. Trey has won game 1. We're going to be moving on to the second game, and I'm curious to see if Jesse chooses to go first or second. Going first is obviously great if you have a stacked hand. If you can, evolve into Drizzile turn 2, evolve into Octillery turn 2, if you just got it like that naturally in your hand. But going second is very good for using cards like Bridget and Sonia and Beacon with Alolan Vulpix. A lot of really powerful setup cards that I'm sure that Jesse is going to want to get online. I think this game was a perfect example of what Jesse doesn't want to do with his water deck, right? A perfect example of how everything can go wrong. Jesse never got any of his consistency Pokemon out. Never was able to establish Drizzile. Never was able to establish the Octillery line. This hand has got Sobble and Drizzle in hand already, which should be great for Jesse to really be able to kick things off and have a consistent game. And what I really love about Jesse's hand is that it also has an Ultra Ball in it. So Jesse can go turn 1 Looks like Jesse's choosing to go second, which is really scary against the Psychic deck, because if Trey just has... Oh, man. If Trey just has the Stadium, he can go turn 2 Shadow Impact, right? With the Giratina. And that's just so gnarly. Giratina getting in there with Shadow Impact so fast. Thanks to the Dimension Valley. Jesse, top deck Sonya. That is a beautiful top deck for Jesse. Exactly what he wants to see. And I would not be surprised to see Jesse go Sonya into Alolan Vulpix into Beacon. That is a very good start for Jesse. I was going to say, I'm actually worried for Jesse if he doesn't have a card like Sonya. But yeah, Jesse choosing to go second in this game 2, opening Sonya. This is exactly what he wants. He's going to check his prizes real quick and make sure that there's nothing that he's missing, any key part of his strategy, and trying to figure out, like, okay, how am I going to route this game? That's something that's really interesting about this format, is that the prizes make such a big deal. But a well-constructed deck in the Gym Leader format will be able to weather the poor prizing and still have a consistent showing. So it looks like Jesse going to go with Vulpix and Squirtle. And then if Jesse has an energy, probably going to see a retreat on the Sobble. I love this. Great start. Already has Drizzile in hand, and we could see a turn 2 Blastoise from Jesse, which is really cool, right? If Rare Candy is not prized, you could go Drizzile into Blastoise. So all you need to do is get the Blastoise, and I love this play. You go for Beacon, get the Blastoise and whatever other basic Pokemon you want. And then the Drizzile is already in hand. Drizzile can go get Rare Candy, spring the Blastoise into play, and here we go. That's exactly what Jesse is deciding to do. We got the Wailmer and the Blastoise off of Alolan Vulpix's Beacon attack. And now the ball is in Trey's court. Will Trey be able to get the turn 2 Shadow Impact going first? Oh, Trey's got an Escape Rope. And a Marnie choosing not to play Escape Rope. Escape Rope could have been pretty gnarly there, but saving that switch out for later in the game. Will Trey find the Dimension Valley? No Dimension Valley, no energy. So a little bit of a slower start from Trey. Last time we saw the turn 2 attack. That's not going to be happening this game. But having a Giratina with the mystery energy on it means that that Giratina can retreat to the bench. This turn can easily pivot in and out of the active position. Marnie also a supporter that Trey is probably happy to play. Jesse going for the Beacon Blastoise is projecting, showing that he's like, oh yeah, I got the stones in my hand. It's happening. I'm going to pop into this Blastoise next turn, and we're going to get cooking. Now, Jesse has 5 new cards and could just Beacon again. That is the strength of having a Alolan Vulpix, is that it's kind of impervious to hand disruption. You could just go in and do it again. And I love this hand from Jesse. Finds the Nest Ball and the Evolution Incense. Evolution Incense can grab Drizzile. Drizzile can go get an Evo Soda, evolve the Squirtle up into Wartortle. And we can start to see this water deck really take shape. Okay, and Jesse going for the Wailmer again. Knows that the Wailord is going to be one of the best attackers that he has in this matchup. And then Jesse has to carefully consider, okay, what do I do with this Evolution Incense? Am I going to go get a Wartortle? No, probably Drizzile. Drizzile for Evo Soda. Evo Soda for Wartortle. And then Beacon again. Something like that. Could be a pretty good play. Looks like we're going to go straight for the Wartortle. Also fine. Saving the Drizzile on the deck. bench the Wishy-Washy and retreat into Vulpix, and we're going to do it all again. I do really like Jesse having the Sobble on the bench. Again, the Drizzile is so important for consistency in this deck, but Trey's deck is good at targeting down these bench Pokemon, and we saw with Psylaser on Galarian Articuno, the residual damage counters from Distortion Door, the Crobat line, which is featured in Trey's deck as well. All this stuff can place damage counters on to Jesse's board and make it difficult to set up. Jesse getting the Drizzile and the Blastoise. I'm sure he is ready to start popping off with that Deluge ability to power up some attackers. And Trey has got a Nest Ball of his own. Going to search the deck for a basic Pokemon and put it into play. Looks like he is eyeing up the Dreepy, and I love that shiny Dreepy. Tate and Liza, shuffle a hand in the deck and draw 5 cards. Tate and Liza is an incredible card in the Gym Leader Challenge format because it allows you to either shuffle your hand into your deck and draw 5 cards, or you can switch your active Pokemon with one of your bench Pokemon. And switch cards are very valuable in Gym Leader Challenge format since you can only play 1 copy of Switch. You can only play 1 copy of Escape Rope. Having additional switch outs in the deck is very good. And there we go. Giratina getting an energy it needs. Coin flip for the sleep on the Munna. And Jesse stays awake. That's a big flip, actually, because Blastoise is coming into play this turn, and Drizzile can go get a Capacious Bucket. If Jesse's got a draw supporter, and it looks like he has Marnie in hand and a Water Energy, Drizzile, with its Shady Dealings ability, amazing for searching out trainers from the deck. And, of course, we all know how dominant Drizzile is from its $5 price tag and its existence in standard format as a tier 1 consistency engine. Obviously, Drizzile and Inteleon are so good that it's just natural to put them into your water deck and Gym Leader format as well, because being able to search out any trainer from your deck in a format where every trainer in your deck is a one of is extremely valuable. So Jesse's going to use that Professor's Letter, go get 2 water energy from the deck, now 3 water energy in the hand. I would expect them to go on to the Wishy-Washy, who can do a perfect 130 damage for just 3 energy. So some great math. 130 is more or less 130 is more or less the magic numbers in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's like the old GX Pokemon. It used to have 170, 180 hit points. The magic numbers in Gym Leader Challenge are 130 and 150 usually. Most of your best Pokemon, most of your best attackers have about 130 hit points. Giratina is one of them. This Wishy-Washy, breaking all the rules. 180 hit point basic Pokemon, an absolute unit. Huge school of fish. And speaking of huge fish, we've also got Wailord hitting the bench. So some huge Pokemon here on Jesse's side of the table. I'm getting word that JW has defeated Otto with the grass deck, meaning that JW will be the first player to advance on to top 4, meaning that JW is also the only player to have top 4 finish or better in both events this weekend. So JW confirmed for back-to-back top 4s at the very minimum. Jesse Parker going to take a knockout with that Hydro Splash attack, and now the ball is in Trey's court. Trey has got the Free Flight Zubat in the active. Amazing card. I love this card. Zubat has free retreat so long as there are no energy attached to it. Not a problem usually, considering that you're never going to be putting an energy on that thing. That's not typical play. Typical play is that the Zubat is just here to evolve into Golbat. Golbat has the Sneaky Bite ability, which places 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon. Love Golbat from Phantom Forces. And then there's also the Crobat line, or the Crobat, I should say, which places 3 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon when it evolves from Golbat. So a very cool way to take a bonus prize card. And it's crazy to think that this is the first prize draw of this second match, with the Wishy-Washy. Jesse just advancing a single prize, and Trey looking for a way forward. How do you deal with a huge fish that has 180 hit points? And it looks like Trey is going to choose to go in with Tapu Lele and just do 60 damage. And the whale stays with the flip. Okay. Now, this Rough Seas is really horrible for Trey. It looks like Trey does not have a good hand right now. Horrible. Just a Guzma and maybe a Weezing. Nothing much to work with. And Jesse is going to be able to take some continuous knockouts. There's not much he needs to do. Erica's Hospitality can net him 6 cards off the top of the deck as he continues to assert his dominance in this game 2 scenario. There's still time for Trey to come back, but it looks like with 2 of the biggest water Pokemon set up now, Wailord and Wishy-Washy, this is going to be really tough for the Psychic deck to deal with. The Psychic deck really wants to run the little guys off the board before they're able to evolve into big guys. It's an essential part of the game plan. Not being able to deal with the little guys while they're little means that you're going to be facing some Pokemon with way too many hit points. The Psychic deck more or less caps out around 130 damage. There is one exception to that. In Gardevoir from Chilling Reign. Gardevoir from Chilling Reign can easily do upwards of 150, 180 damage. But Trey's Ralts is unevolved at this point. Another comeback card potentially in the Psychic type deck is the Dragapult line. If you can flip enough heads on the Infiltrator ability, you can live through a few turns and make a comeback. It looks like Jesse is ready to set up that Staryu. I like that Jesse is going for the Starmie. Needs to recover some energy from the discard pile. Because the water deck only plays 10 basic water energy. And Jesse going to load up that Wailord on the bench and can just smack with the Wishy-Washy, doing 130 damage, taking the damage from the Horror Psychic energy. And at this point, it feels like Trey is going to have to be moving it to game 3. And yes, sure enough, Trey is like, okay, I don't need to really fall victim to these big fish anymore. We're going to move it on to game 3. And Trey looking to have a solid start in this third match with the Psychic type deck. Can Trey have a repeat performance of that game 1 that we saw? Jesse got to be feeling good about that one. On the ropes after an ugly game one. Just one loss away from being eliminated from the tournament. Bouncing back with a dominant performance there in game two. Now we're going to be moving on to an exciting third game. And this matchup feels like anything could happen. Anything could happen in this game three. It feels super close. Like both players have a real valid chance of being able to make their way to top four. So we're going to have to see how the cards fall. These players are competing for a grand prize today of $400, 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies, and a display case of Dragon Shield dual matte sleeves. First place, that $400. Second place gets $200 and a booster box. Top four, $100 and some additional prizing packs of Evolving Skies. Both these players guaranteed a nice $50 for their top 8 finish. And some packs of Evolving Skies. Getting into game three, Jesse Parker is going to be going first with Trey opting to go second. Looks like Trey has a hand full of energy. Jesse opens Wishy Washy with an awesome start, actually. I love Jesse's hand. Why? Because it's got Nest Ball, Level Ball in it. Like, what else do you want? Nest Ball, Level Ball means you could go get Sobble Drizzile. And that is, that's a winning strategy in standard format. So you can bet that if a strategy works in standard format, it's going to be good in Gym Leader Challenge format as well. So we'll see what Jesse decides to grab with Wishy Washy in the active position. With Wishy Washy in the active position, it's going to be very difficult for Jesse to get into an Alolan Vulpix. So we're probably going to see, oh, sure enough, there is the Alolan Vulpix and a Level Ball. So I don't know how Jesse plans on switching into the Vulpix. But maybe there is a Bird Keeper or something like that in the hand. I do think that typically you want to go with Sobble off of the... Yeah, off of the Level Ball. Because then you're going to want to get the Drizzile. So long as the Drizzile is in the deck. Looks like we're reaching for Snom. Maybe Jesse is just trying to get a really quick start in this game 3 scenario. Wishy Washy in the active. Jesse's got a hand full of energy, so I'm sure this Wishy Washy is going to be getting an energy. And the dope thing about this Wishy Washy is that, yeah, on turn 3, we could just start seeing it attack. If it doesn't scatter itself back into the deck. And I think that maybe Jesse's banking on that. Certainly could be a possibility with the fact that Trey is going to be poking this Wishy Washy with the Tapu Lele. And that Wishy Washy could make its way back into the deck with the scatter ability. And then if the Wishy Washy goes back into the deck, that's just a free invitation for Alolan Vulpix to come into the active position and use Beacon. I do wonder if Jesse has any other consistency cards in the hand. I don't know that I saw any. Trey getting to play a supporter card because he went first, or he went second. And Trey does find some pretty good cards off of the Tate and Liza. Always a little bit of a nail biter. Tate and Liza only getting you 5 cards. Looks like Trey is eyeing up the Muna. And probably going to put them onto the bench. Muna can evolve into Musharna, start turning through the deck. But if Musharna is prized, then Muna is not going to be a great option. But the Muna hitting the bench makes me think that, yeah, Musharna probably safely in the deck. And Trey will be happily evolving into Musharna. The next turn, I think I saw an Evo Soda in the hand, yes. And a Teammates. Now, the issue with a card like Teammates is that you have to have a Pokemon knocked out in order to play it. Very good card, but Trey's board position's not exactly big enough to really weather a knockout right now. So, not exactly the supporter that you want to have. In this situation, but could be stronger further down the line. We see Trey intentionally deciding not to attack into the Wishy-Washy, and I'm sure that Trey is pretty stoked to see this end, actually, from Jesse. Because Trey's hand wasn't golden, it wasn't, like, amazing. Not a lot of Pokemon in it. Trey's going to need a lot more Pokemon in order to kind of stay afloat in this match. See if I can't find the Musharna. Musharna is such a cool card. Released in 2012. Next Destinies. Wow. That was like 10 years ago. Oh, real boomer hours out here. Yeah, Musharna. With its Forewarn ability. Forewarn allows you to look at the top 2 cards of your deck. Put one of them into your hand, the other one back on top of the deck. And double tails on Timer Ball. You really don't love to see that. That's so crushing. But it's fine. I'm just going to pass. Timer Ball, Timer Ball, Timer Ball. A fickle item card. For sure. I was thinking of Trey has in his hand Mysterious Treasure. Can discard a card to search out a basic Pokemon, and Trey definitely needs more basic Pokemon right now. Mysterious Treasure will find him that for sure, and it looks like maybe Wobbuffet is a consideration. Mysterious Treasure can't also get an evolution. You could go straight for the Musharna. Start using Forewarn to dig through the deck. Okay, there's an Ultra Ball in the hand too. There's plenty of search and a supporter card. Looks like Wobbuffet, a Pokemon of choice. This Magical Swap Tapu Lele is not really doing anything right now because there's no damage on Jesse's board. So it's just not a super key Pokemon to have in play. I mean, Trey has got nothing right now. I mean, not nothing, literally. Like, he's got the beginnings of some things, but nothing has come to fruition yet. All right, so it looks like the Muna put itself to sleep with its long distance hypnosis. And I like Trey's decision to Bird Keeper. Switch into the Tapu Lele and draw a couple cards. Something that I like there is that you could potentially save the Mysterious Treasure till after the Bird Keeper, because then if you drew into the Wobbuffet, then you can treasure for, like, you know what I mean? You can treasure for the Musharna instead, which I think is interesting. Now, The Wobbuffet really is only going to buy 1 turn, because Jesse can just attach an energy to the active Wishy-Washy, and then is going to be swinging for the fences with that Hydro Splash attack. And this is what I said, a lot of the tempo in Gym Leader Challenge format, you mainly build up your first attacker, and then you charge up the rest of your attackers with various abilities and trainer cards and things like that throughout the course of the rest of the match. So a lot of decks really like turn 3, turn 4 is when they really start ramping up their strategy, and we can kind of see that starting to take shape from Jesse's side of the board. The turn 3 potentially Wishy-Washy getting in there to do some serious damage. And it looks like Jesse is going to slap that Staryu and the Whalmer down on to the bench. Shuffle up. I don't know if Jesse has a Water Energy in the hand. I didn't see it. But Water Energy would be clutch. Yes, there are 2 Water Energies, so great play there by Jesse. It's everything that he needs on the bench to start having some really explosive turns. And that Wishy-Washy is going to take a prize. Trey really on the back foot. It's going to have to make some magic happen in these next couple turns. First of all, there's Inkay. Love to see that. I think there's also an Ultra Ball in his hand, so we could see Ultra Ball away a couple supporters. It's all supporters and an Ultra Ball. I think I like playing the Ultra Ball aggressively to go get a Pokemon. But Trey gonna value keeping those supporter cards in the deck for later, not wanting to just toss them to the discard pile, which also makes sense. Trey would really love to see a Drekloak or a Musharna this turn. Start to get those benched Pokemon evolved up. That would be huge. Colorless is going to net 8 cards, so a huge shuffle draw off of that. We see at least a Dragapult, I think, and a Nest Ball, so access to another basic Pokemon. There's, oh, it's Drekloak, even better. And Nest Ball can go get a basic Pokemon out of the deck and put it onto the bench. We'll see who Trey favors off the Nest Ball. Looks like maybe Zubat. There is a Golbat in the hand, which could be useful for fixing some math if Drekloak starts swinging and placing 3 damage counters on the bench. There's some low-hanging fruit. Snom, Staryu, Alolan Vulpix, Sobble even, 70 hit points. There's a lot of low HP Pokemon, so the Crobat could be a big deal. I think the Crobat did get discarded earlier. I really love that Trey hit this Evolution Incense as well. Evolution Incense can evolve this Munna up into Musharna. And this Musharna is going to start digging through the deck with its Forewarn ability. See what Trey finds. I think so long as Trey can get his hands on a Dragapult for next turn, should be okay. There's Gardevoir and Marnie. Keep the Marnie. And an attack with Tapu Lele does 20 damage times the amount of energy attached to the defending Pokemon, so 60 damage. And the Wishy-Washy stays. Scatter ability. Always kind of have to hold your breath. Wishy-Washy might just vanish. And considering Jesse doesn't actually have any energy acceleration Pokemon in play right now, it could have been bad, but I think that Jesse's got options in his hand. Ultra Ball. Always a tough card to play in Gym Leader Challenge, because every card in the deck except Basic Energy is a one-of. So sometimes it can be tough to decide what to Ultra Ball away, but It is just a guaranteed Pokemon out. Sometimes you need to force the situation. Like, yeah, I need Frostmoth, right? So whatever cards Jesse had to discard, it's always worth it to discard those cards to get Frostmoth into play. And that's fine. Frostmoth's ability is going to allow Jesse to charge as many water energy as he wants from his hand to his benched water-type Pokemon as he likes during his turn, with that Ice Dance ability. And then Wishy-Washy just taking another knockout. And I'm surprised, unless Jesse prized the Drizzile, I'm surprised Jesse went straight for the Frostmoth and not going Drizzile for a search card to get Frostmoth. But Jesse might have prized the Drizzile. Yeah, Golbat. Going to be able to take out or place 20 damage onto the Staryu, and then the Staryu is now super low-hanging fruit for Trey, and Trey might just go for Big Colress again. Yeah, trying to draw 8 cards. And can you blame him? Colress, one of the best draw cards in the game. Shuffle your hand into your deck and draw a card for each bench Pokemon in play. Trey's going to see 8 cards, desperately wants to find a Dragapult. Dragapult would be huge if Dragapult shows up. Does Trey find the Dragapult or any way to search it out? Trey absolutely needs something here. These Musharna can dig 2 more. And for those of you in the chat wondering if Jesse needs to flip, no, Wishy-Washy only flips after the opponent's turn, not after his turn. So they are totally chilling. But I appreciate you looking out. It looks like Trey is finding that baby Blacephalon. Blacephalon could be a pretty gnarly play this next turn. Blacephalon has got the Fireworks Bomb attack for 2 energy. Places 4 damage counters on your opponent's Pokemon. However, if your opponent has exactly 3 prizes remaining, it places 12. So Trey has got to figure out, okay, how do I map out these remaining prizes? Because if this Wishy-Washy sticks around another turn, it's going to get problematic. And Trey doesn't have a single Pokemon on his board that he wants to sack or give up. It feels like it has to be the Golbat. Like you just leave the Golbat up, right? It's not like there's anybody better than the Golbat. Drekloak, oh, there's no way Drekloak has a good attack, right? Like no way. Yeah, so it's going to be a pass. I think that makes sense. Wishy-Washy stays again. Insane. This Wishy-Washy never leaves. I can't believe it. Wow. Wishy-Washy just staying put. Trey going to see 4 cards off Marnie. Jesse sees 5 off the top of the deck. Frostmoth is live, and its Ice Dance ability can throw those 2 water energy onto the Wailord. Jesse would love to evolve up some of these other dudes, Drizzile and Staryu, both little dudes. And now Jesse has to say, all right, am I going to just smack into the potential Fireworks Bomb? Is that what's happening? Because if Jesse invites the Fireworks Bomb up into the active, that could be a game-losing situation. Jesse has taken a pretty significant lead. But Fireworks Bomb can be pretty devastating. I mean, Fireworks Bomb could just take out the Frostmoth, is the thing. Which would be bad. right? It could take 2 prizes on Frostmoth and Staryu. And then eventually the Wishy-Washy is going to end up back in the deck. Right? I mean, it can't flip heads the whole game. Right? But at this point, the Wailmer has 4 energy on it, so it can turn into a Wailord. And it doesn't really need Frostmoth to do anything significant. All right, so Jesse deciding to go for it. And is going to unlock... Oh, there is Dragapult finally showing up. Floatstone on the Malamar. And Forewarn, Teammates gonna be the perfect card for Trey to keep. And Trey has got some tricks up his sleeve this turn. He has definitely got some stuff to do. Teammates is going to allow Trey to go get whatever 2 cards he wants out of his deck and put them into his hand. Here comes the full art Teammates. Teammates can only be played if one of your opponents, if your opponent took a knockout during your last turn, right? During their last turn. So Teammates, conditional supporter, but if those conditions are met, one of the best supporters in the game. Just go search your deck for 2 cards. Doesn't matter what they are. Trainer cards, item cards, energy cards, Pokemon. Doesn't matter. So Teammates will grab 2 cards. And Trey doesn't even have to reveal them because they could be any 2 cards. And we've got quite a game shaping up on our hands in this top 8 match. Game 3. Jesse with only 3 prizes remaining, but Fireworks Bomb about to even the score. Old Cemetery making it so that for every energy Jesse puts into play, no, we're not going Fireworks Bomb. We're actually just taking the double knockout on Wishy-Washy and Staryu. And it's possible that Fireworks Bomb could come in later. A 2-prize take from Dragapult. And Dragapult has that amazing ability, Infiltrator, making it so that if Jesse tries to swing in to the Dragapult, things could get ugly. Now, Jesse doesn't have much, but he does have a Wailmer that can swing for the fences. But is that going to be enough? The Wailmer will get knocked out by the Dragapult. So not dealing with the Dragapult is gonna come back to bite Jesse if he doesn't. Jesse's got the Guzma and some water energies in hand, but no Drizzile either. Feels really bad. And you definitely don't really want to just beacon this turn. I do like Jesse's decision to take a prize. Okay. So he's going to go for the beacon. He's not taking the prize. Jesse is opening up the door. The door at this point is cracked. And if Trey just walks through it, he can walk away with the win. And the cracked door is that now Trey has an opportunity to Fireworks Bomb. All he really needs is a Dimension Valley and a Psychic Energy. With Dimension Valley and Psychic Energy, Blacephalon will be able to use Fireworks Bomb, spread 12 damage counters. And here's the Dimension Valley coming down into play. Fireworks Bomb for 12 damage counters. The Frostmoth is probably getting knocked out. The Wailmer could get knocked out. Whichever one. Oh no, and Marnie gonna put Jesse's hand that he just beaconed for on the bottom of the deck. Wow, that feels so bad. And now Trey has total control over what he wants to knock out. It looks like he's selecting some cards out of his discard pile, potentially to Rod back into the deck. Yes, he's got Ordinary Rod, Spell Tag on the Blacephalon, and things are really starting to get gnarly here on Trey's side. He surely wants to just completely wipe out the Whalmer. The Whalmer's only got 100 hit points, so 9 damage counters will do it there. And then he's still got 3 damage counters to work with, maybe onto the Vulpix or the Sobble. Sobble is going to take 3 damage counters as well. And Trey will go to 3 prizes, tying the game up. Jesse had sprinted ahead. It was 3-6 prizes, and now it is 3-3. Coming down the wire. And if Jesse doesn't take a knockout this turn, then this Blacephalon is going to spread 12 more damage counters onto Jesse's board. I think that last turn, Jesse may have needed... We got a Dive Ball. Is there no... What about Inteleon? Is Inteleon in the deck? You rare candy into Inteleon? Yes, Shady Dealings, go get some stuff. Is this an out? Or are there any energy left in the deck? I mean, Jesse just lost a massive amount of energy off of the Whalmer, and Starmie has not been set up this game. Is there even enough resources in the deck for Jesse to finish this game off? Especially with Blacephalon using Fireworks Bomb. Jesse can't even bench the Staryu again. And Jesse is in a really precarious spot. It's insane how this game is starting to slip away from him. He was in the dominant lead for the first half, but the comeback potential of cards like Blacephalon and Dragapult is so massive. The Trey is squeaking back into this game. Dimension Valley getting Trey that attack for just 1 energy. And Jesse really just trying to grind out this turn. Okay, what do I take off of Shady Dealings? Super Rod Essential. Okay, get some energy back into that deck, right? Like, I'm going to need some water energy back in the deck like yesterday. So, it looks like Jesse is going for Staryu and Whalmer, but is there enough energy for Jesse to be able to win the game? So it looks like Staryu, because the thing is, if it doesn't matter if Jesse benches a Staryu but doesn't take a knockout, then it's just going to get Fireworks bombed. So Jesse's in trouble. Really in trouble. Staryu hitting the bench, but the Staryu is just a liability. It's only got 40 hit points. Rough Seas to counter the Dimension Valley, healing the Inteleon. And does he just go for Beacon? But what if Trey just has a Psychic Energy in hand? Oh, this is not looking good. You really don't want to just let this Blacephalon go on a tear. An unchecked Blacephalon can spell disaster. Now we've got Starmie. Jesse is desperately trying to get the Starmie back into play. But Jesse's win conditions are narrowing by the minute. And Trey has the Psychic Energy off the top of the deck, goes immediately onto the Blacephalon, and Jesse is going to scoop it up. That is game. Trey McCartan taking a miracle comeback in Game 3 thanks to Fireworks Bomb Blacephalon from Cosmic Eclipse, placing 12 damage counters every turn, just picking Jesse's board apart. Jesse had a seemingly invincible Wishy-Washy that game, but Once Trey was able to get through the wishy-washy Blacephalon, took command of the low HP targets on Jesse's board. So major congratulations to both players. Well played from Jesse and Trey. We're going to get Trey back here in just a moment for a winner's interview. We'll be right back. All right, I am here with none other than Trey McCartan. Yo, Trey, no Y in the house. From the Tricky Gym community, you may recognize Trey from the Discord, from the Twitch channel. Really an incredible experience to get to see you guys at my shop competing. It feels great. It feels great. And you're killing it, Trey, with the Psychic deck, the only Psychic deck in top 8, and you just beat what many players consider to be one of the best decks in the format, the Water deck. Walk us through what you are feeling right now and what you were feeling in that match.
Yeah, I was saying before Top Cut started that Water and Lightning were the two decks that I wanted to avoid the most during the main Swiss and everything.
Yeah.
Just because on the way up here, I forgot the Mew. And I just forgot
to. What set is it from?
Unbroken, me from Unbroken Bonds, and I forgot to buy it. So I was like so scared the whole way, and I just kept trying to do whatever I could to slow him down. Wob is amazing against the Water deck and Lightning as well.
Yeah.
It was great. The games were a lot of fun.
That's
very
awesome.
Stressful.
Very stressful.
But
yeah, someone in the chat said it was an endurance test playing a best of 3 of this format. Like it's a marathon, not a sprint, man.
That's the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah. This was the first time I've played a best of 3 of GLC, like for real. And yeah, I couldn't say it any better or any different, just because sitting there having to think through all the plays, it's definitely a change of pace for sure compared to standard now.
Yeah.
And in a good way, but once the games are over and I was able to pull out the win, I felt very refreshed, just because I was like, felt like a real game of Pokemon. It was fun to play. Jesse was great. He knew what he was doing as always, and I'm just sitting here as the new guy who's always just chilling in Twitch chatting. To be able to compete with all the great players that have been here this weekend has been amazing.
That's awesome, dude. Well, I am very excited for you. How did you come to want to play the Psychic deck, the only Psychic deck in top 8? Now you're moving on to top 4, guaranteed $100 and some packs of Evolving Skies. What led you to want to play the Psychic deck?
Whenever you announced GLC and I actually started to look at stuff, the first thing that popped in my mind was Psychic.
Yeah.
It was, without a shadow of a doubt, I knew that's what I wanted, just because I knew Psychic has always been a type that I've loved to play since I've started playing.
That's so
They had so many great attackers to choose from. It just came down to trying to narrow it down, because I think I started off with a 95 card list and having to narrow everything down, and it became, well, I had multiple stage 2 lines, narrowing it down. My favorite cards out of the whole deck are Giratina and Galarian Articuno.
Oh, the Galarian Articuno in game 1, man. That was so
Yes.
sick. Yeah.
I was very surprised. I was just sitting in my hand, just like, I have 1 energy. What do I do? I got the D-Value. What do I do? I'm just hoping if I can top deck the energy or something like that. And I was just surprised I was able to just streamline the attacks back and forth very easily, especially since like I think I got rid of my Scoop Up Net or something like that too. So I was just like, I don't know what to do. But yeah, no, Psychic is fun. It's just like, I feel like leading up to this weekend, everyone was just eyes straight on like Water, Grass, Lightning, stuff like that. And I always felt like Psychic was just like getting left behind, maybe because like someone just wasn't like comfortable with a 60. But I was like, I'm just going to keep gung-ho with it, just keep testing it, keep going with it.
Well, I think what you have shown is that if you, and I love this because it's kind of corny, but like if you really invest yourself into testing a type and learning the ins and outs of like the matchups and how your deck works, like that, you know, you're kind of like a gym leader, bro.
Yes.
Like you kind of invest in yourself into that type. You've learned the ins and outs of that type, and that proficiency with that type in this format is really going to do wonders for you. So it was very evident that you'd put your time in testing. It was very evident that you knew exactly what you're doing with your list. I know you were saying you were nervous. You didn't quite know. None of that showed. Really? Oh yeah, man. You were looking like you knew exactly what you were doing. And you have a fantastic performance to show for it, man. So congratulations and best of luck in top 4.
Appreciate it. Thank you for having. And like I said, it's exciting to be here, and everyone's been hospitable, meeting everyone from Twitch chat, from the Discord. Everyone's been super nice, and I'm just happy to be here.
Of course, man. Well, thanks again for making the trip out. We're going to be right back with a top 4 match at the $1,000 Gym Leader Challenge event hosted by Full Grip Games. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Getting kicked off with our top 4 match. And I have got a special guest with me here in the house. Trainer Chip. How you doing, Chip?
Hey, what's up, Andrew? Doing well. Thanks for bringing me back here to cast the top 4 of the Gym Leader Challenge format tournament. It's been a blast. Honestly, I got to play in the tournament today. Sadly, did not make my way into the top 8, but we got a couple players here who have managed to find some success playing some cool decks. Of course, Tommy here rocking out with a dark deck. Not necessarily something I would have thought would have made it all the way to top 4, but hey, Guzzlord is pretty strong. And JW on the other side rocking out with Raikou, Vivid Voltage, the amazing rare Raikou, which is pretty sweet.
Absolutely. And yeah, the variety of decks has been... What's up, Mikey? Yeah, man, we're ready. I'm commentating right now. Let's do this. Yeah, let's get it. All right, excellent. They're checking to make sure that I'm ready in the studio. Like, heck yeah, born ready.
Let's get it.
Let's get it. So, Tommy's list is going to be featuring some of your favorite dark Pokemon, like Guzzlord from Cosmic Eclipse. Got that Spiritomb from Unbroken Bonds, the Galarian Obstagoon line, Galarian Weezing, Weavile, Zoroark. It's been really fun to see these lists start to take shape over the course of the last couple months. It really feels like you're trying to build an all-star team, you know, for each type. Like who gets to make the all-star team? And we've got Sneasel, we've got Spiritomb, and we've got Coughing getting powered up early. JW is going to be going first though, and we've seen how aggressive second. And we've seen how aggressive this lightning deck can be when it gets to attack on the first turn of the game.
Yeah, it's really strong. Zapdos, really just like the best attacker probably in the format, honestly, as far as turn 1 potential damage output, being able to do a solid 80 damage, and then not to even factor in all the other modifiers that lightning decks have, Electro Power, Muscle Band as well. And, Tommy's getting things set up. We got a Dark Claw on a Hoopa, which is pretty cool. It's pretty interesting because both of these decks are really trying to take advantage of kind of the same thing, right? Tommy has the Guzzlord, which gives you extra prizes with Red Banquet. JW's got the amazing rare Raikou, which gives you extra prizes due to being able to deal the bench damage. So really, it's kind of a similar strategy, but just with 2 different types. And they'll accomplish their strategy in different ways. The path to get there will look different for both players, but overall, kind of the same game plan. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. Tommy did go ahead and get an energy there onto the Coughing, the Coughing to try to get up into Galarian Weezing, which is one of the strongest Pokemon in the Dark deck as well. Just having the ability to shut down your opponent's abilities, especially when JW's deck is so reliant on his abilities, right?
Yes.
Wanting to sprint with Zebstrika, wanting to draw cards with Electrode, and of course, Magneton as well.
Yes. Now, JW is going to be opening up with a full art ball guy.
Best card in the game.
You love to see it. I was just talking to Grant Manley outside, and Grant Manley pulled out the ball guy, and he's like, one of the things I love about this format is that this card is busted.
Yes.
And it's such a fun, colorful card, right? And feels like it's kind of emblematic of, kind of the silliness of the Pokemon trading card game, but also the fun spirit of the Pokemon TCG, and the fact that this ball guy card can actually be a very good way to kick off your game is, I think, very... kind of just quintessentially Gym Leader Challenge. You go and you get 3 different balls out of your deck. Of course you have 3 different balls in your deck. Every deck has 3 different balls in the deck. So JW is going to be taking a good look to see what is prized here. As in a Gym Leader Challenge deck, it's very important. Each card is unique, and having certain cards prized means that you're going to have to take different routes in your game and plan accordingly. Now, I'm sure that JW probably would like to go for Zapdos and see if he can't get a turn 1 attack.
Yeah, a sneaky little prize could be nice. It's also interesting, though, because, like, JW kind of wants to give up the first prize so that he can turn on the counter energy, which is a huge part of the deck. And I'm sure that's what JW is really checking for here, is all those combo pieces, the things that allow Raikou to get up and running super quickly. So, I mean, Zapdos is obviously great, and taking a prize here on Sneasel is really strong, because Weavile's Evil Admonition deals more damage for the amount of abilities that are in play, and JW's deck has a lot of abilities. So Evil Admonition is definitely going to be doing a lot of damage. So we'll see which route he wants to go with. I honestly think aggressive with Zapdos could be really good, especially if some of the important Raikou setup pieces are prized, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised to see him play it a little slower. But it does look like Zapdos is being brought to the forefront here, so we could see right away a turn 1 prize.
There it is, and something I really love about the Zapdos deck, I guess it's technically the Lighting deck, but it feels like the Zapdos deck, is that it kind of feels like that Jirachi team-up Zapdos deck from that brief period in Standard, where that was a thing, and you were just kind of comboing off with the Zapdos. You're really low to the ground, but you got attacking quickly and tried to just overwhelm your opponent before they got set up. But this deck here has got some high-end potential as well. What it lacks in, in top-end attacking options, it kind of makes up for in crafty plays. It is really good at doing about 100 damage. It has one way to reach to like 160, and there we go, the Luxio. JW might be going for a turn 1 item lock.
Yeah, that is a good option. Of course, the Shinx has that evolutionary advantage ability, which if it is your first turn and you went second, you just get to evolve it right up into the Luxio, and Luxio's disconnect attack for a colorless deals 30 damage and makes it so your opponent can't play any item cards, which is really, really strong, especially in the early turns. Dark has some of the strongest Pokemon in the format, but
I agree.
It has probably the least amount of support as far as draw power goes. Over on JW side, we see the Zebstrika and we'll see Electrode and stuff, those things that we have mentioned, but
speed, lightning, energy.
There you go. Yeah, Dark is just got Crobat, and that's just kind of, it's not the best.
Yeah.
So, if JW can try to limit Tommy's abilities to utilize items, that could be a decent option. But I guess with this energy going on to Zapdos, that is a little telling that JW may be looking for this switch card. Not sure if he's got it in hand yet.
Yes, he's got Floatstone right
there
at the end of his hand, and he's got a huge opening hand at this point, growing his hand size with Ball Guy, obviously, and then being able to kind of craft out his path from here. I wonder if Zebstrika is in the deck. He may hold that Evo incense in his hand to kind of go search that out so that he can start burning through the deck on this next turn. But he's going to go Quick Ball, and we'll see what path he starts to take with the Floatstone and oh my gosh, and he's got a turn 1 Luxio as well. I mean, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, this puts on so much pressure just because you're threatening a turn 2 Luxray attack, which Luxray deals 60 damage and then 100 more if it evolved that turn. So, even though he's not going with the item lock route, he's just threatening that Luxray damage on the next turn, which is huge.
Yes. That is the kind of the biggest punch that the Lightning deck has is the Luxray being able to raid for 160 damage, but it only does it once.
Right.
And then once you use Luxray's raid, then you're locked back in at about your 130, 100 range. The Ampharos is a great late game finisher for this deck, which is hilarious because it just does 130 damage for 2 lightning energy, but those are the magic numbers in Gym Leader Challenge format. 130 damage is enough to knock out most Pokemon, like this Galarian Weezing that we see in the active position from Tom. And with JW really just having the Zebra on the bench, right? The Blitzel, and, getting the hand shuffled into the deck, it might be tough for JW to respond out of this. There's only so many switch cards in a Gym Leader Challenge deck, and Zapdos really relies on finding those switch cards to continue to be an aggressive opener.
It's definitely important because, I mean, if Zapdos doesn't come from the bench to the active, it's only dealing 10 damage, which is not quite going to cut it. And it'll be even harder for JW to find those cards with Neutralizing Gas up and running from the Galarian Weezing. So good for Tommy that he had it running. And Severe Poison also puts on that pressure, forces you to find that switch card because, I mean, Zapdos does have 2 Retreat. He's a big boy up there in the active spot. So there's a chance that you can set some stuff up. You know, you can do some cute things with Severe Poison where you can try to make it so your opponent gets KO'd coming back into your turn, where you can kind of make it so it feels like you're getting kind of 2 knockouts on your turn. But we are going to see the Guzzlord hit the bench, and this is the kind of flagship Pokemon. You know, if we're playing the video game here, Guzzlord is definitely the ace on the Gym Leaders team, and that Red Banquet attack is just absolutely disgusting in this format.
It really is, and there are so many ways to take this Red Banquet attack to a new level. You have Dark Claw, and you have Muscle Band to boost Red Banquet to 140. There's stadiums like Devoured Field can boost it to 150. So you're saying anything in the format that has 150 hit points or less is within Guzzlord's reach to do 150 damage and take 2 prizes. And obviously, in a single prize format, taking 2 prizes is really good. Guzzlord also has 150 hit points. It's not like he's easy to knock out once this thing gets up and rolling.
Yeah, he is a big Pokemon, does big damage, and really makes big swings in the game. JW here does have the switch, so was able to find that. Also, that awesome Emolga there, I believe from Legendary Treasures. I think there's a print before that as well, but
yes.
Next Destinies maybe. But
Next
has
Destinies,
that Call for Family attack, which is really strong, and has free retreat. Anytime I see like a Pokemon card and it just has free retreat, it just amplifies how good that card is by 20. You know, it just makes it so much better, so much more versatile, and having it as a basic with free retreat is really, really strong. So it's a good option for this deck, and especially when you want to be having the maneuverability to utilize Zapdos multiple turns in a row.
Absolutely. I mean, it's great for setting your deck up and just being able to pivot in and out of the active position. Does wonders for this deck's functionality because you want to pivot Zapdos in and out of the active position often during the match, and you also can only Dynamotor energy to your benched Pokemon. So having a free retreater is key, as we saw, just being able to switch into the Emolga. It meant that JW doesn't have to sack an energy in order to manually retreat something. He just gets to play the switch, play a supporter, and then kind of plan out his path forward from there.
We are going to just see the retreat and the attack. A little bit of a whiff. I think JW would have loved to have found Luxray there and just take this knockout.
Yes.
You know, keep pushing the advantage here, and that would have left Tommy with pretty much nothing, no energy in play. But now Tommy has an opportunity to just kind of, it's fine to chill a little bit with the Guzzlord deck. You take the extra prizes, so if you're, go down early, that's kind of where you can come back just because you gain those extra prize cards. Something to note as well, both of these players have already utilized their 1 copy of N. Everything in this format is a single copy, so N is a huge comeback card. Both of these players are playing versus Seeker, so they have 1 more opportunity to potentially use it. I guess Lysander's trump card as well.
And Caitlyn.
There are ways to reuse it, but when it hits the discard pile early, it makes it much more difficult to have access to that comeback potential.
Yes, and I really love Tommy's board position, and I think that this is such a great match because we're getting to see, the quick aggression from the Lightning deck, but then also the power of Galarian Weezing to just shut off the abilities. Tommy and JW and said, okay, you're not going to be able to sprint out of this, and you have Zapdos in the active. Come at me, what you got? And Zapdos for 80. I mean, there's a lot of Pokemon in this format that can just shrug off a Thunderous Assault. And the Galarian Weezing being able to just chip away at Pokemon with a poison, give this Guzzlord time to get some energy attached to it. And we do see the twin energy, I believe, coming onto the Guzzlord, which is going to mean that Tommy is in Dark Patch or Raihan territory for this Guzzlord to get powered up.
Yeah, and even if JW does take a knockout on this Weezing, even B-String is an option as well. Many ways to get this Guzzlord powered up. I mean, it's the best Pokemon in the deck, so it makes sense. Tommy has plenty of ways to get this guy up and running. Things are actually setting up really nicely here for Tommy as well. You know, JW did switch out of that poison last turn, so now if Tommy, you know, utilizes the poison here, puts JW up to 80, and if JW is unable to find a switching card, this is just kind of a free prize going back into Tommy's turn. So we're going to have to see if JW can find that switch card, because if not, that is a big swing in Tommy's favor.
Yeah, and it's a huge kind of sigh of relief for Tommy to just find the Zubat. Kind of hilarious. It's just like, oh, thank God. All right, I get to bench my Zubat.
I can draw 2 cards.
I get to draw 2 cards. I mean, there's a timer ball in his hand. You know, he's like, okay, I'm going to get to do some extra stuff. The Dark deck is so powerful. I honestly think that the Dark deck has some of the strongest attackers in Gym Leader Challenge format, but at the cost of being a grindier deck to play.
Certainly.
It is just this kind of, you're manually attaching a lot of your energy. You kind of got this like ragtag team of guys that don't necessarily all jive perfectly together. They kind of all do different things, but they mostly attack for 1 energy, except for Guzzlord, who attacks for 4. But it's fine. We make it work. B-String, Dark Patch. There's enough gas there to make it accessible, and access to 2 twin energies in DCE and twin energy means that strategy is certainly consistent and viable.
JW's going to play an Ultra Ball here. And I'm interested to see what he's going to grab. Could just try to set up the Raikou, maybe go ahead and get some energy attached to it. It does take a couple turns to get powered up, so just going ahead and prepping that could be a decent option. Losing Electro Power, though, that's a Revive going down, isn't it?
Yeah.
It looks a little bit like Electro Power. Yeah, but
to be fair,
Hey,
Revive is not a card that... Yeah, you're sitting a little back from the screen. Revive is not a card that we see every day.
Definitely not. Definitely not.
Yeah, some of these I've been head scratchers, and I'm over here on Google like, what is that? All right, what does that do? You know, how did that thing get 60 damage?
But yeah, I'll be interested to see what JW grabs here. Could be the Raikou. It could also grab the Flaffy, which it looks like that's what has been brought to the front here. That Fluffy Pillow ability is really strong, and if your opponent flips a few tails, it can buy you a lot of time. Obviously can't use it right now with with Galarian Weezing in the active spot, but next turn, if Tommy responds with a KO, JW will have this Fluffy Pillow option to just promote and try to buy some turns potentially, or at least try to force Tommy's hand a little bit to find things like Guzma, Switch, Escape Rope, whatever he may have.
All right, we do see Voltorb hitting the bench on JW's side, and you're getting to see the grindier side of Lightning in this match. I think a lot of our streamed matches of the Lightning deck so far have been all kind of fireworks and explosive plays, and watching it in action, it's like, okay, how is this not just the most broken, unbeatable deck that there is?
This
I
is
really
huge.
like this. This is a huge knockout. With the Muscle Band, Disconnect should do just enough damage. Perfect math to take the knockout. 50 damage with the Luxio. And this makes it so Tommy cannot play B-String.
That is massive. I mean, that's exactly what Tommy was hoping to pull off, I feel like, going into this turn is, yes, I get to... My opponent's at 4 prize cards. I can play my B-String. Not going to be the case. Though Tommy, I guess, did prep for this a little bit. Had the Float Stone ready to go on the Guzzlord, which is nice. And now Hoopa's Assault Tackle, very similar to Zapdos, right? Being able to deal that extra damage, moving from the bench to the active spot for a clean 90. That's a pretty quick prize. And that's all Tommy was able to do on his turn. Items in the hand. Can't play those thanks to Disconnect.
Yeah, but it is funny to see these decks kind of jockey for position, right? And going in with singleton attackers every time means that you're going to see a different face almost every trade, right? It's like, okay, we've got Weezing out here, and then there's a Zapdos, and now the Zapdos is gone. We got Luxio, now we got Hoopa, and so now JW is like, okay, who am I coming up with to respond to the Hoopa? Who are we cooking up? We do see that JW is trying to plan his turns in advance. He's probably very thankful to have his abilities online now. Can start using Sprint, can start using Electrode's ability to fill his hand to 4 cards, and the Sheep to put the Hoopa to bed. which is nice. And we do see that the Prism energy gets dropped onto the Amazing Raikou. So JW can afford to, not do anything insane this turn. Just put the Hoopa to sleep, and then use the assault. What's this assault? Thunderous Assault.
Thunderous
Assault.
Yes,
We go.
yes.
Thunderous Assault with the Zapdos, and just poke for 80 damage, potentially. Or maybe JW's got something else cooked up, another trick up his sleeve. But it does look like that's probably the direction he's heading in.
Yeah, debating what to do here. I think maybe JW's thinking about sprinting. I don't think he has used sprint yet. So, I mean, the technical correct thing to do, right, would be to, retreat after sprinting, because you never know what you draw. You can always retreat, but what you draw could change what you want to do. But JW maybe has too good of cards in hand, doesn't want to retreat. I think that counter energy is in hand, which is a big thing, especially if Tommy is able to get Guzzlord powered up quickly. And this could be huge. If Tommy flips tails going into this turn, he's going to be forced to find something to switch, and there are very limited options. Tommy did discard Tate and Liza on the last turn, or a couple turns ago, I think, with the Cynthia and Caitlyn. And yeah, now it's going to be on to a big flip here, honestly. Let's see if Tommy can hit this heads or not.
Yes, with the Hiding Dark energy, the Hoopa can retreat for free, and a big heads flip means that the Hoopa is ready to go. Some great draw options in Tommy's Marnie hand, and that's something about this Dark deck is you want to make sure that it is chock full of supporter cards, because you don't have any Pokemon that can just draw you cards consistently throughout the match. So we do see that these players are going to, let's see, Tommy is going to be playing Colorless, so he's going to get a draw of 8 off of this. There are 8 benched Pokemon in play, so big draw for Tommy, explosive turn. He's got a couple of options of things he could do. He's got a couple damage counters on the Spiritomb thanks to building Spite, so that's always an option. And with items available, could just get in there with Guzzlord, but there's the Beast Ring. So Beast Ring is a possibility, but do you want to go in with Guzzlord this turn?
Yep, it might not be this turn, but just going ahead and getting it powered up is super good. It's a huge threat, and JW does not have a way to really deal with it. It would have to be an insane combination of cards with like
a one-card hand
plus,
two-card
exactly
hand?
Right.
Yeah,
you got Sprint, but it doesn't quite get you everywhere. But yeah, we will see that Beast Ring come down and 2 Dark Energies being pulled out of the deck.
Yes, Guzzlord getting
Guzzlord
juiced.
ready to go.
Yeah, the Guzzlord's getting juiced up. Now, this is going to be a battle of the Pokemon that can take 2 prizes, right? We've got Guzzlord with its Red Banquet attack, does 120 damage. And then Amazing Raikou has its Amazing Shot attack, which can do 120 damage to the active and 120 damage to the bench, right? So with both of these kind of all-star Pokemon, right, duking it out, I'd say both the Guzzlord and the Raikou are kind of the all-stars of their respective decks. The Lightning deck, maybe Zapdos is feeling a little upset, that like, I'm definitely the guy, right? But both of these Pokemon capable of taking 2 prizes, and we're going to see how this shakes out, because the thing about Amazing Raikou is that it can't actually one-hit KO Guzzlord easily. It can with a Muscle Band and Electro Power, that's or just an Electro Power, right? But then you have to have your 1 of Electro Power in hand when you use the attack, and the Guzzlord has to be in the active. So it is a lot more to piece together, whereas the Guzzlord could very easily lay waste to that Amazing Raikou.
So we have been informed, unfortunately, Tommy has received a double prize penalty, I believe for an extra card drawn at some point. So, we got stream judges out here at the table watching to make sure that everything is up to par as it should be. So when these mistakes happen, there has to be a penalty served. So JW will need to take 2 less prize cards to win this game. So that is really a big deal in this situation.
It is. It is unfortunate. Tommy did draw an extra card, though, and this is not a casual game. This is top
Definitely
4
not.
of a $1,000 prize event, and we've got world-class judging staff on the tables. So this is this is not going to be a super forgiving environment when it comes to revealing and drawing extra cards, and that is just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. But
Red Banquet.
And this is crazy because even though the double prize penalty, the way it works.
Is it?
Yeah, this is the game, right? Because, the amazing Raikou is going to be able to escape rope around the Guzzlord and then just amazing shot for double 120s and take the remaining 2 prize cards that JW needs in order to scoop up 2 prizes. And because of the double prize penalty, JW only has to take 2 more prizes in order to win the game because of the extra cards drawn during that turn by Tommy. Is unfortunate finish to that game. I actually feel like Tommy might have been favored there.
Yeah, it really could have gone either way still, to be honest. I don't know that JW would have gone in with Raikou in that turn if, it's kind of one of those things, right? JW's a, great player, 2-time regional champion. So he's aware whenever things are, certain situations come up, his opponent has been given a prize penalty, so he can change the way he plays the game and try to utilize that to his advantage. And that's what we saw happen there with the Guzzlord. With the Raikou, taking the closing out the game there, taking 2 prize cards, and JW is up a game here in top 4.
That was a really tight match. I mean, and you guys can see, the nerves are high at a tournament like this. You're on a stream table, out of your element. Somebody like JW. JW is definitely played on stream, but even like someone, a seasoned veteran, being under the lights, being on camera, knowing that there's people kind of analyzing your every play, and it's easy for things to go a little haywire. And I think everybody is a little bit rusty when it comes to playing paper cards, having been in, inside for the last couple of years at this point. But it is really nice to get to dust these cobwebs off and get to see some amazing play from these players. I am stoked to see Tommy's deck in action again. It was really doing well that game, and I felt like Tommy was in a real position to potentially run away with that one. I'd be interested to see if Tommy decides to go first or second in this game.
Yeah, you've got kind of the similar situation that Lightning does, right? Hoopa's a really strong attacker on turn 1, so there's always a chance, choose to go second. You get some solid damage in play to work with. You also going second, you get to play things like Ball Guy, Bridget, Sonya, like these cards that just get you set up, get your basics. I know you're a big fan of going second in the GLC, and I feel like that would be probably a good route for Tommy to choose, but we'll see what he went with. Yeah,
it's tough because choosing first against the Lightning deck feels like a recipe for disaster. You're giving the Shinx the ability to evolve on the first turn. You get turn 1 item locked without playing a supporter. You can just get Zapdos donked and the game can end. So I think just knowing what you're sitting across from, and we do see that JW opens Shinx level ball, like you go second. You just choose to go second. And that's something that I saw earlier in the day with my buddy Beckett playing. He just was playing the dark deck and he didn't know to choose to go second against Lightning, and it was tough because Lightning is just such an aggressive deck out the gates.
Definitely. Tommy here gonna have an extra card to work with off of that mulligan. Now gonna get things going. Hoopa, great Pokemon to have early, but not a great starter, to be honest. Assault Tackle only works when it moves from the bench to the active, and he's got a pretty hefty 2 retreat cost, I believe. So he's it might be hard for Tommy to get an attack off here, and it does look like Tommy has chosen to go second, which I think is a wise choice.
I agree. That being said, not all your opening hands are like great going first hands, but JW's hand is actually a really good going first hand. Yeah. He's got a it doesn't always happen that way. When you can't play a supporter card on the first turn of the game going first, you can sometimes just open a weird hand where you just got, your consistency cards. You have to play a healthy number of supporter cards so that you can draw through your deck, and you used to want to see nothing but supporter cards in your opening hand.
Right.
Yeah, back in the day. And now it's like you open a turn 1 hand going first with nothing but supporter cards, and you're like, this is a nightmare.
Back in
what am I
your
going to do with
day,
that?
Andrew,
Back in the day. We do see Shinx go down, hit the bench. JW seems to be writing down his prize cards, which is an interesting strategy in the Gym Leader Challenge format, since it is, each card is really important.
Yeah, it's really hard to check your prizes too, because it's all one-ofs, It doesn't quite, it doesn't. This format does not lend to prize checking, but normally what you'll see players do for this format, just check the really important stuff for the specific matchup you're playing. Yep. So, and whenever your deck is like a combo deck, kind of like JW's is, he's going to check all the combo pieces for the Raikou. He wants to see if he's got the Magneton in there to work with, wants to see if he's got Surge and, counter energy teammates as well, which we have already seen hit the discard pile actually. But, checking those combo pieces, the evolution lines, these are all important things. And it looks like Voltorb is going to hit the field.
And Tommy actually seems to have a pretty decent hand. He does have Town Map in his hand, so he's going to be able to flip over those prizes turn 1, which is nice. Getting to play the entire game with your prizes the opposite direction is like really wonderful. And I actually love this strategy from JW. Now, a slight difference in lists between JW and Michael Zele's. Michael Zele also, I believe, finished in the top 8.
Who was on stream earlier today.
This event, yes, is that Michael Zele is playing Guzma and Hala in combination with the Magneton, and Michael Zele was also playing the Dual Brains Magnezone. JW just playing the Magneton, and there is no Guzma and Hala in this list. So Magneton, very explosive, very explosive card. That
you proud of that one?
Yeah, I always am. Yeah. Oh, you should see it when I'm commentating by myself, and then I have to laugh at my own jokes for sure because I don't got
I'm
anybody.
happy I can be here to give you a chuckle, Andrew.
Thanks. Yeah. So the call signal ability really great for getting started on the second turn in the game, and can force the counter energy to be live.
So we are going to see that town map played right away, flipping these prizes face up. And this is, it's kind of interesting because now your opponent has access to, the knowledge of what you have to work with. Even though JW doesn't know Tommy's exact list, he's got a good idea like, okay, there's the Obstagoon here. So now I know it's going to be harder for Tommy to have access to that. Getting that set up. The Golbat there is a huge thing, since that's one of the only ways this deck can draw cards. But now it's great for Tommy, because now Tommy will, when he takes prize cards, be able to just grab whatever is good at the time.
Absolutely. And I think that a card like Town Map is so important for a deck like Dark and a deck like Fighting, because these decks don't have built-in draw power on their board. So you have to, like I said earlier, it's a grindy deck where you have to plan out your strategy piece by piece. So in a way, when you flip your prizes face up, you can plan for the upcoming turn and increase the consistency of your deck by just grabbing, like there's a Cynthia there. Fantastic, right? So like when Tommy has a dead hand, he will just go get the Cynthia and then put it into his hand to help him have a stable, kind of draw throughout the game.
And it's just going to have to be a pass from Tommy. I mean, got an energy and a muscle band there on the Hoopa, but doesn't do any damage, unfortunately, since it did not move from the bench to the active spot. And JW here playing the level ball right away. We could see Magneton come in, and Call Signal could pop off a little bit and help get JW set up. JW did not attach an energy on his turn 1, which is definitely always a little bit of a feels bad. There's not really, I guess, anything amazing to have thrown an energy on. It could be good to get one on the Shinx, but it would have been ideal to, if you could have gotten down Raikou, get an energy on that, and then you really could have something going here. But JW with this level ball has plenty of options, and you can see he's kind of struggling with it, what exact route he wants to take.
Yeah, and that is something about the Lightning deck. I was saying it until we kind of got word of the prize penalty last game, but this Lightning deck can be really grindy to play sometimes. Your damage ceiling is really low comparatively to other decks, and you have to make it work. And you're not just the games are not just a sprint. You're not just like, okay, I'm going to draw through my deck and then I'll win the game when I do that. Because if you just do 80 damage a turn with Zapdos, every turn, you're not going to win a whole lot of games. These Pokemon can get pretty big when they are evolved up. And it is hard to keep that Zapdos swinging in and out of the active position, and then sometimes it's prized. So, so like having to come up with how do I make this really low to the ground deck take 6 knockouts before my opponent does. It's obviously a powerhouse deck, but this Magneton gives you a lot of cool plays because you could sack a prize, and if there's ever a time to sack a prize for, kind of a big money play, it's when you're already up game 1, So he's like, okay, I'm up game 1. I can go in game 2 and sack a prize in order to develop a more advanced board state than my opponent. Call Signal gets 3 supporter cards out of the deck, and one of them can be Lieutenant Surge's strategy, which allows you to play 3 supporters during a turn.
Yeah, it's very strong. I mean, a great combo, just being able to go down on prizes right away. Normally you would be like, why would I give up this extra prize? I'm making it easier for my opponent to make things happen. But in reality, this is exactly what JW wants to see. And it looks like it's actually just going to be Surge and Juniper and Volkner grabbed. Yep. So JW really needing to, I think, advance this hand. Not really much to work with, it seems like.
Yeah, and I love the Surge Volkner plays because it just gives you it's like you got something in that deck that you need right now, and Volkner just gets it, and then you can the downside of Volkner is that or that you don't get a draw, so then Surge Volkner Juniper. It's a cool little play where you could just kind of ham through the deck. Now I do think that JW is a little bit worried about discarding these evolutions that are in his hand. I think he needs to kind of let that go and just ham a little bit. Because he has recovery cards in his deck. He's got a Rescue Stretcher. He's got a Lysander's Trump card. There are ways to put the
ultimate recovery card.
The
right?
ultimate recovery card, yes. He's got ways to put these cards back into the deck. So I think he's going to be fine. But it does always hurt to let some of your singleton Pokemon, like ones that you really want to get into play, like Flaffy, hit the discard pile so early.
Yeah, definitely. Volkner here going to grab an item card and a Lightning Energy. And looks like Ultra Ball is being grabbed. So I'm not sure if I see the Zapdos in there or not, Andrew. I can't quite tell. But if that is prized, that is a little unfortunate for JW because that is really, we saw last game, kind of the early game attacker that he wants to lean on. But with the Ultra Ball being grabbed, I would expect to see it being played here. Let's see what he does.
I think that we really want to see the Luxio come out. If Luxio's in the deck, and there he is, right? We want to see Luxio. Is Luxray and Zapdos is in the deck. We really want to see a Luxio item lock this turn. And then once the Luxray is up, Luxray is going to be able to, I think, headbolt and take multiple, and just deal 120 damage.
Right,
it's
keep
like
attacking after that big burst turn.
It's just a really nice attacker because Luxray can, or Luxio can slow the game down with item lock, and then when your opponent inevitably is trying to build up some sort of response to your item lock, you can gust it up and Luxray it to just nuke it when they are trying to, get that established. And then a lot of times after you just gust up and knock out their Pokemon that they were trying to build up, they might not be able to respond to a 160 hit point Luxray. So then a Luxray gets to attack again.
This hand that JW got off the Juniper is insane. Air Balloon, we got the Zebstrika, we got Muscle Band as well. Stormy Mountains, that new stadium card from Evolving Skies, which can allow you to get a basic Lightning or basic Dragon Pokemon out of the deck and put it right on to the bench. JW drew really well off of that and still has more to go with if he wants to go with the sprint here.
Yes. This hand is some flames. He is definitely firing on all 6 cylinders. Now he's a little bit nervous, right, to give up a prize with Call Signal. And then you just get to trade a Stage 1 Pokemon. Look at what, was it worth it? You gave up 1 prize and a Stage 1 Pokemon for this amount of development on the board, yeah, it's worth it, you
Definitely.
know, because you get to take what was like a really lackluster hand and a lackluster board and turn it into something that, okay.
Wow.
Under item lock.
Oh, can't
no.
play that.
Stop it.
Can't play that.
JW, stop him. Be the good guy, JW.
That is.
I know you want to let your opponent do it, JW, but be the good man. I know you are.
Looks like he has stopped him right in his tracks. So
yes.
No extra cards for Tommy here. Unfortunately, Great Ball can't be played, but that is a huge rip there. Getting the Zolark there in hand, and I believe Tommy actually did take that Hiding Darkness energy off that prize that JW gave to him. So that is huge. Stand in, brings the Zolark to the active, and that Hiding Darkness energy gives the dark Pokemon it's attached to free retreat. So just retreat right back in. Incredible synergy with Hoopa, and that is probably the exact 2 cards JW did not want to see. We were talking about how important getting that Luxray up and running could have been, and JW is not going to be able to do it right now.
Yeah, that combo is super gnarly. You love to see that. I mean, 2 Pokemon that were printed worlds apart. We have got Zoroark from X and Y's Breakthrough and Hoopa for what, Darkness Ablaze, you know, from the Sword and Shield era. But these 2, it's like they were born to be played together, you know. You've got Zoroark with its stand-in ability. You can move from the bench to the active position, and then Hiding Darkness energy, also from Darkness Ablaze to retreat for free into Hoopa. A beautiful combo. And the fact that Tommy was able to pull that off under item lock, I'm sure has got JW a little bit sideways right now.
Yeah, I don't think JW was expecting it at all. And
no.
Now he's got to recover. I mean, there's a good opportunity here. You know, there's the Mareep on the bench. You know, if you can find a Flaffy, if you can find the counter energy, we could see, I believe, is it Amazing Shot from the Raikou there, and could go ahead and start dealing that damage, which is really the strategy of JW's entire deck.
Yes. And
okay. It gets a prize, but it feels really bad to have to use your counter energy just for a lightning on the Zapdos.
Especially when you are behind in prizes.
Right.
Yeah, it's like, okay, you're behind in prizes. You just got your Mareep into play. And it's getting to be about that time when maybe you could pull off the Amazing Shot with Amazing Raikou. But you got to keep pace, right? You can't go too far behind. It can be tough to make comebacks when you let the opponent race a little bit too far ahead of you. So keeping pace there. JW does have a special charge and trump card in the deck. So it's definitely possible to get this thing back into play.
Yeah, but I mean, Tommy, 4 prizes left. That's just, you know, 1 Guzzlord attack and then 2 other attacks away from closing it out, or even just 2 Guzzlord attacks potentially. So this is stuff JW's got to keep in mind, and I'm sure he's aware of. But you know, Tommy wants to start trying to establish that Guzzlord if he can. We did see Coughing come to the active, so we could see Tommy try to slow the game down a little bit with Galarian Wheezing. Of course, Ascension there on the Coughing is so good. Lets you just search the deck for the Galarian Wheezing and evolve it. It's really strong, and it looks like that may be what Tommy is eyeing up. And Sneasel hits the bench as well. Weavile in hand. Evil Admonition can deal a lot of damage. But no, it is going to be the retreat and just the knockout, going aggressive after the prize cards. I do like this as well.
Yeah, this is a really cool play from Tommy, just getting to put the pressure on with Hoopa. He's got the Weavile in hand. If there's one thing for sure about the Lightning deck, is that it's always going to have abilities in play.
Right.
It's got 3 abilities in play right now. Weavile's Evil Admonition can smack for 150 damage for 1 energy. I mean, look at the Lightning deck. The Lightning deck would love to have an Evil Admonition on its, you know what I mean? It would love to have that. It feels like that kind of attack was born to be with the Lightning deck, right? Just all these 1 energy attacks. But no, a Darkness type, I feel like, really has the more powerful single energy attacks than Lightning. It just doesn't have the draw support that Lightning does. They're similar in a way, but slightly different. And we're seeing that kind of the essence of these 2 types really duke it out in this top 4 match with some really tight gameplay, some really close games here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, JW is down pretty far at this point. Tommy's definitely in the lead at this point in the game, but Amazing Shot, really strong. And if JW can get it powered up, there's definitely I mean, JW's just 3 attacks away, 3 turns away from potentially closing out the game. So let's see what JW is able to piece together here. If he can find a prize this turn and then amazing shot 2 times, it definitely could still happen.
Yeah, and it is all going to be about that potential amazing shot. The special charge comes down, and the counter energy going right back into the deck. That is the stressful part about being in the lead against Lightning, is that Raikou can just come in and decimate an unprepared board position.
Right.
I do like that Tommy is building up that Galarian Lanoon. It is a Pokemon that can evolve into Galarian Obstagoon. Galarian Obstagoon's huge. It has like 160 or 170
yeah,
hit points. It's absurd. And its Knuckle Impact, I think, does 160 as well, or 190.
No. This is the Sword and Shield Obstagoon, it looks like.
Is this the Sword and Shield Obstagoon?
So it's the good old Obstruct and Dark and Colorless for 90.
I see.
Most people have been playing the Champion's Path Obstagoon in their dark lists, but Tommy kind of changing it up a little bit for this tournament. And worth noting as well, Obstruct is really good against Amazing Raikou, since Amazing Raikou is a basic Pokemon.
You're not wrong. That is pretty wild. Yeah, the only real evolved attacker in the Lightning deck is the Luxray and the Ampharos. So you can look at a board and tell if either of those Pokemon are options for the following turn. And the Obstagoon may only do 90 damage with Obstruct, but with its ability, you can make that 120. And 120 is kind of right in the ballpark of those magic numbers that you need to hit. Zapdos has 110 hit points. Raikou, I think, has 110 or 120
110, I believe,
110 hit points, right? So Obstruct combined with the damage from Galarian Obstagoon's ability can take the knockout on these relevant Pokemon.
So JW here, gonna Thunderous Assault, take this prize. That 50 damage from the disconnect earlier coming in clutch here as Zapdos is able to pick up the KO. And JW 2 attacks away from winning, as long as both of those attacks are an amazing shot. But there is the Weavile and Evil Admonition hitting for big damage here, Andrew.
Yes, and the thing is, this amazing Raikou has been on the bench for how long? It's been there, just kind of looming in the background, you know. The amazing Pokemon are not easy to power up. You kind of have to have the stars aligned just right in your hands. Tommy really wants to gust one of those up and finish it. He wants to gust up the Raikou and knock it out. That would be the ideal prize to take this turn. Make it a little bit harder for JW to pull off an amazing shot. But I think that if Tom can at least... Oh, no, he's not going to be able to evolve up the Galarian Lanoon because the Obstagoon's right there in the prizes. Maybe evolve up the Coughing. I want to see some of these Pokemon get out of that 120 range.
Sure, yeah, being able to protect them a little bit. Tommy does have the Guzzlord already on the bench, and JW at 4 prize cards. This is a huge turn for Tommy. If Tommy can find B-String and, maybe get a Twin Energy ready to go for the next turn, has already attached this turn, but... if you can find B-String here, that is huge. Get those 2 Darkness Energies onto the Guzzlord. Let's see if it's here off the 6 cards from Cynthia. That is a big whiff there, I think. And Golbat in the prizes. Yeah, that would have been the only way Tommy could have dug a little bit more to try to get there.
So this is tough because, a B-String on this turn, and it kind of has to happen this turn because we're just looking at JW's board and we're assuming that he's going to be able to amazing shot this next turn with Zebstrika and Electrode in play. You're going to be seeing a lot of cards, and all you really have to do is find Flaffy Counter Energy. It's a 2-card combo to start using amazing shot this next turn. And if Tommy had found the B-String, then it would have been a matter of, okay, I take this knockout with Weavile and we Red Banquet game.
Right.
So this certainly keeps JW in it. Let's see what he's got prepared this turn.
There's a lot of good things he could potentially hit here. Like Counter Energy is a big one, but lots of ways to get there. We've got Raihan in the deck, Teammates in the deck. All of these cards are active now, and JW could use that to his advantage. Looking through the deck, there's a lot of special energy in there, and we know that Counter Energy did get put back with the special charge. There it is right in the middle of the deck.
That deck is so small, Chip.
Yeah, JW's eyeing it up, too.
That deck is like 10 cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's got 2 abilities in play that can draw you up to 4. So that is looking like a shoe-in for JW. I don't see Raihan in the deck. That's just like another way to just go guarantee it, or teammates. He does already have the Flaffy, though. So right now, it's just one card keeping him from an amazing shot.
And Tommy would not have a way to respond to that, I don't think. And it could really all but seal the game up in JW's favor, potentially. It might need to find something like the Electro Power on the following turn, potentially. Depending on what Pokemon Tommy sends to the active spot. Some of these Pokemon on the bench do have a lot of HP. JW here checking how many cards are in the deck. Before you play your supporter, before you sprint, you want to make sure you're not going to ever deck yourself out unintentionally. I've done that before, Andrew, and it's not a fun feeling. You're in a favorable position and just make a small mistake like that and draw too many cards and then lose the game to the deck out. So JW is being mindful of those things, and he's got sprint, he's got a supporter to potentially play as well. Looks like JW really trying to figure out what the best option is. N is being eyed up right now as well.
Yeah, I mean, N is so good against this dark deck because it doesn't have any built-in board draw. So that was going to really put Tommy in a compromising situation. But I think JW's route is not as simple as we're kind of looking at it right now, because even if he does amazing shot, right? So counter energy, Dynamotor, amazing shot, take out 2 Pokemon, then what? Right? Because he's going to be tied at 2-2 prizes and the counter energy stops working.
True, yes.
And then he passes until he's losing again.
Yeah.
Like, it's not as simple as what he really needs to happen is he needs Tommy to take one more prize, which is weird, but not the Raikou.
Right.
Yeah,
take a prize, just leave my Raikou alone.
Just leave my Raikou alone. Or if JW has, because I don't see the trump card in deck either, I don't think. So
I think it was in there. I think it was in there for JW,
okay.
Yeah.
If it is in there, then he's golden, and he can chuck all of the Luxray stuff back into the deck. I'm pretty sure it's not in there right now.
Yeah, definitely. At least the Luxio is down, right?
Yeah, right. I think he just brought this Shinx back.
Maybe so, yeah.
Yeah. So he needs some recovery if he's going to have a follow-up attacker. To my knowledge, there are no backup attackers in the deck other than Raikou. So if you go in counter energy, knockout, then you need a backup plan to close the deal. And I guess the backup plan could have been Ampharos.
Here's the sprint, and no, I don't see the counter energy. There's only like 2 or 3 cards left in the deck.
And he can't draw them all, or he'll deck out.
That is crazy. There's so few cards left, and I think that's what JW is debating between the N and the Bird Keeper, because one was a more solid option, and there's a reset stamp there after the N. A little interesting, but
he's digging.
Hey, yeah, oh yeah, wants to draw with the Electrode. So really looking for this counter energy. This would be a big turn here. And
a little bit of a hand malfunction.
two cards to draw.
Yep.
Needs to not deck out and needs to find the counter energy. Let's see if he's got it.
No! Oh, what an insane whiff.
That is terrible. That is... I mean, JW, what do you even do here? I think that might be it, honestly. JW can Thunderous Assault, but you only deal 80 damage. Weavile's got 90. Weavile's knocking out literally everything on your side of the field, dealing 200 damage as of right now. I mean,
the Shinx has an ability. The Electrode has an ability. Yeah.
I don't think any of these Pokemon in play have any random, like, paralyze attack that could buy you a turn, potentially. It's going to have to just be the Thunderous Assault.
I mean, JW doesn't 10 shy.
Right. JW doesn't just lose the game right here. Tommy's got 2 prize cards left, but this gives Tommy another turn to potentially find that B-string we were talking about.
Oof. And we said it does, and that's huge, right?
Right.
It does look like Tommy's draw off the N is another N. So here we are. We're going to spin the wheel again. And, I mean, I said it before that play. Tommy feels like he's going to get amazing shot next turn. I was like, JW is definitely going to find that counter energy. Wright's like odds are, but this is the variance. This is the game of Pokemon that we all know and love. You got to sit down on the table and play the game and draw the cards, and that's what's happening right now. And sometimes that card you need is just in the last couple cards.
Yeah, looks like it's literally like 3 or 4 cards there. So I mean, JW saw a lot. A couple off of the Electrode, a couple off of the Sprint, and then, of course, the N as well, and just was unable to get there.
Now, this is what I'm talking about. Town Map is really showing its worth in this position right here. Tommy putting the Hiding Darkness energy back into the deck with Special Charge, and knows he's guaranteed a knockout with the active Weavile using Evil Admonition. So all he's going to do is slap that Galarian Obstagoon onto the Linoon and hopefully take a game-winning knockout with Obstruct the following turn. That's what he's trying to set up. But we know that now, actually, that JW's whiffed the Amazing Shot, I think JW might be in a stronger position to win than he was last turn.
Yeah, if JW can pull this off here, if JW can
there's the counter energy.
Yeah, didn't find it last turn, has it now, and actually now JW, I think, can't lose, potentially. I mean, you just take the knockout on the active and the Linoon, and Tommy has no way to attack next turn. No way to deal. I mean, you can deal 40 damage effectively with the Galarian Wheezing, and I guess the Raikou doesn't directly knock out the Wheezing, but I mean, this is it's really interesting how this game is going to shape out. But now that Tommy's taken that prize, JW will be able to utilize counter energy 2 turns in a row.
Yeah, and that's the thing is, like, you know, JW needed Tommy to take one more prize, but not the Raikou. It needed to just, it needed to happen just like that. And JW sent up the Zapdos and was like, all right, Zapdos, do your job. Just get knocked out,
Right.
You know, clean and simple. No funny business. And I can evade a knockout for 2 more turns at the end of the game. And the problem is, it's not that Raikou's too OP, is that Tommy doesn't have a Pokemon that can knock it out.
Right.
He's been aggressive the whole game. He never found the Beast Ring or a Twin Energy or Raihan or anything to charge up this Guzzlord. If he finds any of those pieces throughout the game, then he takes the win last turn with Red Banquet. But he drew through his deck, and you could just see, I mean, look how big Tommy's deck is, maybe 25 cards left. Look how big, you know, JW's deck is. It is 2 cards.
Right.
So that is the power of the Zebstrika and Electrode, and the unfortunate thing about the Darkness deck is that it doesn't see as many cards. He was not able to build up a bench Pokemon, and now JW's going in with Amazing Shots. And are we going to see a trump card?
I'm not sure which of the 2 cards in deck JW really wanted there. There's 2 cards. It's Town Map and Lysander's trump card. And he only got to draw one of them. So I'm not sure which one is the one he was really looking for. You know, you're about to take 2 prizes here, so Town Map could have been really strong. Not 100% sure exactly what JW has prized, but really kind of just forced to play the trump card here. Actually, totally forced to play it because Guzzlord's first attack, Mountain Munch, discards the top card of your deck. So if JW just leaves the 1 card there, Mountain Munch could have just closed out the game, which would have been pretty crazy to see. So.
That would have been awesome.
But we do see the trump card, and you know, a card that I actually never played when trump card was legal, but I know you had some success. I believe top 16 to regionals in the trump card format, right?
I did actually. Yes,
And
it was the first deck that I ever played that only played 4 energy. Yes,
4 DCE.
It was 4 DCE. It was a Raichu deck. Yeah, Turbo Raichu deck, and it was bonkers at the time because that kind of deck didn't exist yet, where you could just only play a couple of energy and just draw into them over and over and over and over again. There was never a way to recycle them like that. But Lysander's trump card combined with Shaman EX, it was that's the regional Jason won, and then trump card was banned. Yep, it was that. That was the last event.
Last
with
hoorah.
Trump card. Yeah, the last hoorah with trump card.
Hey,
for
Gym
sure.
Leader Challenge, breathing life into the banned card here. And,
Yes.
But now here it comes. Amazing shot, and it is going to be the Linoon targeted down. JW knows that Tommy took that Obstagoon.
Yeah.
And JW is set up to be able to win next turn, potentially. I think needing that Electro Power or Muscle Band did just put both those cards back into the deck. And Tommy is going to send up the Galarian Wheezing here. Wants to limit the draw as much as possible.
Colorless and Lysander in hand. Top deck Piers.
I don't think that quite does it.
This is so close. So close. Piers can get a Darkness Energy and a Golbat, maybe, to draw cards. Then the thing is if JW uses the Amazing Shot attack and knock out the Zubat, then JW will not be able to Amazing Shot again the following turn. So, because it'll go to 1-1 prizes. So, we're going to see what's development happens after this Colorless. It's a Colorless for 6. It's a good, healthy amount of cards. But knowing the draw power potential of JW's board with the Zebstrika and the Electrode is going to make it so that JW's going to have access to a lot of plays next turn.
Well, don't forget that Weezing in the active spot right now.
Never mind.
Yeah, JW's going to have to find a way to get that out of there if he wants to use any of those abilities. I almost wonder if Tommy could have gone for kind of a slower play of like boss's orders this turn. Slow JW down, force him to have a switch. Because JW just put back a bunch of cards, right? With the trump card. So pretty likely that his top deck's not going to be great.
Net.
Yeah.
Scoop Up Net can make it so that JW cannot win.
Okay.
This next turn.
Yeah. Scoop Up Net can pick up that Zubat, get it out of play. JW would have no way to close out the game on this next turn.
Yes.
And Tommy can just put on the pressure here with the poison as well and set it up that Raikou would just go down in 2 turns.
Yeah, this is an insane finale to this game.
This game is crazy, Andrew.
This game is absurd. Yeah, I really don't know. It looks like he's not even going to bother poisoning the Raikou, saying like, okay, I'm going to try and close this game out with
didn't play the Scoop Up Net.
And not playing the Scoop Up Net. So that is really risky because all JW needs, here's the town map, Cynthia in the
was that Electropower?
Cynthia and Nestball.
Oh, Nestball. Okay. I thought it was that promo Electropower.
Yes, energy onto Flaffy. If JW has access to Ampharos, then... but he's got Ball Guy. Ball Guy can get Ampharos.
Gonna use Stormy Mountains here.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of Pokemon back in the deck, so it can thin something out. Has Lysander. That could be an option. I mean, you bring up the Guzzlord so that you can still Amazing Shot for the win, but you force yourself to find literally Electropower or it has to be just Electropower, right? Dealing that 30 extra damage.
150.
And you're only getting a few cards to do it, so that is pretty risky. I'm not sure JW would go for that. Man, this is a weird spot.
I think he is going to go for it.
He's going to go for it.
Of course he is. Yes, he's going to go for it because he's like, oh yeah, big money.
This is it.
This is the big money play. I break the ability lock, and now the reason he's going for it is because even if he whiffs, I get to get more Pokemon into play. I get to see more of my deck. I get to give myself more opportunities.
Electropower for the win. Doesn't find it there. Can thin a little bit more to try to draw with the Electrode. And if JW finds literally that single card, the game is over. Dealing exactly enough damage from to the active, and then, of course, sniping down that Zubat there on the bench. Special Charge can thin 1 card out of the hand, puts a Special Energy back into the deck, and we'll see the Electro drawing, I think, just 1 card. Not sure if there's anything else there.
All right. Can he get it off a draw
1 card?
One?
No, not
Timer
quite.
Ball. Might be able to go get Luxio.
Yeah, an item lock here actually would be pretty strong.
Does he go item lock, or does he go for the 2-turn win con with Amazing Shot?
Yeah, that is also a real possibility. Amazing Shot here, and then go ahead and take that prize on the Zubat, and then you can win next turn with the raid. It is really difficult I don't even actually know if Tommy has a way to take a prize next turn.
Yeah, it's really tough. I think that if you're JW, don't even take you don't hit the Zubat because you're opening up Raihan.
Okay.
Yeah. So like you don't hit the Zubat
right.
because then Tommy goes Raihan game. You know what I mean?
You can just Amazing Shot again because your counter energy is still active.
Yeah. Yep. So exactly. You want to do this, and then you've put Tommy on a 1-turn clock. Now we know that Tommy's got that Scoop Up Net in the hand and make things a little bit more challenging, but the Scoop Up Net doesn't sure anything up actually, because either way this board gets knocked out by an Amazing Shot the following turn.
This is a tough spot, and
Bruno for 4. Oh no,
man.
And no.
In yourself the 1.
There's a gear.
Okay, and there's a lot of good supporters in the deck. We know. I mean, all of those got put back from the trump cards, so plenty of options, plenty of ways to potentially draw. And I don't see a supporter yet.
Piers?
Is that no supporters there?
Piers.
Okay,
it's Piers, which is
probably the worst one you could have seen.
It is probably the worst one you could have seen. Colorless, Juniper, any of these are feeling much better than Piers. Piers would be dope if that Guzzlord had 1 more energy on it,
Right, yeah.
That would be the game winner. But we are just a little bit short of having what we need, just out of range of Beast Ring. It's such a such a tough spot for Tommy to be in. Tommy is just watching this game slip out of his grasp. He's so close. He's so close, but so far Pierce had to be the supporter to get played. But is this not just a concession?
Yeah, I think that JW just has win. I don't know what Tommy can draw here off this Golbat that eliminates JW's win condition of just amazing shotting for the game. We've got one scoop up net in hand, but it's a singleton format. There's not another scoop up net to find. No way to get the scoop up net back from the discard pile. No like recycles or anything like that in the deck, but
it's like Escape Rope Dark Patch.
Okay.
Can that do it? Like, I don't think so, but like that's kind of what I'm thinking. Is there a 2-card combination that can do this thing?
Yeah, a Rope Dark Patch actually would do it. If I don't know if Tommy plays Rope or not, but literally those 2 cards actually would be the game because everything on JW's bench is knocked out by Red Banquet.
Right, exactly. So, like, if that combination of cards exists in the deck, DCE and Stadium, you could do 10 more damage, but it's not quite it. The Guzzlord could get scooped to the hand, but then the Golbat will stay there. Okay, so this is the... All right, you could scoop the Guzzlord.
Okay.
And then if you can retreat into the Guzzlord again, you will have bought yourself one more turn.
Sure. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
I guess, right? Because the Guzzlord will not get knocked out. So that is the only way. And then we see a scoop, and that's it. JW Kriewall going to be moving on to the finals of the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash Gym Leader Challenge event.
Geez, what an exciting game 2 there. That really was super close. Back and forth, and JW coming out on top. Amazing shot. So strong, and JW surging his way into the finals here. I believe the other top 4 match, I mean, it's a control game, so it's probably still going on, but what a game. Really exciting to see. Well played to Tommy. Congratulations making top 4 at this event. There's a lot of great players in this tournament, and you know, Tommy made top 4 with a deck that probably a lot of people would not have contended to be one of the stronger ones.
Natalie, are you handing me this because this player's in the finals? Trey McCartan defeating Caleb Gedemer means that Trey is going to be piloting his Psychic type deck against JW Kriewall with his Lightning type amazing Raikou deck in the finals. A match for $400 and 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies, a case of Dragon Shield duels. We're going to be getting a winner's interview with JW, and I want to get a winner's interview with Trey to talk to both of these players before they compete for the grand prize. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be right back. All right, I am here with the man of the hour, John Walter Kriewall, the only player to make top 8 both days at the Full Grip Games 1K doubleheader, and making a serious comeback in Game 2. JW, how you feeling after that win?
Feels great, because that win was very, it was crazy.
There was a lot going on there.
Yep.
We were talking about this on the stream. The Lightning deck, I mean, up until this point, the stream games of the Lightning deck, it's all been, you know, fireworks and very explosive plays, but the Lightning deck can also be very grindy.
It was extremely grindy in that game.
Yes.
You saw where I was missing some stuff, but I was still going in with like Zapdos trying to do some amount of damage.
Right.
Just even if it wasn't knockouts, it was still putting some pressure on. And I wasn't able to get into my stage 2s, which really sucked.
Mm-hmm.
It just was really hard to keep them in hand. You saw in that second game, especially, I had to discard the Flaffy and the Luxray.
Yep.
Which just kind of solidified the fact that I was going to need to use Raikou, Zapdos almost exclusively. There was a turn in the second game where I calculatedly gave up the Magneton.
Yes.
And I just needed him not to have the Zoroark because I knew he would take the hiding energy. And he literally just said, like, man, I really wish I had the hiding energy. I'm like, well, you're going to get it. And he's like, how am I going to do that? I said, I'm about to give you a prize here, bro.
Watch this trick.
Watch this. And so I was like, okay, well, if I can item lock him for a few turns and just shut him down, then it'd be so good. Like, he just has to not have the raw Zoroark. And he did. And I was like, and that's when I knew, I was like, I should play it out, but like I should also think about scooping.
Right, because that was gnarly.
That was
gnarly. Yeah, your Luxio was out. You didn't have a lot established, but the one silver lining for you in that entire game is he never hit the B string.
Absolutely,
you're bodied if he did.
Yeah,
you're just ruined.
For
yeah,
sure.
In fact, if he had just hit a dark patch or any amount of
honestly,
energy,
if he had hit a gust at
any point,
yeah,
to take out the Raikou,
Raikou,
you were having a bad time.
Yeah.
All right, now you're up against Trey McCarden with the Psychic deck heading into the finals. Any thoughts on this matchup before you get going?
I just want to say I hope I made the little flexers proud today. I'm going to do my best. Don't know anything about Trey's deck, but we're going to figure it out on the fly.
As we always do. All right, we're going to be right back with a quick word from Trey before we get into this finals match. Let's get some hype going for these amazing players in the first ever Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 cash prize event. We'll be right back. All right, I am here with Trey McCarden. All right, Trey, talk to me. How did you beat Caleb Gedemer with the Filthy Control deck?
A hope and a prayer.
A hope and a prayer. Yo, that's so sick.
Yeah, honestly, I never built the deck thinking I was going to play against Control. But once I started playing, I realized I had a lot of answers. Sharna.
Yeah.
Gardevoir and all those. They were the saving graces.
Okay, so you were able to draw cards even though he was disrupting your hand.
Oh, yeah.
He wasn't able to loop hacks on you or anything crazy like that.
Yeah, because I already played a lot of. I played Scoop Up Net.
Yeah.
Escape Rope.
Yeah.
Bird Keeper. Technoliza. Multiple switching options. So almost every time he counter catchered,
yeah,
I was able to just draw right back out of a switching guard.
Control players hate to hear that.
I know. I was intimidated because I knew what his deck could do.
Yeah.
And I was just like, oh, hopefully he doesn't hit the combo, but
yeah,
I was able to draw out of it.
All right, you're going to be playing against JW with his Lightning deck in the finals. Any thoughts on this matchup before you get started?
Honestly, I've actually never played. I think I played against Zele in some testing with Lightning. Yeah. Insane. So I'm scared because I don't have Mew, but my hope is I can snipe the Raikous enough to slow him down.
Yeah.
And Wobbuffet's going to be the MVP, hopefully.
Let's get it. All right. Well, best of luck, Trey, in the finals. We're going to be rooting for you.
Thank you.
Let's get some hype going in the chats for this awesome conclusion to the Full Grip Games $1,000 cash Gym Leader Challenge event. We're going to head on down to the table and see what these players got. Let's get some hype going in the chat for Trey McCarden with the Psychic type deck versus JW Kriewall with his Lightning type deck. I am joined by Trainer Chip Ritchie. Chip, what do you think about this match we got?
I'm excited, Andrew. This is really going to be great. We got to see a lot of JW's deck in the top 4 match, but moving here into the finals, I'm excited to see what Trey's got cooking in this list. I've not seen this Psychic deck in action yet, but got a lot of stuff going on. Psychic is one of the types. Whenever I first looked at the Gym Leader Challenge format, I thought Psychic just had so many different potential possibilities because there's been so many strong Psychic type Pokemon over the years. Things like the Dusknoir that moves damage around. You've got things like Garbotoxin Garbodor. You've got things like Trashlanche Garbodor, Malamar, Giratina, Blacephalon, even good old Let Loose, everyone's favorite little Marshadow there from Shining Legends. But Psychic's got a lot of options, and Trey is definitely cooking with some interesting stuff here. And I'm excited to see how it's going to turn up.
Yeah, you do see some pretty cool cards that we don't typically get to see in this Psychic deck, like the Weezing. There's the Weezing in here from Unbroken Bonds. Spreads its damage. And Trey also, Trey is such an awesome dude. He was just like, oh yeah, man, I was thinking about putting Mew in here, but I forgot my Mew at home. So he just doesn't have a Mew from Unbroken Bonds in the list, which is so sick because now he's in the finals, $200 guaranteed richer, and in for at least one booster box of Evolving Skies. And you know what? Trey has been working on this Psychic deck for weeks and weeks and weeks on the Gym Leader Challenge format. It is amazing to see his hard work pay off, and something tells me this is just Trey's weekend. This man opened a booster box on Friday.
Yeah.
Of Evolving Skies.
Okay.
Both Alt Art Rays in it.
Wow.
The Alt Art Ray V, Alt Art Ray V Max, same booster box.
What? I need that box.
Same booster box. I watched it with my own eyeballs. I would not have believed it. But yeah, when you start off your weekend by saying, okay, I just opened a booster box and got, $500 worth of cards with 2 cards, and then, and then are in the finals of the $1,000 cash event, $200 guaranteed. If you win, that's $400 and 2 more booster boxes of Evolving Skies. Trey is having the weekend of his life right now.
Hey, what a weekend it has been, and it's not over yet. Got a little bit of work to do if he wants to kind of cap it off with a W. Going up against JW, who, I'm sure many people out there are very familiar with, content creator in the community and an amazing and accomplished player, 2-time regional champion. Won a regionals pretty recently as well at the very end of 2019 with that busted Rowlet and Alolan Exeggutor Vile Plume deck. So, JW, very accomplished here. I'm sure Trey really looking to cap off the weekend with a win, though.
Yes, and here we go. These players are getting kicked off. It looks like JW is going to be going first. Opens Voltorb to Trey's Ralts. And taking a look at JW's hand, he does have the Stormy Mountains. You'll love to see it. I mean, an incredible new stadium card from the Evolving Skies set. Just gets you the Pokemon that you want to see during the first turn of the match, and every turn thereafter that it doesn't get countered. Is it not a Stormy? I guess not.
Yeah,
okay.
Maybe not.
Maybe not. Hard to see. I thought I saw one, but maybe not. Just a Voltorb pass.
Yeah, Voltorb. I think this Voltorb only has 50 HP. I don't know if Trey has something that could just pick
Galarian
up this KO.
Articuno, baby. Galarian Articuno.
That could do it. The new Galarian Articuno from Evolving Skies. When you put it in play, you get to attach 2 Psychic Energy to it. And then if you can attach another one for turn, its attack for 3 energy, deals 120 damage to anything on your opponent's side, and you discard all of those energy. So that would be a way Trey could potentially win the game here. It's kind of hard to pull off combos like that in the Gym Leader Challenge format, though. I mean, everything's a one-of, so it's a little hard to get there. But it's possible. It's possible.
Yeah, you're not going to be playing Dedenne GX to dig for this thing.
Right.
It's like you either opened the stones, or, you didn't. So you do get to see some pretty gnarly opening hands in the Gym Leader Challenge format. They're always so much more impressive because everything's singleton, and you can't play like additional draw for it.
Mm-hmm.
So when you see an incredibly impressive opening hand, it's like you're witnessing something special. Like these pieces all came together to formulate a immaculate opening hand, and an immaculate opening hand is what we got right here.
Yeah, Trey is setting up very nicely here. We see Wobbuffet hitting the bench. That Bide Barricade ability is going to be extremely good against JW's deck. We saw it a little bit in the last game, how good Ability Lock was against JW's deck, and Wobbuffet, similar to that Galarian Weezing, of course. And Trey also has that Musharna there with that long-distance hypnosis ability. I really like that. Oh, but doesn't get to utilize it here. He's just going to pass it over to JW, and maybe didn't want to risk that Wobbuffet going to sleep, which I totally understand, because if that thing stays asleep for a long time and you can't move it, that is not good.
And I didn't play too much during the Heart Gold Soul Silver era, but I have heard horror stories
Musharna.
of Cleffa.
Oh, Cleffa, sure.
Staying asleep for, I would have won that game if the Cleffa hadn't stayed asleep for 5 turns. What was it doing? Now, JW's hand looks huge. Is that not the Stormy Mountain in his hand? It definitely is. I think he's a little psyched out about the D Valley.
Okay.
If anything.
That has to be it, because Trey does... Dimension Valley, so strong for these Psychic decks. It makes all of these attackers that are already really strong just that much better, since they can attack for less energy. So I think JW begrudgingly is going to put the Stormy Mountains in play. Was really wanting to hold it, though, for a counter stadium, I feel like.
Yeah, because here's the deal. There's only one stadium in this Lightning deck.
Yeah.
And it's the Stormy Mountains. So as powerful as it is for getting your board set up, JW does want to save that to counter the Dimension Valley, which will inevitably come into play. And the Psychic deck, when the Psychic deck is playing with Unlimited Dimension Valley, it's playing on another level.
Right.
I mean, it is just Shadow Impact for 2 energy.
Insane.
You're talking Galarian Articuno Psy Laser for 2 energy, right? And what's insane about the Psychic deck is that you have Malamar to charge a single energy back from the discard pile once during your turn. So with Malamar and the Dimension Valley, you can string all of these incredibly powerful attacks back to back to back. And I think that's the situation that JW is trying to avoid.
JW pulled the Electro Power to the front of his deck. He has Volkner in hand, so we could see him eye up just a Zapdos. Thunderous Assault, take a quick prize here on the Wobbuffet. Electro Power, does put it up to exactly 110 damage for the damage output, but looks like he's going to think better of it and just go with the Amazing Raikou instead. I wonder if JW knows that Trey does not have the Mew, like you were talking about. Trey forgot his Mew and didn't play it, because that's normally a card that would be a huge deal in this matchup, and I think usually JW would expect most Psychic decks to have it.
Yes, and if Amazing Raikou is getting big, obviously Psychic is a great type. I mean, it's here in the finals.
Yeah, sure.
And Psychic's got 2 bench barrier guys. You can play Mr. Mime and Mew from Unbroken Bonds.
Why not both?
Why not? But listen, if Amazing Raikou's as good as it looks, then you slap both of them dudes in the Psychic deck and just say, no. I don't care if I prized one. We're going to, none of this business with the Amazing Shot. It's one of the few types that really has some formidable bench barrier stuff going on. So that is a huge boon of playing Psychic. Now, JW really taking his time with his opening hands. Got Volkner, he's got Stormy Mountains, and we're seeing Nest Ball come down from the Volkner so that he can start to get some board position established and really just taking stock of his hand. This is a $400 game right here.
Yeah.
So he wants to make sure that he's being analytical about what he's got in his prizes.
Yep, every decision is important, especially in a singleton format. Can't stress it enough. Knowing what you have access to is important, and it makes it that much more difficult to be aware of what you have available, because it's hard to check for, 55 individual cards.
I loved commentating over Caleb's game because it's literally 60.
It's literally 60 unique cards, right?
Yeah, it was so sick. So the only card you can play as a duplicate in Gym Leader Challenge format is Basic Energy. JW's deck is 58 different cards because there's only 3 Basic Energy in the deck. So we see a pass from JW, I think going for a Paralysis with a Voltorb, but doesn't quite get there.
Sure.
And Trey with the Curlia and Evo Soda straight into Musharna.
Musharna with the Forewarn ability. Really, one of the things you need to look for in a type whenever you're picking a type to play for the Gym Leader Challenge is what support Pokemon do they have, and Musharna is a good option for these Psychic type decks. Forewarn lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck and put one of them into your hand. Reminiscent a little bit of Pidgey's Airmail, good old trade-off on Uxie level X. We've seen abilities similar to this in the past. For Musharna, the card does go back to the top, but it's just basically +1 every single turn, which is really solid.
It is, and added up over the course of a game that might last a dozen turns, that makes a big difference, especially when you're getting it out on turn 2. I really love that Musharna just makes all of your draw support cards a little bit sweeter, right? When we play Cynthia and Caitlin, just slapping that stadium down saying,
Old Cemetery, I
no
think.
more. Yep, Old Cemetery. I really love that Musharna allows you to just reach a little bit further, right? Instead of Cynthia and Caitlin for 3, I get to do 3, then I'll look 5, right? I mean, two deeper into the deck. Really allows you to make the most out of each of your draw turns, which is incredibly valuable over the course of the game. And then this Gardevoir is going to be coming into play soon if it's not prized. And it looks like since Trey is setting it up, it probably isn't. This Gardevoir is the one from Chilling Reign, which also has some insane draw power.
Yeah, really good. And potential energy acceleration as well. Shining Arcana letting you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, and if any of them are basic energy, you can accelerate them to play. If not, you just put them in your hand. So it's literally +2. So you go Gardevoir, draw 2, and then Musharna gets you 1 more of the next 2 cards. So really, really strong. You essentially get to see the top 4 cards of your deck every single turn once you get both of these Pokemon set up. It's interesting the Chilling Reign Gardevoir was chosen. There's a couple good options for Gardevoirs, right? Really just this one and the next Destiny's Gardevoir. But like I mentioned, draw support, draw power is really, really strong. So I personally really like this Chilling Reign Gardevoir as the option for the Psychic deck.
Me too. It feels insane to just draw 2 cards every turn. It's like a bill from base set every turn. And then when you hit an energy, cool, man, coming straight into play. The Psychic deck doesn't need a ton of energy on its guys. I mean, you got Dimension Valley. You've got some of these very, useful cards to help get energy to play. You got Malamar already. So the Gardevoir, it doesn't always make its way into play. And the reason why the Gardevoir doesn't always make its way into play in the Psychic-type Gym Leader Challenge deck is because this deck doesn't have the most robust draw engine out of all of the decks. You know, Musharna is one of your better guys. And this is something that I love about Gym Leader Challenge format is that if the decks weren't monotype, Musharna would be in 0 decks.
Right.
It was just strictly worse than a card like Octillery. Octillery would just be in every single one.
Sure.
Because you could just fill your hand to 5. But the types actually kind of balance themselves out because of the limitation of having to play within your type. This Electrode is strictly worse than Octillery.
Sure.
But it's in the Lightning pool. So, like, you have to work with the team that you're in, right? So so the Musharna, is out here cooking, doing what it can to help out all of the Psychic Pokemon. And if you can eventually get this Gardevoir into play, it does feel like you're really playing this deck on another level.
That's another Tails on Thunderwave there for JW. So, I mean, hey, we talked about, I want to mention that Stormy Mountains got discarded. Now, we talked about how good it would be with Dimension Valley being able to stay in play. How about Old Cemetery? Every single time JW attaches an energy, potentially for the rest of the game, unless he's able to play Trump card, he's going to have to put 2 damage counters on that Pokemon every single time, and that is great for Trey's deck. We haven't seen a lot of the other pieces of Trey's deck really get moving yet, but he's got things like the Dragapult from Rebel Clash. We've got the Crobat as well from Phantom Forces. I know a favorite of yours, Andrew.
I love it.
And these type of spread cards really combo really well with things like the Old Cemetery. Also things like the Tapu Lele promo to move damage around on the field. Trey's got a lot going on in his deck, but it's really cool because you've kind of got a bunch of different options. You can start just like attacking with things like the Giratina. Even Gardevoir is a really strong attacker. Or you can try to slow the game down and do some spread damage.
And ability lock. Wobbuffet, Bide Barricade Wobbuffet, just in the active position, just locking JW's deck up. I mean, there's nothing that JW can do to break this lock right now unless he has a Guzma or an Escape Rope. And here comes Galarian Articuno. Wow, check that thing out with its Cruel Charge ability. Galarian Articuno screaming into play.
Love to see it. 2 extra energy. And now Trey, if he could find a Dimension Valley, could attack for just 2 energy. If you could find just another energy, you can go ahead and do that. Psy Laser being able to target down anything on JW's side of the field. And it looks like there is a Bird Keeper in hand, so we could see the Psy Laser target down anything. Raikou,
get that
even
Raikou
Flaffy.
out of here. Get the Raikou.
All right,
we're
we're in the Raikou camp, okay?
Yeah, get that Raikou out of here for sure. I think, I mean, it's got 2 energy on it right now.
Yeah, that's
it's 1
fair,
energy from using Amazing Shot.
Definitely.
Yeah. Trey definitely wants to hit an energy here, and you could see he is just playing on another planet right now with his draw. He's got Musharna set up now.
Energy or Dimension Valley here.
Yes, and this will be a
big swing.
Oh,
there it is.
Oh, wow.
Does get the energy. Psy Laser will be able to target down this Raikou, and that is exactly what Trey goes for right away. Get out of here, Raikou.
About it. Yeah,
get it out of here.
And
JW is left with just a Flaffy and a Voltorb in play, and that is it. But Rescue Stretcher in hand brings Raikou right back into play. We see the Dynamotor. Is there a counter energy? There it is in hand.
Oh my gosh.
Right away.
And a surge.
What is this hand?
What is this hand? Just waiting and waiting for the time. Oh my gosh. This is so absurd. And we're just 1 prize into the finals. This is insane. Yeah, okay. The old cemetery placing the 20 damage.
Yeah, can't forget it.
JW just has no draw. I don't think JW has played a draw supporter yet this game.
Wow. Yeah, I don't think so either. And here comes a good one, though. Professor Juniper discarding the hand, drawing 7. And that's just the first of 2 draw supporters JW could potentially play this turn thanks to the Lieutenant Surge's strategy. I mean, I don't know if JW could have hand-picked a better set of cards out of his deck there in that hand.
My jaw is on the floor. This is
Can confirm.
Yeah, this is absurd. Talk about a rope-a-dope strategy. I mean, JW was really projecting like he was just draw passing there.
Right.
Ball guy into nothing.
I wonder if any of that is a little bit of a bluff, honestly, from JW.
I think so, because he's sitting on Surge, Rescue Stretcher, Counter Energy.
Yeah.
So he is just sitting here waiting for Trey to bite.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, so long as either way, he's going to have the knockout with Raikou. He's like, if you go for my Flaffy, then Raikou stays and I attach Counter Energy and go for it. If you attack my Raikou, I go Rescue Stretcher, Counter Energy, and you're done. So he knows that in this hand, he's guaranteed to pop off and get to Amazing Shot.
I think a discussion's being had right now about JW being able to play Evo Soda. I actually don't think he can, just because that would normally be able to, but that Blitzel did just hit the bench this turn. So I think that actually cannot be played, and I think that's just what they're kind of trying to figure out right now. There's no like Electrode break out there or anything like that that the game knows about. So I don't think this card could be played, but I think judges would probably just want to check and make sure things are all up to snuff as far as that goes.
Yeah, that is important. I know there's been a lot of discussion about Evo Soda in the Tricky Gym Discord.
Has there? Yeah.
For the last 2 months. Yeah. Ever since Gym Leader Challenge format became a thing. Talks about, when, where, how can I play Evo Soda? Wait, what knowledge base? Break Pokemon so long as they exist. The thing is that PTCGO lets you do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it lets you play Evo Soda.
The game isn't aware of the format, right?
Yes.
The game just knows that the card exists.
Yeah.
So, I mean, JW could have just played this card before evolving the Electrode, which I think is what he's signifying. Like, hey, I could have just played it, but I mean, hey, we're in the finals. I mean, there's $200 on the line as far as, these guys are both locked up for the $200, right?
Yeah.
So
$200 additional dollars
right,
on the line.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So, JW not going to be able to play that card. It does have to go back to hand, and that's a big deal when it comes to being able to thin a card to draw with Electrode.
Yes, absolutely. Right, because he wants to dig as deep as he can. He is looking at Lysander as a possibility right now. He's got the Amazing Shot attack live and ready to go, but... who are we taking out with Amazing Shot here? We're going to take the lead as JW's using Counter Energy right now. So this kind of burst from JW is going to be short-lived.
I think, does Musharna have 90 HP on the bench there?
The Musharna,
I'm pretty sure it has 90.
90 hit points. I think it's level ballable.
Yeah, I think it's level ballable and heavy ballable, which is pretty funny because not a lot of cards kind of fit both of those categories. But he's a big boy with the 100 HP.
100 HP, but so just heavy ball. Searchable, but definitely within range of this Amazing Shot Raikou. Everything except Giratina and Gardevoir are within range of the Amazing Shot Raikou. So we are probably going to see JW use this Amazing Shot, knock out the Articuno. Oh, he's got the Lysander, though.
Yeah, still can play one more supporter.
Yes. It does seem like play has resumed. We're good to go. Bringing up the Giratina. Maybe he's got a damage buff. Looking for an additional card. Yeah, he's played the Research, the Surge, just to show. Yep, Surge, the Juniper, and the Lysander, and finds one more Pokemon. And I'm curious. Giratina has 130 hit points, right?
It does. So this is not going to be a knockout, but JW's kind of just forcing Trey to find the switch card here, which could be hard to do. There's only so many switch cards you can play in the GLC. And another interesting thing here, if Trey does want to attack with Giratina at some point, it does have to put 40 damage in play. The Shadow Impact deals 130, and then has to put 40 somewhere. So this hit as well, putting the damage on the Gardevoir, makes it more difficult for Trey to figure out where to place this damage. And another thing as well, this keeps the counter energy around, which is probably the big thing, right?
Yeah. No, this is definitely a 4D chess, like, 10,000 IQ play right here.
Seeing all 14 million possible outcomes and finding the one.
Yes, and JW is like, I am not going to turn off... I'm not going to turn off my counter energy that easily. No, I would like to get not just, this is a 240 damage. He's like, yeah, I would like to get 480 damage worth of, amazing shot with this single energy. How about that? That seems better. But Trey's got a huge hand and a lot of draw power, so it's very possible that he knocks out this Raikou this turn.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how much just +3 cards adds up to over the course of multiple turns through the game. +3 thanks to the Gardevoir and the Mershon. We've already talked about it, but it is really, really good.
Yeah, now I think there's a scoop up net in his hand.
Okay.
Assuming he's looking at his discard now, I think, and trying to figure out. Yeah, that's his discard. He's got a lot of energy in the discard pile, actually, and he's using Mershon now, trying to decide what card to take. He does have scoop up net, so he can save this Giratina, which is great, and not have to worry about it getting sacked. Also switch it easily out of the active, but he didn't hit an energy, I believe, off his Gardevoir, and without hitting energy off the Gardevoir, that means that he's going to be just a little bit short of being able to attack with it. You really would love to just be able to get out there and swing with the brainwave attack to make quick work of this Raikou, and with no way to charge energy into play, it's kind of like this weird spot. Trey's got Burst Seeker in hand. Like, what are we going to do about this?
Yeah, Trey's got a lot of options as far as supporters. It looks like Scoop Up Net's going to be played first, and is actually going to go ahead and heal the Gardevoir here. And okay. I kind of like this, protecting one of your strongest Pokemon in the deck. Now, this is really good if you can combine it with a knockout on the Raikou, because if Ralts comes into play, it's just going to get targeted, I would think. So yes. You got to kind of combine this with a little something else as well.
Yes. Escape Rope makes me think, oh, this is interesting. Okay, because he's got the scoop up now. He could. Okay.
Yeah, it might just be back into Wobbuffet and chill for a little bit. Try to keep JW from getting really too far ahead. The problem here is that there's already an air balloon there on the Electrode. This play would work if, maybe that wasn't there, but JW will just be able to retreat it.
I think I kind of like this from Trey. I think he's just saving the Gardevoir in his hand, and he's saying, like, okay, I think what I'm going to do. Did he Bird Keeper this turn, right?
No, he did not. He was eyeing up the Bird Keeper.
Because it was with the Burst Seeker.
Yep.
He's why I don't know. Okay.
Yep.
So, he's saying, okay, I'm not even going to bench the Ralts because you'll just pick it off. So, I'll let you have your choice of 2 of these, and you will then ruin your counter energy. And then I will craft a response play after that. But Trey doesn't have a great response play. I don't know where it comes from, or, if you bench any Pokemon you bench at this point is just going to be Raikou bait.
Yeah, I wonder if Trey could have thrown down the Ralts and just off of this hoped to find another good basic to put in place, so that way JW has to choose which one to target down. And Trey, was just going to go ahead and scoop it up here. Did not find what he wanted to off of that Cynthia. Oh, looks like a bunch of Pokemon there in the prizes. NK, Dracoloak, and the Weezing as well. Wow, that is unfortunate. Trey, really kind of the best attackers in the deck. Trey didn't have access to any of them.
Oh my gosh, and you wouldn't know it. Trey was setting up
right.
a king there, but with the pressure being put on the Gardevoir, I think that the big whiff there was not having access to Malamar. So he's like, okay, with no Malamar, I'm not doing anything. He also doesn't know JW's list, so he doesn't know that, like, all right, Deep Valley will stick for the whole game if I just get it into play. So not knowing JW's list, these players are going in just trying to figure things out on the fly, saying, all right, my prizes are bad. My Gardevoir is getting targeted down. If the Gardevoir had found a Psychic Energy off of Shining Arcana, then he's got the knockout, and potentially we carry this game on. But just kind of seeing the writing on the wall, Trey's going to take the reins back from JW and say, all right, I'm going to choose who goes first. And I think things are going to be going a little bit better this next game. But wow, it's all that explosive turn from JW. I can't believe his hand was that loaded.
Yeah, wow. I mean, it really was pretty nuts. Just able to pop off after that first knockout from Trey, and really just took advantage of the best of what his deck has to offer here.
Yeah, and now JW is just 1 win away from a grand prize of $400 and 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies and a case of Dragon Shield Duels. Gonna open Magnemite. Trey choosing to go second with the Galarian Articuno in the active. And wow, JW's board is looking stellar.
Yeah, really solid and not really solid for Trey. We saw how useful Galarian Articuno was in that last game, and it really works best when you play it from hand directly to the bench to get that extra energy.
Oh, no. Okay, Cynthia. All right, I didn't see that. But yeah, I was going to say this could be sketchy if Trey doesn't have a draw supporter. Thankfully, Cynthia is going to bail him out. And I think that, with the energy attachment to the Galarian Articuno, Trey is saying, all right, I'm going for the turn 2 D-Valley, and we're going to start saucing some stuff up.
Yeah, I kind of like this. And also getting this Floatstone down is huge. If Trey finds an out to Wobbuffet, that was great for him in game number 1. Was able to just kind of chill behind that for a while, get himself set up a little bit, and there we go. Has the option to get that set up right now if he wants it. Let's see what happens.
He has got Quick Ball, and he's got D-Valley.
Oh, yeah.
So he has got the potential to Wobbuffet right now. And he's got the potential for a turn 2 Psylaser. And we do see him eyeing up that Wobbuffet, going straight for it, wanting to put that ability lock in play. Wobbuffet is a fantastic Pokemon. When I was trying to build my own Psychic deck for this format, I felt like Wobbuffet was the best card in the deck.
Sure.
Because having the ability to turn off abilities for basically free. All you have to do is just put them in the active position. Gives you so much control over a game for so little investment.
Especially whenever all the best decks are extremely ability reliant. It makes something like Bide Barricade even that much stronger.
Yeah, so we got Level Ball from JW. JW does seem to have a pretty good hand, all things considered. The nice thing about Trey's board right now, and the nice thing about having some bigger Pokemon, is that they don't get knocked out by Zapdos's Thunderous Assault attack. So this Wobbuffet is probably going to be able to weather a Thunderous Assault unless there's an Electro Power in the near future. The Articuno could certainly weather an unboosted Thunderous Assault as well. So that's going to make it so that JW's board is a little bit, not as intimidating as it could be. That being said, there's a Magnemite down, right? So the Magnemite could turn into Magneton and make some really crazy plays happen, but the Wobbuffet in the active, shutting down all those abilities.
Yeah, it's like it could happen, but
yeah,
if only not for the Bide Barricade. Really, I mean, it just goes to show how strong it is. JW has a lot of abilities. He would love to be utilizing Sprint, the Electrode, the Magneton, and now he's just kind of forced to only play the draw supporters. So when you're limiting your opponent's draw that much, it just gives you that much more time, which is what a deck like Psychic needs that has a lot less draw power.
Yeah. Guzma, is going to turn off the Bide Barricade.
Okay.
And we'll see if he's got any abilities he wants to use. I think Sprint is coming down.
Okay, nice. Yeah, this is pretty good. Does have to lose a couple of pretty strong cards versus Seeker and the Reset Stamp hitting the discard pile. But looking here for potentially an energy, just go ahead and start attacking. We're going to see the town map flip up all those prizes, and that is a big one. A couple big ones there in the prizes. Really kind of tough prizes for JW in this game.
So it is evident now. Trey can look at that and know you can't Amazing Shot until you take one of those 2 cards. Because the Counter Energy and the Prism Energy both unlock that Grass Energy requirement. And they're the only 2 cards in JW's deck that satisfy the Grass requirement for Amazing Shot, and they are both prized.
Wow. I mean, that's huge that JW was able to get the town map there, because look at where those cards are in the prizes as well. And I believe JW does normally take his prizes in the conventional way, bottom to the top.
I don't know, JW. I don't know, man. He takes his prizes like a goon, man. I got no respect. Man, if you take top down, you sus. Yeah, for sure. You got to take bottom up. Closest first. The closest first. Yes. But, yeah, I'm sure JW, with this knowledge, definitely going to be, apparently he'll do zigzag prizes. He does love, he loves the zigzag pattern.
Oh, gosh.
Yes, I do.
It's a little different on PTCGO, right? If it's PTCGO, there's no way to know anything. But IRL, when I see someone taking prizes in a weird order, I'm always a little questioning of like.
Oh yeah, you looking sus?
Yes.
Yeah, you looking sus. Just take them in the right order, man. But it looks as if Trey's trying to figure out a path forward. He does have the Dimension Valley, right? So going to potentially have access to that Psy Laser attack this turn. And now he's playing a Mysterious Treasure, trying to decide what card he's going to get out of his deck.
Yeah, lots of options, of course. Probably wants to try to get some of these drawing cards set up, but also Inkay, a solid option as well. Trying to get Psychic Recharge online. It doesn't look like Trey has the energy, though. Just back into the Wobbuffet and the pass. JW plays a ton of switch cards. Is going to need to find one in order to get some boosted damage here.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Trey. Does really want to deny JW a prize. There's a lot of cards in those prizes that can cause some headaches for Trey. The Counter Energy, the Surge, I mean, even Ultra Ball, Cynthia, they're all really good prize cards. So you really don't want your opponent to have access to any of those cards if you can help it at all.
Definitely not.
Lightning Energy onto the Shinx, and I want to see Luxray, man. I don't think that I've seen Luxray hit the board in this entire tournament so far. And Luxray is one of the Electro Power with a Tate and Liza, and Zapdos is taking a knockout.
Yeah, what a rip there. JW able to make it happen, get these first prizes, and we talked about how important those two special energies are, but JW maybe needing a little bit of extra help with the current hand. Takes the Volkner, and Trey says, don't think about it too hard, because they're all getting end right back to the deck.
Yes, for sure. Now, that end is definitely a saving grace here for Trey, who looked to be kind of in a weird, stalled-out spot.
Yeah.
Doesn't have a very stable board by any stretch of the imagination. This board has potential with an Inkay down, and with the Dimension Valley in play, we can make some stuff happen. And then what do you go for if you Psy Laser this turn, Chip?
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. So nothing on JW's side is really threatening any damage output except for the Zapdos. So Trey does luckily find a Psychic Energy there off of the last card, I think it was. A Level Ball as well will help him get something else set up. But I think the Zapdos makes sense to target here. It's kind of weird to choose the active Pokemon when you can choose any Pokemon in play. You could also, of course, target down the Zebstrika, try to target down the draw power, get rid of that Magnemite, try to limit any sort of Magneton plays potentially, but I've kind of liked either the Zapdos or the Zebstrika play personally.
Those are both good. I mean, honestly, every Pokemon on JW's board is so busted that it's like, denying item lock, that's pretty good. Yeah. Denying the Magneton, yeah, that's pretty good too. Yeah. Oh, denying the Flaffy. Yeah, that's pretty good. It really almost can't go wrong. But the Zapdos is the one, and knowing the prizes too.
Right,
like,
knowing that those two grass-providing energies are prized.
Right, and that neither the Luxio or the Flaffy are prized, or the Magneton, right? So it's like those are all live options, and you can see it. So we'll see. Knocking out the Zebstrika. I like this.
I like this
the pivot.
too, yeah.
It's the pivot, and it's the draw.
Yeah.
Yep.
Seems good. JW does need to find a switch and a way to retreat as well to keep the attack up and running. And looks like a Flaffy coming into play. So Dynamotor online potentially. And there is that Luxio. Disconnect could be a viable option. And there's actually a lot of damage there on that Galarian Articuno, 80 already. So if JW has a Muscle Band, that would be pretty nuts. If he has it, though, that would be a disconnect for the KO.
Yeah, that would be very strong for JW if he can find his one of Muscle Band in the deck. Eyeing up the Timer Ball. I like just burn the Timer Ball. Go get that Magneton. Slap it into play. Why not? You increase your options that you have later on. But I guess the argument could be made that I am saving that Timer Ball for an eventual Luxray.
Yeah, or for getting Zebstrika back in play as well, right? If you get Rescue Stretcher here and can get down Blitzel. JW also, I don't think has played the Stormy Mountains this game yet, correct? So
he is not.
That's also something I'm sure he's really, really looking for. But if JW can score the KO on this Articuno here, that would be huge because Trey's board. I mean, he's got some Pokemon that become really good Pokemon, but as of now, it's just a couple of basics that can't really do much on their own.
Yeah. We'll see what he's got. Evo Soda. Okay. And Evolution Incense. So plenty of search outs, but no way to pivot this Zapdos out the active other than a hard retreat of 2 special energy, which feels kind of gross.
I mean, it's what you got to do sometimes, and it looks like that's what JW is going to go ahead and do.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense just to keep the pressure on and item lock. Why not?
Yeah, and it'll be back over to Trey. Just 10 HP remaining there on the Articuno.
And Trey's got a rare candy in his hand. I can't quite see if he's got the evolution, but being item locked means that these item cards are not going to see play. I like a Bridget from Trey right now. I think that seems fine. You know that Amazing Raikou is out of commission. Like you can see it, in your opponent's prizes.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure how 100% Trey is on JW's list, right?
He's not, but I mean, like, every time that Trey
it's tough to make a call like that,
Every time that Trey has been Amazing Raikou, it has probably been with the counter energy.
That is true. Yes.
The counter energy is the culprit here. That is the card that makes all the magic happen. So,
would you see the Bridget being played? Mana hitting the bench. We see a coughing as well. No other Pokemon grabbed for the third option. So I don't know if maybe Ralts is in the prizes potentially here. That would be pretty unfortunate because that is a pretty important one. But if Trey can't attack here, we could at least see the long distance hypnosis. Try to slow JW down. And I mean, obviously JW can evolve out of the sleep, but it prevents a potential disconnect KO if you flip the heads on the long distance hypnosis.
Okay, so just going to go for the long distance hypnosis and
tails.
Yep,
99 Articuno.
And stays asleep. So JW buying himself a valuable turn. He's gonna have an option to start powering up some other dudes, and I love it that Flaffy just becomes an attacker. That is like my favorite thing. This is not just a bench sitter. Flaffy does not just play a passive role in this lightning deck. Okay, the sheep is a very powerful sheep, and has been known to get in there with its Dynamotor ability, and also evolves into Ampharos.
I think we've got a little bit of an error here.
Oh.
So JW played Cynthia Caitlin, discarded a card, and then drew the 3 cards, and then went to go get the supporter out of the discard pile. You have to get the supporter out before
you have the knowledge.
You draw the cards. And I actually wonder how Cynthia and Caitlin is worded. If it says you may take a supporter out of the discard pile, like, can you choose to just draw the 3 cards? Because that could be what JW is forced to do here. But this is a awkward spot. The reason that this is important is because those 3 cards that are drawn off of Cynthia and Caitlin
are going to give him knowledge.
Yeah, it can really affect which supporter you want to take out of the discard pile.
It really can, and it is very explicit about the order of operations here. And keep in mind, this is not a casual game.
Right.
This is a multiple $100 money match for first place. All the bragging rights that come with being the Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K champion. And, we've seen JW be on the plus side of an error. We've seen JW be on the plus side of an error. It looks like they're rewinding now. Okay.
Yeah, I wonder here if they'll shuffle the deck.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it looks like that is what is going to happen. And
okay.
JW will probably also get a double prize penalty
for this. Penalty, yeah.
I'd imagine it'll probably be a DPL, honestly, just for the the fact it's the finals game and so much information was potentially gained here. So we'll get word on that soon. But
it's the equivalent of revealing cards off the top of your deck without being allowed to.
Right.
Because Cynthia and Caitlin requires that you bring the supporter back first in order to draw. If there is a supporter, and it's not like a you may, it has to be you must. So it's a small thing. It might seem insignificant, but at the highest level of play, everything is significant.
Yeah.
Because it is It is the difference between, making maybe the optimal play and making a suboptimal play, and various card knowledge definitely helps to make that decision more clear. And Chip, do you have word on what's going on?
Yes, yeah, JW has been giving a 2-prize penalty, so Trey only needs to take 3 more prizes to close this game out, which really does put a big swing in this one. And I mean, that's just the unfortunate reality of what can happen. Mistakes, we're all human, right? Mistakes are going to happen. JW's an incredible competitor, incredible Pokemon player, but he's been playing a lot of Pokemon the last 2 days. We're in the finals now. Get a little tired. You maybe just missequence one thing unintentionally, and
And this is something that I think, part of being one of the best players in the world is having extremely good technical play.
Mm-hmm.
You have to, be able to, operate and keep a clean board state under immense amounts of pressure. JW is a very talented player. Everybody makes mistakes. It happens. But I think what's going to be a real testament to JW's spirit as a competitor is that he's not going to let this phase him.
Yeah.
He's going to brush this off, and he's going to be just fine. He's not going to tilt. He's doing totally fine. He's still up game 1. And even if Trey is at 3 prizes remaining now, JW still got a pretty good route in this game.
I'm not going to lie. I have no clue what Coughing's attack does. So it does look like long distance hypnosis was used. Trey flipped tails, and it looks like Coughing has
and then
now
woke back up.
Woken up. I was going to say this could be a huge turn for Trey if Trey could, somehow find the wheezing and start attacking there, getting a ton of damage in play. Thanks to the Dimension Valley, just how good that is, but it doesn't look like that was an option.
Right. So this is wild. I mean, if JW takes the win here, just thinking about it, we would have 2 content creators in the Pokemon trading card game win each of our 1K tournaments. So that is pretty exciting. Azul Garcia Griego winning yesterday. JW now in the finals. And I know, against Chip in the finals. I know. Yeah. We've had a lot of content creators doing well. Did I mention that this guy Trainer Chip finished in the finals yesterday?
Oh man.
Yeah. It has been a star-studded weekend for sure.
There's that wheezing. That is a huge draw here off the Cynthia and Caitlin, and also getting the N back in hand. That is really, really big. Now, Weezing is going to be able to throw down a ton of damage here. Splattering Sludge as the attack, and the Horror Psychic Energy. That is huge. So it's going to deal 40 damage to the active, and then that ability is going to deal 10 damage to all basic Pokemon on the bench, which is just the Zapdos between turns. And then next turn, that Splattering Sludge will start to deal even more damage to the benched Zapdos, since it deals 20 damage to each Pokemon on the bench that has any damage counters on it.
Yeah. Trey's board is looking a little sparse, though. Didn't actually need, funny enough, the second energy for Weezing. Could have equipped that somewhere else because of the Dimension Valley. It's in play.
Sure.
I guess having the...
Yeah, I like it because the Luxio is not... It pressures JW to, go with something besides just item lock Luxio.
Yes. Right, because if that Luxio is just going to be eating 20 damage every turn, then it's not going to be one to, use the... Distort? No. What is...
Disconnect.
Disconnect, yeah. It's not going to want to use that disconnect attack turn after turn when it's eating 20 damage every time. So that was a heads up play from Trey, and Trey has got to be feeling a little bit more confident watching your opponent have a little bit of a misstep. Now only needing to take 3 prizes to win, but JW coming in with the Luxray.
Hey, this is something you've been wanting to see, Andrew.
I really have. Luxray is probably my favorite card in this deck, because of its ability to reach those numbers that are basically off limits for everybody else. This card doesn't necessarily read like the most insane card. I mean, you're just looking at it, you're like, cool, okay, retreat cost of 1, 160 hit points, 60, 120, or what's the big deal? In a Gym Leader Challenge format, this thing's insane, and also it evolves from an insane line. It comes from a real strong family.
Definitely.
Yeah, 160 damage for just 1 energy on the turn you evolve. Raid taking the knockout.
So let's see what Trey's going to be able to get going here. Has not been able to play items for a couple turns, so I'm not sure if there's just a bunch of really strong items built up in this hand. We know that Trey did grab the N last turn, which could be huge here, just playing in and limiting JW's hand putting him down to just 3 cards.
Yeah, Ultra Ball. And yeah, it's the thing is that Trey wishes that all these Pokemon were evolved.
Right. Yeah. Just a little slow at this point.
Yeah, it's the Dreepy. Even if it was just a Dracloak, then we're talking maybe a Dragapult this turn. You got to start with the Musharna because we're going to need a little extra love on the draw power side in order to get the rest of this board established. And the thing about Luxray is that it usually answers a big threat when it comes into play, and then continues slugging with Headbolt. And that's something that I really love about the Luxray because it is a really big tempo card. With 160 hit points, it's really hard to, it can be tough to take down. There's the Dracloak and a Spell Tag.
Okay.
And an N.
And an N is going to shuffle the deck. So that's actually pretty cool interaction as well because of the forewarn there on the Musharna. If that was a card Trey didn't want to see, now it gets shuffled, and there's a chance that that is not a card that gets drawn. I'm not 100% on what that Dracloak's first attack does. I kind of think it like switches it to the bench as the attack, which is kind of cool, but not super relevant here since that mystery energy there does give it 2 less retreat as well. But yeah, we'll see exactly what Trey gets to work with here off the end, and is going to be limiting JW to just 3 cards here.
Yeah, and the thing is, who do you switch into?
Yeah, when you got to lose someone, and they're both really good.
Yeah, you really don't want to let off any of these guys. I think you're sending the Trey has a rescue stretcher.
Okay,
could go Wob, just to kind of shut it down for a turn. But at this point, JW is asserting or is establishing his board and really kind of paving out a way to victory, and all without Amazing Raikou. You can see he's foregone the Amazing Raikou, just skipping it entirely this game, and saying, I'm just going to do what this Lightning deck does best, and we're just going to attack quickly and efficiently with our low-maintenance attackers who are in the deck and do have the resources necessary in the deck.
So it looks like a little bit of a discussion.
A little bit of something. Maybe Trey picked an illegal combination of cards with Ordinary Rod?
No, I think it was 2 Pokemon and 2 energy, so I think we're okay.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
they're just all on the top of the deck. Maybe he's asking if he can change what he did potentially.
Oh, yeah. He wants to swap. He hasn't started shuffling yet. I think that's the identifier, and JW being a good sport is going to be like, yeah, bro, go ahead. Right, you know what they are. Like, it's cool, man. You didn't start shuffling. The shuffle is like the determining factor. Once the shuffle has started, you are not allowed to redo anything. And, so it's kind of a existential card question. Okay, when does the shuffle start? When you put the cards on top of the deck? Or, when one card gets put, in front of another. Like, is that? So, but these guys being good sports are going to let it fly and say, like, all right, you didn't technically start shuffling. Go ahead, make that swap out. And Fog Crystal, going to grab a Psychic Energy. And we'll see what Trey is looking for.
Oh, this is actually sick. He's got a Psychic Energy in hand, and the Rescue Stretcher is going to grab that Articuno back. JW may be thinking, hey, no, that thing should have been in the deck.
Wait.
I changed my mind.
No, walk it back.
But this is huge here. Gonna snipe 120 damage anywhere he wants it.
Yeah, like, wait. No take backs. No take backs, bro. No take backs. Like, yeah, whatever. What difference is it going to make?
Yeah, but like we said, no shuffle had happened yet.
Yeah, no shuffle had happened yet. But that is, you can see why Trey was adamant about wanting to switch it up.
Yeah. So here comes the Psy Laser. Let's see what gets targeted, and it's just going to be that active Luxray. And Trey, remember, having JW having a double prize penalty in this game, meaning Trey only now needing to take 2 more prizes to win this one.
Yes, and with the Dracloak on the bench and Musharna there's a real good chance that Trey can do it. Trey just is going to need to get that Dragapult into play and maybe flip a heads or 2, and we're chilling, right? Going to be able to spread damage to the bench.
Yeah.
We, see the Magneton on JW's board. That Magneton is not going anywhere. I do not think that JW ain't sacking this thing.
No free prizes anymore.
Well, yeah, you already got 2. Like, definitely not 3. But
can't do 3. Can't
do 3. 2, fine. But 3, no way. Now, that was a really cool difference between Michael Zele's list and JW's list, is that Zele did have the Dual Brains Magneton, a little bit of a greedy card sometimes, like kind of hard to set up. But like when it does, I mean, it's insane. It feels like you're cheating. 2 supporters every turn.
There's the forewarn. Was that? Oh, I
It
thought
was the Dragapult.
Was it the Dragapult?
No, maybe he's gonna draw into it. Oh, with Malamar. I thought I saw the Dragapult, unless he's got another shiny Pokemon.
Yeah, it could be. I'm not 100%
I think he's got
sure.
Bird Keeper.
Okay,
so
that
he
might
knows
be what
he's
it
drawing
is.
into it.
Yeah,
and maybe he wants to use Dynamo or Psychic Recharge
sure.
first. Yeah, it is Bird Keeper there at the end of the hand. So this is actually super correct sequencing and really cool to see. Oh, he's already got a Psychic Energy in his hand.
Right. So now can charge up the Articuno there. on the
which
bench.
is super dope.
Right.
So he's got the.
It kind of doesn't make a difference, right? Because you can attach the Articuno and then accelerate to the Dragapult, but this is actually technically the correct way to do it, right?
Because he's got the Psychic Energy in hand. I didn't see that.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah.
So he doesn't need to charge onto the Dragapult, which I thought maybe he had to do, which would have been cool to do that first. But looks like he's got that Dragapult online, and looks like there's some discussion talking about what he did.
Yeah, it looks like a judge is actually looking at Trey's deck here.
That is interesting. So let's take a look at that Pokemon. We got Dragapult in the active position, and it looks like all things are a go. Yes, here we are. Can I play the nest ball? Are we good to?
I have no idea what this discussion is about, honestly.
Yeah, me neither. But this happens at the highest level too. You see this happen at regionals all the time, and you're like, yeah, there's some sort of something happening at the table right now. Judges making sure something is these guys are good to play ball. So you don't want to do any further game actions.
What is happening here? You can see JW is like,
yeah,
this is just kind of a mess of a game, honestly, at this point, with both of these players, with multiple judge rulings and stuff like that. You hate to see stuff like this in the finals, but I mean, hey, these players have been playing for 2 days straight. Both these guys played yesterday as well. So, you get tired, you make mistakes. The mental game is real.
It is, most definitely. All right, so Chip is going to go down to the table and figure out what it is going on. Okay. Yeah, so unfortunately, Trey, this is really crushing. Drew a 4th card off of the Bird Keeper. Just fan drawing. Yeah, and you could tell the mood at the table. That is a really tough thing to have occur. Just seeing the 4th card off of Bird Keeper. I mean, these judges, world-class judges. This is strict. Like I said, we're playing for cash. It's not, really unfortunate. He just saw the 4th card.
So it is going to be a double prize penalty. So JW only needs to take 1 more knockout to win this game. So, I mean, I think Trey now is really going to be riding on the infiltrator ability of Dragapult, needing to flip some heads, needing to prevent some damage, because JW is just 1 prize away from winning this game.
And if you're bummed out about the prize penalties, look at it this way. With both players having a double prize penalty,
it's kind of just like a mini game, honestly.
It's actually fair.
Yeah, sure.
With both players accidentally having a 2 prize penalty, then it's back to JW just being in the lead, which is exactly what is going on. So that's fine. I mean, really, if you look at the board, JW only has 3 prizes remaining. Trey has 4, so JW is winning this game, but was down because of the prize penalty that he suffered earlier, and now he is looking like he is just a boss's orders away from $400.
Yeah, I think has the Lysander in hand, but needs an energy as well. There's only 1 energy there on the Ampharos, and I believe that first attack only dealing 50. The Dazzle Blast, I believe it is 50
not
damage.
Going to do it.
Yeah.
Ampharos, he could dig. I was gonna say, he's got the. Well, he could if he didn't have the Lysander, could Magneton for it. At this point in the game, Ampharos is my favorite card in the Lightning deck. Just look at that artwork.
Why did I know that the first attack was called Dazzle Blast? I have no idea where
Pokemon,
that information came from.
Too much Pokemon. Yep, I actually don't know. I've been playing this card for weeks and I didn't know that. I didn't know Electric Ball. All I know is that this Ampharos is big chillin', bro.
He's big chillin' against the tree.
Chillin', yeah. This is definitely my favorite card in the Lightning deck, and it evolves from Flaffy, and Flaffy's just so dang cute, and then the Ampharos is also just so dang cute.
I played that Ampharos in a Deck Wizard tournament. That's why I knew what its name was.
That's so sick.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
So sick. So we have got an exciting finale here as this game may or may not come down to the final plays. Let's see. These players got to shake this off and see, can JW find the... Oh, Colorless. So he's not going for game here.
No. I don't. Does he have rope still? Because rope plus energy would also do it as well.
Right.
As long as because the Emolga hit the bench, and JW, you can see his body language here. Did not get what he wanted and is now in a tough spot because this Dragapult puts on so much pressure.
No psychic energy in the discard pile either.
Trey's only a boss's orders away from winning the game.
Yes, because he's got enough damage on this Ampharos. I think that there is, an understanding at the table that with the 2 prize penalties on both sides, both players with an error, in their play, the judges just doing their job. Got to call it how it is, right? And it's not fair to be strict on one side and not strict on the other. You got to have clean play from both players. So I think, is JW just going for the Dazzle Blast?
Has to go for it, and it is a heads there. Trey takes no damage and also is not confused.
Oh my gosh, so complete.
Wait,
and it's all
is still confused?
It's damage.
Only damage, Yeah. Okay, so is still confused here. So now, what a weird situation, because now Trey might be, it might be up to Trey for the boss for the win, but you have to flip for it. Guzma would just do it, I think, at this point. So let's see what Trey's got.
Guzma is win for Trey. He's using Forewarn. He's got some draw, and it looks like he's going to retreat. He's doing this kind of hastily.
Oh, does he have it with the magical swap? Is there enough damage in play?
Bro, wait.
Oh, no, just the switch to get out of confusion. Okay.
Okay, so...
I was going to say, I didn't think there was that much damage in play.
That Tapu Lele goes to the hand, not the discard pile. Good catch. Yeah. Okay, and... the boss's orders.
There it is.
Game 2. Trey takes it with the Dragapult.
What a game.
We have got a game 3 on our hands. And you know what, Chip? I am really glad that is not how our finals ended.
Yes. I think both of these players wanting a little bit of redemption for a game 3 here, because I don't think either of them are, That was definitely a little sloppy play on both parts. Mistakes were made, and because of it, both players did have to suffer prize penalties. Trey's going to win that one, force the game number 3, but now the momentum potentially back on JW's side. The ball in his court, can choose to go first or second here, so he's going to be able to try to get his ideal game plan set up right from the start. And man, I think both of these players are just ready to shake off that game number 2 and go into a fresh game number 3 here.
I agree, and I am smiling ear to ear. This is what we came here for. We've got a magnificent finals on our hands. Going to a game 3 situation. Can't ask for much more than that. 6 out of the top 8 decks in this Gym Leader Challenge event were different types. Trey,
love it.
The only psychic type deck in top 8, making his way all the way to a finals match with a deck he's been working on for weeks. JW, just mooching off of my deck, but that's totally fine. JW also doing a killer job, and I'm just giving him a hard time. I hope he watches this back later. JW, 2-time regional champion, and the only player here at the tournament to make top cut both Saturday and Sunday, both 1K events. He finished top 4 yesterday, hungry for a win. We went back to my place after the tournament, and JW was happy but not satisfied. He wanted that win. He felt like he had the best deck in the room yesterday. He kept saying it, and he lost the Urshifu Mirror to Azul. Now, this is JW's chance to take home the gold.
The words of a true competitor there. Never satisfied with anything but the win. JW's hungry for it, but Trey's going to do everything he can to stop that from happening. I know Trey wants it just as bad, so I'm excited for this game, Andrew. Based on those 2 games that we've seen so far, obviously things were a little weird with some prize penalties. Honestly, prize penalties in both of those games so far definitely had an impact. But based on what we've seen from both players' decks, if you had to give the advantage to one of the 2, who would it be?
I told you, I think it's Trey's day.
Okay.
I think it's Trey's weekend. I think that he's got an insane-looking hand right here with Quick Ball, Rare Candy, and Evolution Incense.
Oh,
so it's
boy.
just like you're looking at a turn 2, stage 2 Pokemon. He's got Giratina in the active position. So, like, you know, what he's getting rid of the Curlia because he's like, I'm going turn 2 Guardy, baby.
No, or turn 2 Dragapult.
Right.
Dragapult's one of the strongest attackers in the format, honestly. 120 and then 30 spread to the bench, and that incredibly strong Infiltrator ability. But looks like you called it right there, Andrew. Wants to value the draw support. I don't know, man. I would have been kind of greedy there, gone for that turn 2, just start attacking. But
Trey's got
I like this too.
A beautiful hand, but there isn't actually any draw support in it.
Okay,
so
sure.
he does want to get the Gardevoir into play and just start churning through the deck. And the Gardevoir's huge. It draws cards. It pumps energy. It's everything you want out of this deck.
For sure. JW's going to kick things off right away with that town map, a couple games in a row, and some pretty key prizes there. Voltorb, Hex Maniac, Guzma, all these cards are pretty important at some point in the game, so it'll be nice. Nothing like crucial to JW's strategy prized this time, so those will be good cards to take when he does pick up KOs. But, you know, definitely cards he wouldn't mind having access to early potentially as well. Guzma and Switch, 2 of the ways to reuse Zapdos.
Yes, and I see a lot of talk about, penalties and stuff in the chat. If you've ever watched a game of soccer or basketball or football, man, what are there? There are penalties. It happens. It's a part of life, okay? It's part of the rules of the game.
Yep.
You shake it off. If you're competing at the highest level,
It's part of competition.
It's part of competition. Guess what? We're playing a tabletop game, and with tabletop games come mistakes, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a nature of the game that we all know and love, and these guys are in the finals of a $400 money match, and you can bet that their nerves are on fire wanting to clinch that grand prize.
JW does use that fluffy pillow, is going to go ahead and put Giratina to sleep, and that could be huge because Trey is threatening a turn 2 Shadow Impact. If Trey just gets an energy attachment and a Dimension Valley, that's 130 damage, knocking out any basic in JW's deck, which is huge. So, I mean, that's a big potential flip here coming up on the fluffy pillow. JW here going to play the Nest Ball and is going to prioritize the Blitzel, bringing that into play. Wants to start using Zebstrika. Trey has really valued Wobbuffet in the early game for both of these games, and looks like did not go that route in this one. Wants to value that setup of the draw support.
Yeah. So this is an all-star start from JW as well. Talk about exactly what you want to see. Turn 1 Zapdos, turn 1 Flaffy, turn 1 Blitzel. This deck is getting ready for takeoff, and the Giratina is
big flip
awake. Okay.
Nice. That is definitely key. And if Trey has Dimension Valley, this is big time here.
This is huge. Not only Dimension Valley, if Trey hits an energy off the top 2 cards,
that works too.
The Giratina is also going to be getting in there. Now, what's concerning is that there's a Flaffy on the bench, and the Raikou and the Counter Energy are at large, so they could be in the deck. It could be in JW's hand if it's looking anything like it did in Game 2. Where
JW just always has the best cards in his deck in his hand at any given time. It's just a fact.
Yeah, that's for sure. And JW's got to be tilted. All right, Game 3 of the finals. My opponent goes turn 2, Rare Candy Guardy going first. And there's the D-Valley. Wait.
Oh my gosh, I didn't see the D-Valley. I saw the Sycamore, but oh my goodness.
Oh, and a Bridget. And he's got the Sycamore. I told you this was Trey's weekend. Trey is on fire right now.
Wow.
You
can see JW
skyrocketing.
JW is feeling the pressure. You can see in his body language. He did not like that sequence of draws.
No,
this is huge for Trey McCartan.
Yes, this is gigantic. What an insane turn 2. Going first. Usually going first is just like a throwaway turn. You really don't get anything established. But with the energy drop on Giratina, it means that with Dimension Valley in play, we're going to be seeing a turn 2 Shadow Impact. And that is going to take the Zapdos right out of the equation. And with JW only having a single turn of play so far, he is going to have to try and cook up a response to this Tina because it is not slowing down anytime soon.
And 40 damage goes on to the Wobbuffet there. A perfect punching bag for the Shadow Impact recoil damage. And JW just going to be forced to send up this Blitzel actually right away. And that is because Birdkeeper is waiting in hand. Switch to the bench and then draw. Now, oh wow.
JW is in the grinder right now, man. He is having to figure out.
He's had the stones every single turn the last couple games. Has he finally run out of gas here, Andrew?
To be fair, he had the stones this game too. He went turn 1 Flaffy,
True.
turn 1 Mareeps, Zapdos. So like as the Lightning deck, that's just all you can really ask for turn 1, other than item lock.
Yeah.
So he's gonna have to just go for a call for family, but don't be.
Hey, Fluffy Pillow here.
Yeah. Oh, and
Another heads
on Fluffy Pillow. Don't get too ahead of ourselves, though. Here comes amazing Raikou.
Yeah, that is something that you've got to keep in mind. An easy way for JW to get right back in this one, especially if Trey is unable to deal with it quickly. And Trey did not get down Inkay with that Bridget. So that tells me that at least some piece of the Malamar line is prized here. And that really, Malamar is key to this Psychic deck, being able to stream attacks in back-to-back turns.
Ooh! Psychic Energy off of Shining Arcana, going straight on to the Gardevoir, I think.
Gardevoir's a great attacking option.
There is some understanding from Trey that Gardevoir is one of the biggest dudes in the deck, okay?
Yep.
It's not going to just get wiped out by the big, scary Raikou, okay? Not this guy. No, the other big purple guy, okay? Dragapult Gardevoir. There is some understanding that the Gardevoir, one of the best attackers in the deck, can do easily 150 damage with his Brainwave attack for just 3 Psychic Energy. And we see 2 loaded up on to the Guardy, the D-Valley sticking. And I like Trey's decision to bench the Inkay.
Yeah.
If the Malamar is prized or not, might as well give myself a chance to rip it off the prizes and get cooking.
Yeah, love to see it. And it is going to be a Cynthia as well. 2 energy there on Gardevoir. And just that is enough. With the Dimension Valley in play, those 2 energy, Brainwave dealing exactly 120. Enough to KO Amazing Raikou. So JW could get a turn of Amazing Shot here. But even if he does, it will, result in a KO, and JW will be forced to find another response.
Is that the Dracloak? Dude, I mean, if Trey's got the Dracloak here, and that Dracloak is just one more evolution away from being a Dragapult, all of a sudden his board is just... Next turn, if he evolves that into Dragapult, which I believe I see at the end of his hand, then his board is just Amazing Shot proof. And get this, guys. Trey is doing this without a Mew in his deck.
Yeah, no Mew to protect from those Amazing Shots. And here it is. Shadow Impact once again. Another 40 damage on Wobbuffet. That damage does start to stack up. But whenever you're putting on this much pressure, you would rather be the one at the forefront here, putting on the pressure. And,
did JW wait, was that evolved?
No, he didn't take his hand off it.
His hand was on it, bro. The hand was on it. Yeah, that's one of those like, oh, whoopsies. No, my finger was on it. It's like chess, if the finger comes off, then
can't forget to Dynamotor there first.
Yeah, that's big. Yeah, you don't want to preemptively evolve that Flaffy, though. You can see both players are kind of getting a little bit more excitable. Things are really starting to ramp up in this finals game. I'm sure both players...
I don't think people are totally sure. People are asking in the chat, what Mew is that we're talking about? Because I don't think it was specified.
It's the Mew from Unbroken Bonds.
The Mew from Unbroken Bonds?
You want to be very specific when talking about Mew, because there are just so many good ones. There's Mew from Fates Collide, and then, of course, Mew from Unbroken Bonds, and then there's going to be a whole bunch of new Mews coming out in our upcoming Fusion sets. Mew from Unbroken Bonds. Who could forget about Mew from Unbroken Bonds? Luxio does come into play, retreat into the Ampharos, and is just going to Dazzle Blast?
Yeah, it is enough for the KO here. 20 damage does get placed with the Horror Psychic Energy, and here comes Gardevoir into the active. Gonna be ready to Brainwave for a KO on just about anything. Shining Arcana first, gonna draw a couple cards. Try to get more stuff set up. Definitely Trey, doesn't have to find it this turn, but really soon wants to get that Dragapult in play.
Yes, because that Dragapult flips even if it's taking damage on the bench.
Right.
So it has a 50% chance of being invulnerable to any sort of All right, just an N. No reason to play Rod yet. Makes sense. The Giratina can pop itself back. Dimension Valley still in play.
Jeez.
And I said earlier, when Dimension Valley gets to stick for the entire game, it feels like Psychic is just playing on another planet, right?
Yeah.
Because all of your attacks are cheap. All right, what are we doing?
Making sure we get an opportunity to cut is what.
Cut.
Oh,
all right.
No, JW had Trey's deck.
Was about to start drawing out of J. That would have been awesome.
He was like, "Hey, look, it looks like things are setting up pretty good for you over there. I want some of these cards."
Yeah. I'll take the purple cards. You take the yellow cards. All right. A mystery energy, a sycamore for next turn, and it's a little
mystery energy as well.
Ooh, the mystery energy, and Trey's got a sycamore for next turn. This is a little bit hairy. If JW drew out of his mind off this N, then he could pull this off. He is a Raihan counter energy away from using Amazing Shot with this is the world's longest roll.
Yeah, and needs a heads here. Needs a heads.
There it is. Okay.
And that can get the Luxray here. This is huge. Luxray is able for 1 energy to KO this Gardevoir. You talked about how strong it is as an option for, reaching these higher numbers here in the format. So, yeah, could be Zebstrika as well. Could be Zebstrika, but it looks like, Luxray will be grabbed.
Yes, because Luxray is the only Pokemon who can take this knockout on the Gardevoir. And this Gardevoir is an absolute nuisance for JW to deal with. And this seems so unfair. Trey worked so hard to get this Gardevoir to play, so many energy on it. And it is the real staying power of Trey's board. So now he really is having to make a critical decision about how to go on. I think we're going to see him ditch his own stadium, the old cemetery, in favor of just keeping that D-Valley in play. He's got Sycamore. He's got Coughing to potentially put down. This Crobat has not done anything this whole series, unfortunately. Who does this spell tag go on to?
Yeah, putting it on the Dragapult is kind of interesting, right? Because if it does eventually go down, it's really good because the Dragapult's attack is what spreads damage anyway.
Yep.
But that's what you got to think JW is going to try to get around with things like Boss's Orders, with things like Guzma. So I see a Psychic, but I don't know if there's a Dragapult there.
I see the Dragapult, and that is really bad.
And there's a level ball there, but as we found out earlier on, Musharna has 100 HP, so there's not even an option. Well, is there Let Loose in the deck? Is there a Marshadow Let Loose?
No Let Loose Marshadow.
Oh.
Some really, cards that you would just think, Let Loose Marshadow, a staple in the Psychic. No, Trade is not running it.
Okay.
We've got Gardevoir and Musharna are consistency cards. He's been favoring those in this tournament. Psychic Recharge, bringing that Psychic energy onto the Dracloak. And does Trey have any way to protect this thing? It would be really unfortunate if JW just had Gust or Boss. This could be the deciding factor of this game. If JW is able to neutralize this Dracloak under ability lock, this is going to be a major pivotal turn.
JW chose to take Evolution Incense off of... Oh, that's a big flip on the long distance Hypnosis here. But JW does wake up. But yeah, we see that Guzma sitting there in the prize card. So for JW here, it has to be Boss's Orders or Lysander. I don't know which one of the two he plays, but it has to be that supporter gusting option. And if he doesn't have it, that gives Trey just another turn to try to get this Dragapult in play.
And what's so crazy about this game is that JW, of course, wants to take this knockout on the Wobbuffet. But if he takes the knockout on the Wobbuffet, then he's setting himself kind of out of Amazing Raikou range. So we do see JW considering the blend drop onto the Amazing Raikou. But maybe the Luxray gets it for Headbolt. A tough call for sure. The muscle bands can, I think, go on to the Luxray. Luxray's taking a knockout on this Wobbuffet regardless. So JD was just going to do it. Take the Guzma. Yep. Yeah. Absolutely.
And he's forcing Trey here to find the Dragapult this turn. He's got to get it this turn. If he's unable to do so, JW's got Guzma ready to go, and you know that Dracoloak is not sticking around.
And JW does have, or I'd say Trey does have the teammates in his hand, so he is going to be able to grab the Dragapult if it's in deck. I mean, he kind of has just been setting these guys up. Oh, Blacephalon.
Oh, the fireworks bomb
Take
turn.
out the Raikou.
Okay.
Just wholesale. Here we go. Teammates going to go into the deck. Trey gets any 2 cards he wants. Looks like he's favoring Musharna. Maybe the Dragapult is not in the deck, but Blacephalon from Cosmic Eclipse. I have seen this Blacephalon absolutely destroy games.
Yes.
Yes. If this Blacephalon is unleashed on the wrong turn, the dream is here.
There it is.
This is it. Trey has established the Dragapult free retreat, safe from amazing shot. The Blacephalon coming down, and JW's got to be looking at this like, oh gosh, this is like, how does this game continue to get harder and harder every turn?
Yeah, it's not looking great at this point for JW. Fireworks Bomb, like you said, can target down the amazing Raikou, and you've even got 1 extra damage counter to play with if you want it. With 2 prizes remaining, though, it can be a little tough for Trey because JW doesn't have some of the small Pokemon in play that he normally would in these games. You know, there's no Electrode, no, Magneton, and we are going to see Distortion Door as well, pinging a little bit of extra damage in play.
Yes. So this is a huge turn for Trey. Fireworks Bomb for the magic 12 damage counters. And these guys have got to be absolutely stoked at this moment. I mean, just trying to figure out how do I scrape together these final 3 prize cards. They're halfway through game 3 of the $400 money match that is the finals.
I was going to say, I wonder if Trey here doesn't take this knockout and just leaves them in range of being able to be KO'd by Dragapult potentially, but is going to go ahead. So that way, JW is forced to take a KO.
Has got the rescue stretcher to bring this Raikou back,
but
is not going to be able to power it up this turn. There is no Flaffy, no Ampharos, anything like that.
No Raihan
in hand, right? So JW is really trying to scrap together this strategy with the amazing Raikou, and we've talked about this before. The Lightning deck is incredibly strong, but there are some games that are just so grindy, and this is one of those games. JW
versus Seeker grab there off the Speed Lightning.
So what are we gonna go for? What do you think?
I'm not sure. There's
JW has to take a knockout.
Definitely.
Period. To get around this Blacephalon.
A prize must be taken here, so Fireworks Bomb is deactivated. And man, you could. I guess this is the best thing to KO. It's either this. If you play the Lysander here, you can bring up either the Malamar or the Musharna. You can't take a knockout, unfortunately, on the other 2 Pokemon on the bench. So in my mind, the Blacephalon's probably just the best one to KO, and then you can use this versus Seeker for something else potentially, or even grab the Guzma here. Maybe JW thinking he could stall this Giratina up for a turn, try to buy a turn to reestablish the Raikou potentially. It's a tough spot, and you can see JW really kind of working through it in his mind exactly what his best win condition is.
Yeah, and this door is narrowing. Usually, the power of the Lightning deck is that you have cards like Zebstrika and Electrode set up, and you can do things like Reset Stamp and maybe Trump Card at the end of the game, but these options are not really here for JW right now. The scary thing about Trey's board is that he's got the All-Star setup. He got the Dragapult online. The only way to get through Dragapult's Infiltrator ability is to Hex Maniac, and JW's hand is like not super loaded right now, so just going to go for the Cynthia, and that's just a testament to how rough things are. I'd rather just take a shuffle draw 6. I got no power play, no Guzma play, no Lysander play, no Hex play. It's all just like I need to just see more stuff.
Yeah. Needs to just have better options to work with. And this is a good option to try to, find things like the counter energy, which would be activated right now thanks to being behind on prize cards. So 6 new cards. Let's see if they are better for JW here.
Yeah, he is.
He's got a rope.
Counter energy. He's got rope.
That could be good for the next turn to get around Infiltrator.
Yes, but he is just going to go for the head bolt with the Luxray, taking the knockout on the Blacephalon and getting Trey off of that insane 3 prize turn. So we're not going to be seeing any more Fireworks Bomb for 12 damage counters.
Yeah,
Luxray, definitely a champ in this game, but Trey
with the big Marnie here,
looking solid. He's got Giratina, the Pokemon that just never goes away, on the bench. Malamar means that Giratina is going to get some love, and with Trey only having 2 prizes left to take to JW's 2, and Trey has an invincible Pokemon half the time in the active position with a spell tag.
Yep.
You know, this is not the board position that you want to be looking down if you are JW. Now, it is possible. It's possible. Right? The combination of cards that can win JW the game would be like Raihan, Escape Rope-ish. Raihan, Escape Rope, Counter Energy, like are some kinds of things that maybe he can do. He is a little bit short of knockout on the Giratina.
Trey can send up the Tina though, so
yes,
it needs
but,
a
like,
damage mod as well.
Yeah,
so it needs a lot.
What I'm saying is, it's there.
It's possible. It's possible. Certainly.
Yeah, it doesn't feel
Raihan
great.
opens up so many possibilities for your deck.
Yes. So with Sprint on the board, there is the potential to make this happen, and Raihan can go get whatever piece of that puzzle you're missing.
Yep.
You know, if you're just missing one piece, Raihan could get it. Now, I do think that I see a boss's orders in Trey's hand. That means that Trey is going to be the winner of this event if JW does not knock out the Dragapult, win the game, or disrupt Trey's hand this next turn.
Yeah, I don't think JW doesn't play like Scoop Up Net or anything like that, right? So no way to heal this Luxray. This damage is in play, and if this Luxray hits the bench, Trey will be able to knock out either of these other Pokemon and spread the remaining damage down to the Luxray here. And so it's tough. This is tough, and JW I think is just going to have to sprint the hand away and hope to find something a little better. And with Trey not taking a knockout, Raihan's not even an option here.
Reset stamp to 2, so the hand disruption is happening. That boss's order is getting chucked away. The blend energy, blend energy going on to the amazing Raikou. And JW is going to ship the hand, I believe.
Boss's orders! He got the boss!
Oh, he's got the boss! Oh, my gosh.
He just got it back!
He's got the boss back. JW has Hex, though. If he has Electro Power, he's taking a knockout on the Dragapult. He's doing 120 damage. He's just a little bit shy of what he needs. He's missing 1 card. A Hex Maniac knockout? Oh my gosh, would be absurd.
Stormy Mountains here, gonna bring down another Pokemon. Yeah, it would have to be like Hex plus Electro Power.
Or Muscle Band.
Yeah. But the problem is you can't play Hex and then Sprint.
No.
So you have to, you can't play both. And Versus Seeker's already gone, so it's not like you can just try to Sprint into the Versus Seeker for it.
He did just Sprint, so this is...
Oh, this is it. Okay,
This is it. He's got Hex. He's trying to make it so that Trey doesn't get to use Musharna to draw any additional cards, right? So he's...
That's it.
This is it.
We know. Trey's got
the boss's orders.
There it is!
And that's game. And what a handshake. Trey is your Gym Leader Challenge $1,000 prize event champion with his Psychic deck. What an amazing game.
Wow, that was incredible. Down to the wire. A rough go of things in Game 1 and Game 2 for both players, but what a finish to what has been an incredible event. Congratulations to Trey McCartan, the Tricky Gym, the inaugural IRL Gym Leader Challenge Tournament. Psychic taking it down. Can't say congratulations enough to JW as well, though. Second place, nothing to scoff at, and both these players walking away with a good bit of prizing, but... Wow, Trey, winning with the Psychic deck. Is this something you would have predicted, Andrew, coming into this tournament?
I think Psychic is considered by many players to be the most underrated type in Gym Leader Challenge formats. It is a type that is flown
maybe not much longer.
flown under the radar for too long, and Trey is here to make sure that everybody knows it. We are going to get Trey back here for a champion interview. We'll be right back. All right, I am here with your Full Grip Games Gym Leader Challenge 1K champion, Trey McCartan. Let's get some hype in the chat for Trey. Trey, how you feeling?
Bro, I'm feeling some type of way. I'm tired, but inside, I am screaming with happiness.
Hey, I am so proud of you, Trey. It has been a really long weekend filled with Pokemon TCG content, but I have to say, man, this feels really special. I'm very excited for you, and just seeing how excited you've been. You were so nervous the first time you got on stream.
Oh yeah.
What were your thought processes going into this match against JW, and were you worried after game 2? Yeah, talk us through it.
No, so before we started, me and JW were just like talking to each other about like what our strategies are for the deck and stuff like that, just because we're gonna see it regardless.
Yep.
And I was telling him, I was like, I just want to try to get Wob set up, get Sharna, get Gardevoir, try to get that set up so that way I can try to draw through the deck and stuff. And yeah, honestly, it's like, even though I just played the games, I can barely recall what happened just because I'm just like playing the game. It just feels like I'm just going back and forth and stuff like that. But game 2, or no, what was that, game 1 we both had the prize penalty and stuff like that. That was the one that was stressful.
Yes.
Game 2 was a nail biter for sure. And then game 3 was probably the most fun game of Pokemon I've gotten to play.
It was the most fun game of Pokemon I have commentated over for sure. Yeah, it was awesome.
JW is an amazing person, and he is just as funny on stream as he is in real life.
I know.
And just getting to play against him, even though we're both clearly tired and just dealing with all this, we still managed to like get things done, and the games were fun. That's like the only way I can think of to describe it. I'm just happy. I'm surprised I'm here, to be honest. Like, I did not think I was going to be here from playing on stream yesterday and being so nervous, making a misplay, to today just kind of
winning.
I know. I was like, every time I would just try to make a play, I try to think through the best I can because I didn't want to make any mistakes on the stream again, but we're here, and I'm just happy
man.
to be
you know
here.
what? Sometimes success, it doesn't. It's not just like a slow, gradual incline. Sometimes you just spike, man.
Yeah.
And you put in the work. You did the testing. You played a good deck. You played tight. You played well. Chip and I watching over your games, man. You were making solid decision after solid decision. It was really tight play. You really made that Psychic deck look like a great tournament winning deck for sure, man. So I'm super proud of you, man. Is there anything else you want to say? Any thank yous or anything like that?
No, yeah. Thank you to the whole Full Grip team, and then just getting to interact with everyone, getting to put faces to names, whether it be just like the players, the people working here, and just the people from Discord and stuff like that. That's been the highlight. That was the whole reason why I made the drive out here. Like, I came to meet people first and play second, but the added benefit was I somehow lucked into winning, so that's even better. But other than that, no, I'm just hope everyone has a good time, and hope more people can realize Psychic can be good.
Hey, man, I think that nobody's going to be questioning that after this weekend. Most definitely. Well, Trey, it has been absolutely lovely having you here this weekend, and your presence has been felt by everybody, so thank you so much for making the trip out. It has been a really special event for me to commentate over, and it has been really fun for me to get to watch all the creativity with the deck building and all of the friendships that have been made and the connections and all of that. It's what Pokemon's is all about. So it has been really awesome to be a part of that. So thank you so much, Trey, for making the trip out. And again, congratulations, $400, 2 booster boxes of Evolving Skies. I told Chip and the whole chat on Friday, you opened both a regular alt art and a alt art VMAX Rayquaza out of the same booster box. I told Chip before the finals, it's Trey's weekend, dog. You do not just pull both those cards and then not win the event, okay? So major congrats, man, and hopefully you have some good luck on your pulls, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, all right. And I'm going to get back with Chip. We're going to wrap up the event. Thank you guys all so much for watching. We will be right back with a recap in just a moment. What an incredible weekend. 2 1K events, post-rotation standard. Chip finished in the finals yesterday and then ended up being in the finals today as well as part of the commentating team. So, Chip, what do you think? Post-rotation standard. We got Rapid Strike or Shifu, Gym Leader Challenge. We got Psychic. Any closing thoughts on the weekend?
What a great weekend. I mean, big shout out first off to Full Grip putting on the tournament. The tournament staff here has been amazing. We've had amazing judges as well. Round 3 has been killing it. AJ, the head judge, just really well done throughout the entire weekend on all parts, honestly. And of course, Andrew back here. Andrew, guys, needs a lot of praise for this stream because he's back here. We're watching this game and he's changing the cards that are on the screen, trying to commentate at the same time, and he's doing it mostly by himself the entire day. Previous to having someone hop in here with him for top 8 or whatever. So, yeah, he's been killing it. So, shout outs to you as well, Andrew.
I appreciate it, man.
This,
Thank you.
The stream's been great, I know. And, man, what an incredible event.
Yes. Huge thanks to Full Grip Games for sponsoring this amazing 1K doubleheader weekend. This has been a phenomenal showing for the Pokemon trading card game. Just great times all around. I am incredibly stoked to be a part of this. So thank you all so much for continuing to support the shop at Full Grip Games and for watching and joining me throughout the weekend. Going to be taking the next day or two off.
As you should.
Yeah, because I am now just fried from a weekend full of commentating and all of that. But, Chip, I got to say, these are some of the most exciting games I've commentated over in a long time.
Truly. The top 4 in the finals were really excellent games. Some great players and, wow, some exciting moments for sure. The stamp from JW there, it just wasn't quite enough. A reset stamp is a lie.
It's a lie.
It never works.
Yeah, it's a promise, and it always lets you down. Yeah.
I want to ask you actually, with this format is your brainchild, your creation. The Gym Leader Challenge. You've probably coming into this weekend played more games of the format than anyone else.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on how this top 8 shaped out? 6 different types being in the top 8. It's pretty cool.
I couldn't be more excited about the diversity of decks. I couldn't be more excited that Psychic won.
Yeah.
Because Psychic, there's been a handful of Limitless events that have happened so far for the format. Lightning's won some. Waters won one. I think the Dark won one. So we kind of have an idea how the meta shape it up. Psychic had not won one. Now wins the biggest one.
Yeah,
so it is really a testament to the kind of diversity and skill of the format. That there is a lot of depth to it and a lot to unravel. I absolutely loved that your crew, Grant Manley, Chip, and then Azul and Caleb, I guess kind of 2 different you guys are all friends obviously, but you and Grant weren't coming off your list. You guys brought the control deck, the filthy control deck, and it is filthy, and I do think that deck is super gnarly. So getting to see the creativity from you guys and from the best players in the game put their minds to a format like this, it has just been a pure joy for me to get to watch that level of skill and creativity go into the card game.
Yeah, well, it's been a lot of fun. I mean, I know leading up to this weekend, Grant and I tested a good bit, knowing for tested for both formats. The post rotation and the Gym Leader Challenge. Had way more fun and spent way more time testing for the Gym Leader Challenge. This really is such a fun format. If you haven't given it a chance yet, you really need to, because it genuinely is so fun. It feels like the way Pokemon is meant to be.
I really think so, yeah.
It's so much fun. So, yeah, thank you for bringing it forward to the community, and I'm really, excited that so many people have latched onto and love it so much already.
I'm really excited about that as well, and my hope is that I don't want it to be it's Andrew's format, that's Tricky Jim's thing. It belongs to us. It's our thing. It's a community thing. It was just an idea, but an idea isn't really anything unless it takes kind of takes life within the community. So I want people to really just take it on for themselves. Play it with your friends, play it with your family. That's kind of it's a way that you can enjoy just playing a game. It's got a casual entry level. You can get in and just play a Gym Leader Challenge match kind of on the lowest level. You could play buy a lot of the cards for under $1 and
very
get in
cheap to build a deck.
But then the skill ceiling, as we've seen, is sky high.
Definitely.
Right? It is really high to really get these decks kind of firing on all 6 cylinders. So it's been a ton of fun for me to get to experience this, and I am just so thankful to be a part of this amazing community. So again, huge thanks to Full Grip Games for putting on the event. Huge thanks to Chip for joining me on the commentating team for the semifinals and the finals. And Huge thanks to the judging staff, the amazing judging staff who helped make this event run smoothly this weekend. You all have an amazing night, and I will catch you sometime this week on stream. You know where to find me, twitch.tv/TrickyJim and TrickyJim on YouTube. And Chip, where might these folks be able to find you?
Yeah. If you guys want to check me out, feel free.
You should.
All my socials and stuff, just at Trainer Chip, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, all that stuff. So, I really appreciate you bringing me back here, Andrew. Truly, like we've said it a bunch, but really 2 exciting games that we got to watch here. So,
absolutely. You all take care and have a great night. We're going to be getting out of here. Take it easy.